Hey, welcome to the Always Hard podcast. I'm Drake9X. This is episode 2. We're interviewing Sahas JDS from Neversoft. He worked on Thug 2, THAW, Project Date, Proving Ground, and also on Tony Hawk 10. He also worked on another game that is not named. It's a secret game that we're going to talk about today as well. He also worked on a little bit of Call of Duty, a little bit of Guitar Hero. Call of Duty he did Kill Confirmed, if you know that game mode, of course. And he also worked on a lot of stuff throughout his career and is currently working on stuff as well. He's working on Cheapskate. What is Cheapskate? Cheapskate is a new arcade-style skateboarding game in the vein of Tony Hawk, for example. And they're currently doing a Kickstarter, so we're going to leave the links in the description, in the comments, so you go support them. They're currently trying to raise $10,000 to get assets, animations, all that good stuff, right? So we're going to leave the link in the description. Here's some footage as well. And without further ado, let's go into the episode with Sahas, joined by my co-host, Wojak Toter and Bgoat Biz. And yeah, let's go. Episode 2. Let's do this.
So, before we start.
Oh no! Here's the question.
Is there anything you would prefer us to not dive into?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know that there's anything that would be, shouldn't. I don't really know, Yeah.
If at any point there's something that you're unsure of, if you can elaborate on, you could simply just pass on it. If anything, I just wanted to make sure we don't stretch into territory.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and hopefully I don't say anything stupid accidentally. I mean, this big disclaimer. I don't know. I'd like to just say the big disclaimer for me is that I'm no one. I'm just a fan. I'm a fan of skateboarding and Tony Hawk, in the games, and I just kind of ended up there. So, by making it happen. But yeah, exactly. It had already existed, but by the time it arrived, yeah.
We'll likely touch on this again when we get into it. But it's funny you say it was just some Joe Schmo. But me and Drake were just sitting here going over the stuff you've done, and everything that we see here. It supports the identity of the title you were working on. It seems like the stuff you worked on was the main, maybe not the main selling points for the title, but it was kind of the main features of the title. You know what I mean? A big pitching part and identity of the titles that you worked on. So, I mean, and a lot of them still are used today, in COD's world with Kill Confirmed and One in the Chamber and all that. It's pretty cool, pretty impressive stuff, man.
That's cool. Thanks. Yeah. I mean, that's one thing, it's tricky. The first half of my career, the half of my career that really mattered, was working on really big stuff that already had existed. So it's kind of weird to come in and be, so small and be looking at this huge thing that you're already a fan of. And at the same time be well, how can I do anything meaningful? And so to try to find a way to contribute is difficult, but it's fun, and a lot of times I found spaces in looking for ways to kind of make games within games. So working on game modes in COD, I was in multiplayer anyway, so I found game modes were cool because it was I can kind of make an entire game within a game. And the same thing with helping to expand, missions and stuff like that in Tony Hawk. I don't know if I ever talked about that, but I wanted to be in design, it was I was interested in programming, but I saw it as an opportunity to get into video games, and I wanted to be in design. So when I got to Neversoft, I just started really paying attention to the designers and looking for ways to help them and just be involved, beyond what I was already working on. So that's when I noticed, that first year that I was there on Thug 2, still, holy fuck. That's crazy. That's a miracle that they made Thug. Is really not a miracle. It shows how tenacious and how creative and scrappy everyone there was. Because the goal system was still basically old Tony Hawk goal system.
Yeah.
The original, even the 2-minute one. Under the hood, there were literally code classes, entire code classes defining combo and high score. and each of these was like a challenge, kind of. It's an individual kind of thing, and they had Q script, but not many people were really into scripting, and there wasn't like an interface or an API basically. So they had to custom script everything themselves, and it was level designers. And so they weren't really, much, and they would ask a programmer to make a function. So that was the only like quote unquote API was random. You could see it too, and you could tell, the history of it. It was like some designer needed exactly this, so some programmer wrote a thing that did exactly that. And you could call it from script. And it becomes like utterly, essentially useless to anyone else in the future who doesn't need to do just exactly that. And there was a lot of that.
Yeah.
So design
level funks came in.
So it wasn't very functional. It was that, but there was only a few of them, and they weren't like, there wasn't an API. People weren't thinking in those ways. Somehow they were doing goals. They did all of Tony Hawk, like or whatever it is, Thug, I guess, because I wasn't there, using like that old system that was really just set up to do like collect 5 this, do combo, smash 5 crates. And then they custom scripted around it. They had one goal type that they could use. That was like, I think it was called like flags. So it had like, it was basically just that, as much of Booleans. So they could define an arbitrary set of Booleans and then set them to true, like by arbitrary things that they're tracking and scripting. And then when they're all true, then the goal would complete, so they didn't have to deal with that part of it. And so they were doing everything kind of like that. And it was like somewhat spaghetti and not like structured and things like that. So anyway, sorry, long story. I don't know how I got there, but that's like one thing I noticed as soon as I got there, and I just saw that as an opportunity. So I tried to become the guy, like when they were like, oh, I wish I could do this, or is there a way in code? And I'd be, oh, I'll like connect it to, to the script for you so you can call it, and I'll like help you write the script and stuff. And that's when I realized. So I made the proposal as soon as the 2 ended, I guess. Because it was like, okay, we're going to work on another Tony Hawk. I had no idea how good I had it. Like, franchise, like sequeling a franchise like that, especially even every year, like, 'cause you have a bit of downtime, a month or two before you really start working on the next one, and you're just planning on what you're going to do, and then you just dive back in and you just get in this really good rhythm. So I just made a proposal. I was like, I was just used to, I'd already come from, this was my first game job, but I'd worked in web development in New York City at, at a pretty high level, and internet stuff. And so I was used to like the idea of just sort of like, if I can propose usefulness for myself and it's something I want to do, then I'll be able to do that, kind of thing. People will be like, oh, cool. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. And I could tell that Neversoft was the sort of place that's how it operated. You could be very, whatever you want to call it. Like, yeah. If you see something that needs to get done, do it. And everyone will help and celebrate and support you. So I just made that proposal. I was just like, yo, check it out. I see the designers, and they're sort of like, they can't be as powerful as they can be, because of this. They just have these old gold systems that's trying to interface with, and there's no real structure interface, in the script, or like people focusing just on script because they're trying to do both, and that's too much work, to be level designing and scripting.
Sure.
At the time, because they were doing so much, you know what I mean? It wasn't like Unreal or something where you press a few buttons.
With a deadline, then it's
nothing against, there's still tons of shit going on now. It's 10 times as hard in its own ways. But yeah, so, I just put together this proposal for the goal manager. And I was like, yo, what I want to do is take all those old goal types that exist in code and are all like, compartmentalized and separated from each other, and turn them into like widgets, and instead create a concept of like a goal that could have a script interface. And then you'd be able to like mash all those things in there as components and just sort of say, a goal is essentially, a goal, a mission, whatever. And it has a bunch of, widgets or tools. And when they all say, things are cool, then it's over. And those tools could be any number of things. So it was a list of things. So you could have, so I turned, each of those code pieces that had been for like, whatever combo and this, that, the other, collect 5, do that, into each of these widgets. And then, in a goal, you could sort of say, this is collect 5 of these in a combo and get this much score in this much time on this object over here. Or you could even break it, because I made the concept of checkpoints, because within a goal there were checkpoints, and then, each of these things you could have a stack of widgets in each checkpoint, and carry through it. So you could have create multi-part goals now very easily, which they couldn't do before. So that was like something that like I just saw there was opportunity there. It looked like a fun system to create. It looked like an opportunity to get into design, and it looked like something like a next necessary evolution, right? Because the game had been the 2-minute timer thing, and then it had jumped into Tony 4 style, and then jumped into Thug. But under the hood, the designers were just, being super scrappy with their what they could do with script. So it was like, hey, how about we bring kind of like a middleware, we make like a real system in code, make a really nice script interface. So there was script interface for everything. There was like callback functions for like each one of those little widgets, like when a checkpoint starts, when a widget starts, when, if you're collecting 5, like each time you collected one of those, there'd be a script callback for it. So they could just have a script and do whatever they wanted there. They know that would get called, in that moment under that circumstance. So it just gave them a totally different context to work with. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, you're good. It sounds to me like you were both doing advancements for the team's sake and for the sake of the game as well, which I dig it.
Yeah. It was all very, exactly. It was kind of, I think it's funny. I look back on that and it's like, it's selfish in its own way, but in an altruistic, selfish way. Something, it just seemed like the what should happen. Like, well, what's the next level up for this? And I was new and I was ambitious. And I think that's something now, 20 years in my career, I can look around me and see a lot. And so I'm trying to find a way to like work with that, because I felt friction. I remember feeling friction. I mean, everyone's probably like this anywhere they've worked, where like they have ideas, they want to prove themselves, they're new in an industry or, in a job or a thing, and they feel like everyone around them is just sort of wants to settle back and do the easiest thing possible. Can we just like relax, settle down, and get this thing shipped? Like, we've crunched on other games in the past. We're good. We just want to ride for a while. And it pissed me off because there was like that kind of attitude around me. Nothing against anyone. That is normal. You know what I mean? Like, that's me now for the past decade. So, and I see it around me, and I almost feel that friction against me when there's like new young people coming into the industry and they want to try to do too much. I know where it's just going to turn into this giant crunch and be a hellscape, but I'm trying to stop, right, and empathize and remember and put myself back in that place and find a way to help harness that energy, you know what I mean, and help them direct it to an appropriate place, so things are scoped appropriately. But we are doing more than I would have thought, myself, kind of thing, because that's how things should work. Because I think new refresher people are gonna be more, whatever, and I think you just need that balance.
I feel like the newer, fresher people, like you said, with the ambition, they're kind of also able to step outside of that box, because they're literally outside of that box coming in. And then once they kind of come in, they see more of the process, and they kind of, maybe they'll have more of an understanding or more of a leniency to maybe not necessarily cut corners, but maybe to cut corners. I mean, just for the sake of not being able to find a better word, but
no, totally. It's disruption, and that's how you get some progress, because it's going to be like punk rock, like someone's going to be, well, this is how you've always been doing it, and this is how it is, and this is how it's been for a while, and you need to step it up, kind of thing. And the way you step it up is exactly that, like that person's angle is going to be coming from outside, being the outsider.
For sure.
And so, and I found that in teams a lot. So anyway, so that was an interesting situation there, but I think like there was full support for what I was up to, because I wasn't doing it in any sort of bad, it was if I didn't do it, someone else I would have hoped, because it seemed like the next logical step for, this stuff. And again, it was neat to see that, we were walking into, I was in this space where it was like, oh, cool, we're sequeling every year, and we've got this product, and we have a tiny bit of downtime, a couple months, after shipping. So we have some opportunity to try to step up, our tech in between. So that was cool. And like I said, what that did is it positioned me into design, which was also my, ulterior motive. So what I did there was I created the goal manager, the goal system, made like a script interface for it, and then helped specialize the design team to be level designers and scripters. Because before that, everyone was, designers were level designers, and they also did script. So after that, there were people who, made gameplay by building levels, and there were people who made gameplay by scripting. And that was a thing that the whole industry was sort of moving towards. So I helped Neversoft kind of that happen there, which is kind of neat. And then I hired on more people like me who were scripter designers. And it was actually 2 people who I had worked with and been at school with at Full Sail.
Okay.
So that was cool. Yeah. So it's kind of neat. Like it was like I look back on that and I'm like, holy crap, like in my first game job, like at the time it felt like I was there forever, but it was only 6 years. in my first game job, like within half the time I was there, I was already like building a team. Like, I'm like, that's how great Neversoft was. You know, it has nothing to do with me. It's just like, if you're in the right petri dish, you know, and everyone
for sure.
supports you. Yeah.
I feel like that's like the main common thing that anytime somebody mentions Neversoft, it's just a killer place to work, and it's not even because of the fact that it was Neversoft and they had great IPs that they were able to churn out. It was the fact that it was the environment, and like, you know, Joel was, it always defaults back to Joel being like the huge spearhead of it all, obviously, but just him as your, like, he's your boss, but at the same time, you know, he's super relaxed, and he's not like somebody you would necessarily stumble over your words talking to or pitching something. You would maybe have a little bit of nervousness, but like at the end of the day, he's pretty level-headed with you, so he's able to kind of take that in and digest it with you.
And that's the reflection of like video games at the time. And we'll do a quick diversion here, but there's no like accident like how everyone feels about the state of video games nowadays. You know, like,
Yeah,
the way video games are right now is 100% to do with the way video games are made, you know, right now.
oh, for sure.
Beyond like who, you know, what gets decided, what's made, and the whole like live service milky, you know, that all of this is 20 years of hyper corporatization of video games, which had already started at Activision before I got there. But
Oh yeah,
point is, we've all seen it, like, and we've all felt it. And you look at the sentiment on YouTube and things, and it's beyond obvious, and everyone knows. But if you really step back, it's like video game studios used to be cool. Like, it used to be cool. Period. It used to be a cool environment to work in. Like, period. Like exactly what you were describing with Neversoft. And all the different studios were all legendary, cool studios in their own way. Naughty Dog, everything they were making at that exact time, right? Id Software, who is it? Sorry, the Unreal people up in Canada. I can't believe I'm dying here. James Smaltz and those guys. Who is it? They do Warframe now. Digital Extremes. Sorry. So yeah, Digital Extremes, who ultimately was, you know, Unreal. Yeah, and id Software, and like I said, just like Naughty Dog and just all these like legendary companies at the time, they all operated in that same way, and that like they were really relatively small, you know, companies. They were studios, like literally in that sense. It's a studio. You know, there's some programmers, some designers, and some artists, and there's people who are making the business happen, and then there were publishers. But you know, like, that's why there were great games, is because it was a great environment to be creative and to make things, and that's all gone. Like, that's so completely gone. But anyway.
your keyword creative, like that is honestly the best way to describe, like, I see a lot of games nowadays that like have creative aspects to them, and you could tell there's like passion projects out there. They exist, but they're more so lesser than they used to be back in the day. But like, going back to the creative word, like Neversoft, handful of people on THPS1, you can see the love, you can see the creativeness, and that's kind of goes back into what you were saying with like, you had people with under one role necessarily, but they could branch out and they could make themselves multifaceted for the sake of the team and the sake of the product. And I honestly, we probably don't see that nowadays a lot in like modern games. It's probably like, oh, you're hired on for this job, do that job, we'll pay you, thank you. Like,
it's bloat. Yeah, AAA is, and it's, you know, it's just the way of things. Like, AAA is hyper specialized because it's so big. You know, it's not 20, 40, you know, people anymore. It's 500 people, 3 studios. You know, that's
whole production.
And 200, 300 million, you know, dollars going in, you know, even, you know, before marketing sometimes. So that's like, the stakes at that point, you know, are ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. It's hyper corporatized. It sort of went the same direction of movies, and movies have, you know, and you know, games did. Things happened that helped. You know, everything that happened in movies happened in games also. You know, so game engines that were accessible to people and platforms to distribute games onto, you know, is what changed everything. When, you know, you could only essentially make games, you know, for, you know, PlayStation then and Nintendo way back. You were pretty limited in terms of access. And then if you had to create your own engine at the same time, then you're even more limited. So, and that's kind of like how movies were, you know, early on. but movies became, I hate that word democratized, but essentially nothing against democracy, but you know what I mean? Like it's an overused phrase, but movies, everything to do with making movies, that medium became more accessible, through technology and things like that. So that with video games also, which was great because that helped disrupt, not necessarily disrupt, but it broadened the market. So I think what happened, I'm totally rambling here, but sorry, but I think what happened is like we got distracted. We knew and saw big AAA games getting huger and unsustainably huger, but we were distracted by the rise of lots of other options, which was everything that was happening in terms of indie and AA and mobile, and then free to play ultimately, I guess. And then we stop and turn around and suddenly look at AAA games, and it's like this giant elephant in the room. It's like this is nothing sustainable about this. So even I look back at these studios, I have nothing but like tremendous amount of respect, and I'm looking at Naughty Dog right now, and they're working on Intergalactic, and I'm like, how big is that team? How big is the expectations behind it from Sony and from everyone, right? Especially since other Sony products have done not so great recently and things like that. And so it's not just, there's so many factors, kind of why like games right now are just such a weird state. It's almost that too big to fail, too big to succeed kind of.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah. So it's like, you can't really blame at any one thing, it's just like there's so much. I gotta like hand it to everyone who's trying, and I look forward to seeing what comes out from everyone. But I'm just stoked that there's so many other options, like especially like just in this indie space especially. So anyway, that's my rant. So I said that was a diversion into the state of video games.
You're chilling. I actually like that you brought up like movies. That's like one thing I default to whenever I look at the state of like media now versus then. I always go back to the movie comparison. Like back in my day, we used to have to wait forever for a movie to come out on VHS after it left theaters. Like nowadays, you're streaming it the next week. It's out on HD, DVD, or whatever Blu-ray, 4K. It's out the next day on that. Like it's crazy the turnaround time for everything, and it is because of the accessibility of how easy it is to get a hold of that media these days, but it's at what cost?
Yeah. Oh, I won't. Yeah, I'm not going to get into Gen A. But
yeah, that's fair.
Willem.
That is fair.
Because I'm thinking, I'll get into it a little bit here. Was it Netflix or one of these streaming services? I don't think it's not. Maybe it is like has been on their way. And they even announced it a while back. But I don't know if they did like the big press release that they plan and very soon will have and be releasing this product where you can kind of create your own episodes with a product. And I'm just like laughing my ass off in the back of my mind here because it's like, like that's not going to have like spectacular failures that are going to stain their brand in like huge ways.
Yeah.
Like it's like. I guarantee it won't even roll out, because already everybody is finally, with the catastrophic launch of ChatGPT5, like finally seeing through the veil, like the normies, the mass, people who never even noticed before how horrible it is, are finally seeing like, wait, this is all trash. So that's like, it's interesting to see like with that level that there had been a streaming service that's right now on the way, like still working hard to be delivering that soon. And no, you're not delivering. Guarantee that. Yeah.
I don't know if I should hope they fail or I hope they realize they're gonna make a huge mistake.
Yeah. Either way, it's not. Yeah. I just feel sorry for them. Oh yeah. So So video games.
Yeah, video games suck.
What else? Oh, sorry.
Video games suck.
Yeah, no, they're great. They used to be great. They still are. THAW was cool. So Thug 2 was cool. That was the first one I worked on. And it's like I'm no dummy. Like at the time the sentiment was that, it was still kind of, with compared to where we are now. It felt like it was early enough in the series where there was a split in half. Like there were the people who were like, no, Tony Hawk 1 and 2 were the best and that's it. But they didn't hate everything else. You know what I mean? They were just like, like to state that, and then there was the people who were like, no, 3 was it, or people who was like, no, 4 was peak. So that already existed, and so I'm walking and I was a fan also. So it's not like, I knew it wasn't like still the peak of the franchise or the peak of the series or anything, but I was still a fan. And I've been a lifelong fan of skateboarding. I still skate. And, same with Tony Hawk. I've been a fan of Tony Hawk and just, everything. So I was like stoked as hell to be there. And it was like one of the top companies I tried to get into leaving school, So I had this whole career in internet development, and then I went to Full Sail. And it was like a huge risk. But I just got to the point where I was like, I had an art degree. Like I'm like kind of a creative artist type of person, but the internet was just sort of an interesting opportunity that popped up, because it's like I could handle technical stuff. And so I was like, there was the era where like HTML Photoshop guy could have a career like in Manhattan, and live. So it was like, that was me. And it was the same sort of like environment where like the internet was just exploding, and you could pretty much get a job doing anything if you could learn how to do it. So, you could jump around quickly and learn quickly with opportunities. So so I moved into like scripting and things like that, just because there was more opportunity to be able to do more, so client-side scripting and then server-side scripting. And then at that point, I started thinking seriously about like trying to get into games. And it was Tony Hawk 2 that like flipped the switch. Because like Doom was like, I was always into games like all the way back to like arcade Pac-Man and like Commodore VIC-20
classics.
Yeah, all the way back, like forever. Like everybody's always been exposed to them somewhere in their life. Right. So that was like already interesting, but I never saw any kind of like avenue into it. And it never like, it's weird. Like as a kid, I thought 2D animation, like Warner Brothers and Disney was the greatest thing in the world. And when I realized that like people made those things, that like being a person who makes that must just be the greatest thing also in the world. So that's what I wanted to do. But for some reason, like, even though games were always in my life, there was never that flip, that switch that like, I want to make games. And it wasn't until like Doom almost, but not quite, but it was Tony Hawk 2. And it was like, I played some Tony Hawk 1, but I was like a PC gamer at the time, not so. It was more at friends' places. You're going, you're hanging out. It's on 24/7, right? Yeah. And you're just beating every level over and over and over. But with every pro. And so then it was like Tony 2 for some reason really got me. And then maybe it was like just the Tony. There was a PC version of 2X maybe that came out at the same time as Xbox One, or no?
The normal version, the PS1 version got ported to PC by what's the name? Gray Matter. I think it got in 2001. Came out a year later, and also a year later came out 2X like around mid 2001, like right when the Xbox came out, and like kind of like in that same time period, both came out, and also the PC port of Spider-Man came out at the same time.
Oh, yep.
Bundled together.
Yeah, those. Totally. Yeah. And so it was those two versions of Tony Hawk 2 that were on those platforms on PC, because it was like in my face now. It was like, because I had a PC, I was still a PC gamer, and it was the Xbox that got me to say, okay, I'll give, because I'd been a console gamer like before, go all the way back to all the other consoles before PlayStation. But so, I was open to it. But for some reason, I was just in the, the PC world during the whole PlayStation 1. And so it was the Xbox that like, and it was Halo. Because I just like had been following Halo when it was a Mac game, and then when it turned into bought and not the whole deal, like for the Xbox to be the premier game for the Xbox. So I was day one Xbox purchaser, and I had Halo, and I beat it that night with a buddy of mine. We just like sat down and played it all day, smoking joints or just enjoying it. So that was like, exactly. So I had the Xbox, and then so of course I got 2X. And yeah. So those ones are the ones that just, I don't know, that just flipped the switch. It was just like, what am I doing? And, from this point forward, everything I'm doing is about directing myself. Sorry, it looks like there's a fire nearby.
Oh no.
About directing, myself towards making video games. Yeah, so I managed I just have to check this fire quick. I'm sure it's not.
Uh-oh.
Burbank Boulevard, that's nowhere near us.
Los Angeles is burning.
Yeah. So that's where like it was interesting. Yeah, it just sort of flipped a switch. And so I started trying to make games, looking on the internet, because the internet already was, enough that there was like some tutorials for different type of stuff. There's very few things. I looked at like some C++ stuff. I took a like online class for C++. And then that kept getting me more and more interested. And then I just decided, like, I was at a startup and I'd left New York. I'd left Manhattan. I was just sort of back actually where I'd grown up. And at a startup, it was kind of a cool opportunity to go work with friends I'd grown up with, but I knew it felt sort of temporary. And I could tell that startup, like, I had no real control over it, and it was like not really going anywhere. And that was the opportunity. I just started looking around. I was like, wait, what if I could find a school, that has, because there was no way to get in video this whole time. So like for 4 years, I was like teaching myself how to do low poly modeling and animation on anything I could find, all like bootleg copies of 3D Studio 2, not even Max. And things like that. And trying to find, there's very few tutorials. Like there was some from like that people found, like the id guy, whoever, I forget his name now, he had done a couple trying to explain how to do low poly modeling and texturing. And then I was trying to just learn animating and other software and stuff like that. I think I even took went and took a couple courses for Softimage. That was like another package. There was a bunch of random packages at the time. There wasn't a winner for 3D editing. And so so the whole time I was still trying to get into video games, but like from the art side ultimately, you know what I mean? And it was the internet and getting more and more technical on the internet that made me realize, I was like, wait, what if I can get a degree somehow fast, in C++, and get in that way and have a piece of paper? Because everyone else wanted it. It was that era where like every job post was like for design or animation or any kind of art was all at the very bottom. The last line must have shipped one game, at least one.
Yeah.
No, it was one game. It must have shipped one game. And it was that chicken and egg. It was just like, I get it. You are not allowed in the industry, kind of thing. I'm like, fuck off. How do you get in? And that was really frustrating. So that's where I got that idea. I was like, okay, well, what's the hardest thing? If you can prove you can do that, they can let you in. And it was programming. So it's like, you got a piece of paper that says you can program, you're in. There's no must have shipped one game on the bottom of those ones. So I found Full Sail, because I'd already taken a couple classes for C++, and I'd like done some tutorials on like game development, but it was like old, like arcane stuff at the time, and it wasn't very good. And so I found Full Sail. At the time. There were two schools, right? It was Full Sail in Florida, and then who's the one up in Washington? DigiPen. Which was like, I think partially subsidized by or invested in by Nintendo or something. And DigiPen was more of a 4-year degree, like full programming, like game development. It was a little more hardcore. I don't think SMU, is that what it's called, in Texas somewhere, existed yet. I think they started like their program started the year after I finished at Full Sail. So the only two options were that, Full Sail in Florida and that. So it was in Orlando, and I looked at them, and they had a accelerated program. So it was programming. The degree, they had a bunch of degree programs. Like they had started as an audio school, I believe audio production, and then got into film and TV production also, and then editing, and then animation, 3D art and animation, and then video games. So this is just one of those kind of colleges where, anyone gets accepted, you just pay, and they just keep adding, new trendy stuff. There's lots out there like that. But they, had a name for themselves, and they were, they did produce like, people that could go out into the professional world of movie sound production and then movie production and stuff like that. So they had, some clout, in that sense. I looked at the program and I could tell that it was like, whatever, but I was like, all I want to do is have someone that I can ask questions. It's like, I paid money, so I get to ask you anything and you have to tell me. I'm like, I'm willing to pay for that. I was an adult by that point. I was practically 30. I'd already had like a whole career in Manhattan, in web development. So I was like pretty hardened. And so that, like, I was just like, okay. And I looked around, I read a bunch of reviews, and you're always going to find people, whatever it is, even on the internet, you could tell they'd gone there and nothing had happened, because it's also one of those dream schools, right? Like kids who are like, I don't know what I'm going to do with my life. Movies sound cool. I'm going to go to this place and be a movie director. That's, not how it works. You're going to be an associate producer for a few years, and you're going to work for free. And then in 20 years, you might be a director. Point is, I knew the risk, and I saw like a lot of negative kind of reviews, and I could sort of read through the lines, but I saw a lot of good reviews where people were like, everyone said the same thing. They're like, it's a school, it's a resource. If you go and take advantage of it and, whatever, you're going to get what you want out of it. And, you're going to get what you put into it, basically. So I was like, that's what I was looking for. So I went for it. And I remember, like, I quit my job and I was filling out the student loan application. And I was thinking to myself, this is an interesting piece of visualization. Like, I was thinking to myself, like, okay, what am I really doing here? Wait, I'm like 30 or almost 30, and I'm like changing jobs and actually quitting a career and like starting over, what people would have done, starting back to like, I don't know, like this is like 20-year-old stuff. And so I went in a bunch of directions. I was thinking like, well, part of why I'm doing this is because I'm always inspired by people who do this, people in their 50s who say like, I quit my career and I became a pilot or something. And they always say, I wish I would have done it earlier. Right. So that's why I was like, fuck it, I'm going to do it. And that helped give me, motivation, to try to do it right. So I was like, well, what's doing it right? If I'm going to make a sacrifice here, what's going to be doing it right? So I just sort of pictured it. I was like, okay, I'm going to go and I'm going to sit in the front row of every fucking class. I'm going to do every extra assignment. I'm going to, ask for explanation on every wrong answer on every test. And I'm going to talk to the placement office. It's not like placement, but they had like a contacts office. And I was like, I'm going to talk to them early, like months before I graduate. And I'm going to start from now compiling a big list of companies, get information, like about companies I'm interested in areas that are like near lots of other companies, because it's a flaky industry. And if I'm going to be moving across the country, to California, it's a huge risk. Yeah. Right. So I like had it all strategized and I had my list, my A, B's and C's. And I was like, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to go talk to, the placement office and all this stuff. So, and then I even said to myself, like, and I'm going to have, interviews and a job offer that I've accepted by the time I have graduated. And on graduation night, when I'm sitting in the room waiting and walking and grabbing my piece of paper, my car is going to be in the parking lot packed and I'm going to get in it and drive to California, to Los Angeles. And that's exactly what happened. So like, I just like made it happen. Like I worked my ass off. I thought I sucked at math. That's what I was most scared of. So the moment I got there, I went and found a math tutor because I had a bunch of math classes coming up. And I just worked with him because I got there like a couple months or a month before school was going to start. And yeah, I just like worked with him, like, because I was like, he's part of the program. He's available to students. I was considered a student because I was enrolled. I was like, let's go. Like I just made it happen, like brute force. And they had a program that you could, because it's an accredited school, they had to do a bunch of like generic courses, to get like, because the course I was doing, you'd essentially get like a Bachelor of Science, but it's not it's like an Associate of Science. It's not a full 4-year. But even to get the Associate of Science, you need all these generic other courses. And because I had already gone to university and had a fine art degree course, I was able to test out. So I spent the first 2 weeks taking the finals for like everything that wasn't like programming and game design. Like those are the things that I was there for, and just got rid of all those courses. So I got a whole bunch of money back and I got a whole bunch of time back. I didn't have to do any of those courses and I could just accelerate straight to all the game design and programming courses. So anyway, yeah, like I really worked full sail. One of the courses there was all these extra projects and I did every single one of them and I got 148% that year for the course. I went into the final and it was like, I didn't even, to pass the course, I didn't even need to write the final, but I did anyway. And they had to change the rules for like the amount of extra credits or, extra like whatever projects you could do. Yeah, I was just that guy because I was like, I didn't care. I was like, I'm here to like rape the knowledge of the school and get a fucking job. So, in proper terms, that's a bad term. Sorry. You were gonna to cultivate the knowledge of the school. Harvest. So yeah, that it worked out. It was hard, but it worked out, and that was pretty cool. And I made a lot of good contacts, which was cool because I really teamed up with all the other keeners. Because there was a bunch of people who were like slackers. I couldn't believe it. There was people who were slacking. I'm like, the fuck are you doing? What? Like you paid money for this. But anyway, it's not like it's in high school. But it's because their parents paid. But yeah, so yeah, it's really weird. It's just interesting to see. But there was a bunch of super keeners, and we kind of ended up on the final course for the final project. We all ended up together. We were like, yo, let's, and we're like, yes, let's do it. And we kicked ass. Again, we had a really cool plan because GDC had started doing a student showcase, and it was brand new. They had done it the year before. But the submission was like close to a month before our final project end date. So we were just like, all right, we'll just work twice as fast and finish early. So we were all like that crazy hardcore, and we just like made it happen. We made like, and we really strategized like our project to be able to pull it off. We were like, let's do vehicles instead of people, so we don't have to model characters and animate characters. Let's do combat because it's simple and visceral. And one guy was really into physics, so he was like, I'll just figure out do how to create like terrain and how to make the vehicle physics. And then another dude was just really interested in AI, so he was like, I'm just going to do machine learning and what's it called? What's the net? I'm forgetting all the real terms for AI since we've been like deluged with this like, bullshit fucking generative AI garbage. Yeah. Oh my god, neural net. So he was doing neural net, like a learning system for the AI bots, the other cars that you drive, because it wasn't multiplayer, it was just you and a bunch of bots, and that was awesome. He did like really cool work. And so at the time I was still always interested in graphics. Then that's really changed since now. So I was just like, I'm going to make the best particle system ever, and so I did that kind of thing. So I just made a hyper like optimized particle system where everything wasn't even quads, it was tries, and I was pooling them and like just doing everything and really managing when they were rendered based on context and everything like that. So there was less context switching and things like that. And I had a ton of particle systems happening like the whole time. Like nothing, like no other student games looked like quite so snazzy. And it was easy because it was just vehicle combat. You know what I mean? So it was like easy. I was like, okay, I'm going to have tread. I'm going to have shit. It's going to do tread marks. It's going to have like dirt flying out behind you every time you shoot. I'm going to do, a flashbang. I'm going to do trail. I had made a trail system as well as, particle systems. So yeah, it was fun. Made it really glitzy. And then I forget there was one other guy, because there was 4 core of us, and he had, he did all the UI. He basically did the whole game mode. So yeah, he set up the whole structure for the game, because we were writing everything from scratch, like literally from scratch. Like Full Sail was really good at the time. Like you learned video games the old way, like how to make a window show up in C++, like that core level, and then harnessing the message pump, because there's the core Windows message pump, and that becomes your loop. That's your update. And then just build all your management systems on top of that. And that's how video games used to be made. And then you just tie into a rendering system, you just tie into, systems, and you just create, their other management systems for those tools, those tasks. So yeah, we were literally doing that. And we did that multiple times over the course of the project for making like 2D projects, then a networked project in OpenGL. And then, we were just making games in every possible way on Windows, in different ways, like writing to the surface of the window, just all these different things. So our final one, like I said, it was like entirely from scratch. So yeah, he did the game mode and all that and the logic and the harness for everything. And then there was an extra. There was a kid who had failed, not final project. He had failed the course right before final project was AI. And again, it's not AI, it's game AI, right? So it's basically A-star. It was basically pathfinding, and it was basically like data structures and algorithms. So like storing information in different types of data structures, and how do you traverse data structures to find things inside them as fast as possible. And that's like computer science. Basically, like if you go try to get any real computer science job, like at a programming place where they call programmers engineers, they're going to give you that test. It's data structures and algorithms. So that course was all that kind of stuff with respect to how AI uses it, which is pathfinding. And pathfinding uses that because you basically break your whole world into a bunch of nodes, into a bunch of things, and you're just finding your quickest way between them, which is literally data structures and algorithms. So anyway, that course was the one, like there was a bunch of courses at Full Sail that were like, suddenly half the people failed. And it was the first C++ course. It was the first AI, the only AI course. And it was the console course, because we also did a course where we were just working on a PlayStation 2 and we were writing assembly right to it. And that was, again, the same thing. So half the people would fail. So it was neat. That course was like, it was sort of fluffy because it had a couple game design, and the title of the program was game design and development. And there was just a lot of people that didn't realize that it was really a program. It was a bachelor of, associate of science kind of, degree program. So it was legit. So what happened is when we, the four of us who had been in the same group since the beginning, same classes, you know, so to speak, since the beginning, and had keyed in on each other and done a lot of projects together, and were planning to do final project, when we arrived at the AI course, there was a dude who was there who had failed it. Well, there was a handful, but one of them was there. And so he passed it and came into final project with all of us. And everyone sort of already had their cliques and their groups, and we had already been, and he was kind of on his own. And so I'm just the guy, like I've always been, you know, it's like no one's left out, you know, and I always relate personally to the person who's left out just because I've been that person too many times in my life. And so I was just like, guys, he's going to be in our group. No one's going to, you know what I mean? He's a shit position here. No one wants him. Let's just take him. And he was super cool. He was just a rad dude. And you could tell he had a chip on his shoulder because he had failed and because he was, you know, odd man out. And I'm like, I like that guy. I like that person. You know what I mean? I like that archetype because they're going to prove them. They want to prove themselves.
Come back harder with ambition. Yeah.
Totally. And I could tell this guy had fire. He had a mean face. So he was cool, Justin. And Justin rocks. I ended up bringing him on to Neversoft with one of the other guys in my group. Remember when I said that I brought a couple guys to Neversoft when I got the chance to build the team?
Yeah.
Which was super cool. And what's neat is we worked together, just a side thing with Justin here. We worked together for a while, and he rocked. He totally rocked it. What he did at Neversoft, like completely. He was in our goal group kind of thing and just did really cool stuff. And continued. And then where did he go? He was on. Oh boy, what was the other Sony studio that was up in Washington? There had been 3. They were the one had done Sly Cooper, and then they'd moved on to like this sort of super dark superhero game. Anyway, whatever. So anyway, he had ended up there, but I bumped into him because he was back in LA, and I'd see him around LA sometimes because we were both into psytrance. So we bumped into each other at like desert parties and things. And I actually saw him not that long ago. It was really surprising because I haven't seen him forever. And it was neat because we were just sort of hanging out, enjoying the music. And at one point he was like, yo, I never got a chance to tell you, but like, kind of thanks, man. You know, because a lot of stuff that happened like with games, you kind of like helped me out. And I didn't even really realize, you know what I mean? Like I was like, oh, cool. You know, like I was just, you know, like, hey, let's work. We should work together. Hey, you know, that's just how I've always been. So anyway, it's just a neat one there, you know, like, so like always look at who everyone else is not paying attention to. But in any case, yeah, so we rocked our final project and we got it out. Justin did all the weapons. So he came in and did all the weapons. So we had all these like kick-ass sweet weapons on our the vehicles and things like that, and he did all that. Both the player control and the AI.
That Washington studio, that was Sucker Punch? Was that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I have so much respect. For me, again, back to classic kind of what I feel is like super modern classic era video gaming, like which was like you know, Naughty Dog, Insomniac, and Sucker Punch, like the stuff that they were putting on the PlayStation.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So I've tried so hard to get into Naughty Dog my whole life. It's just never happened. For some reason, they hate me. I don't know what the story is. But yeah, I hear back in seconds from them. They're like, nope. Like everyone else, I either never hear back or I get.
Hey, at least you hear back though. That's something.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I have ultimate respect for all of them. I'm so excited. I'm such a fan of Insomniac. I'm so glad that they got like purchased. I feel it's a good thing. Like I feel like they had always been working towards getting purchased by Sony. And then like Spider-Man is just where they just came into their own and just brought like everything they've ever done. Like it just made so much sense like into that. But anyway, I'm just a super fan of video games. I just want everyone to win.
For sure. I mean, like when I think it was when Spider-Man came across the desk at Neversoft, like Chad Finley, that was like, he's like, hell yeah, like he's a huge Spider-Man dude, and that was just kind of, that all worked out. And that honestly, that's what it comes down to, is like gamers are just fans of a little bit of everything, and that's all they're really doing is translating what they think is fun into their games.
Yeah, exactly. And that passion should show. And that Spider-Man game from Neversoft, I think, is just classic, and people, in the know, like feel that, you know, it's like,
it's still unmatched.
Nice, yeah. And like that was a sore point at Neversoft because they let go of that. And then the movies happened. So this was all before me. What I heard, the sentiment and the stories and things that I heard is that year working on Tony Hawk 2 and Spider-Man at the same time was very difficult for the team, and they crunched a whole lot.
Sure. Yeah, they were still just a small studio.
Yeah. So that was kind of a come to Jesus moment or something after that. That's when they came up with their whole process. So at some point, I suppose they decided they were just going to do one project and let go of Spider-Man. And then as far as the way they worked, that's when they established the whole thing that it's like we order lunch every day. We work 9 to 6, but Friday's 9 to 5. I think maybe there was no lunch Friday. It was that, every day except Friday, we order lunch in for you. And we work 9 to 6, but Friday's 9 to 5, get the fuck out. And then we plan in advance times, get a big chunk of work done, and we call it a hardcore week. And we work 12-hour days that week. And we get lunch and dinner ordered in. But I'm pretty sure we were still out 5 p.m. Friday. So it wasn't even the full week. So yeah. And Joel was hardcore about that. He'd walk around saying, "Get the fuck out of here."
Yeah,
so yeah. And on holiday Fridays, last day before a long weekend, just kind of suddenly around 2 or 3, he might be walking around going, "What the fuck is everyone still doing around here?" kind of thing, which was awesome. You'd be like, "Get the fuck out! It's a long weekend." So I thought that was awesome. So
yeah,
that was the style, and it was like that. So that's neat. So Spider-Man, that's like a bit of a sore point. I'd love to hear more about that from people. I never like asked much because the people were just all like, that kind of shit. Bring it up, especially since the movies happened and Treyarch got the Spider-Man 1 and Spider-Man 2 games. So.
Oh, for sure. That IP is an IP that's ever growing. I mean, Spider-Man just sells itself.
Yeah. But it would have been neat. Imagine if they had done Tony 3 and Spider-Man 2. Like, just kick ass doing its own thing.
Yeah, Vicarious did Spider-Man 2. Enter Electro. That was interesting.
It's not as well received as the... I mean, there's people... Like how I say Spider-Man still holds up to this test of time. Like, there's still people that prefer the NS title versus like the modern titles, and honestly the modern titles are great, they're amazing, but to say like to have that product in front of you and want to play this product that has aged quite a bit, says a lot.
For sure. Yeah, so exactly. So that was, Neversoft went through a lot with those two IPs and that's how they came up with their process. So, but by the time I was there, they had already rolled through Tony 3, right? So they were like, they had their like, they were like hard, fast, and light, I imagine, through Tony 1 and 2 and Spider-Man, and then Tony 3, they became the machine. And I feel like you see it in the product. And it was a jump to PS2 at that time, wasn't it? From PS1 to PS2. Yeah. I guess that probably went into the decision making a lot also. They're like, it's going to be hard and a lot of work to switch engines, you know what I mean? And go to this new thing. So they focused. And I think in the long run, sure, it paid off, right? Because if they had tried to grow, they probably would have had more growing pains and neither product would have, shone as much. So so that's why like 3 and 4, I think, are really like such like gleaming big steps. Which is cool. And then Thug, which is neat because Thug was neat because it came back. Because I'm just a fan. I'm just talking strictly fan. And I had felt that like by 4, I still kind of preferred like the speed and style of 2 versus 3 and 4, where 3 and 4 had gone. I fully appreciated the complexity and depth where the games had gone, and obviously the visual, and the feel. But I kind of prefer just sort of the slower kind of mellower, cruisy kind of pace of 2, and the sort of levels, the way they were. And
for sure.
So, whereas I was in no way a hater, or anything like that. I just had casual preference, and that 4 is like a pretty big number. And I remember thinking at one point, like, well, how many of these are they going to be, that kind of thing, and wondering if other people felt the same. Like I remember kind of feeling like that because it was like starting to get to that every single year there's one of these. And which it was, and nothing wrong with that. But point is, it was in there. I was feeling it. And then I feel like just looking around, just more like mass market, not so much hardcore fans, but mass market. So I think the mass market might have slid off a bit, but Thug kind of found a way to like really capture everyone's attention again. Because it was like a big leap, like from 3 to 4. Going from 4 to Thug, I was like, whoa, it is this whole story now, and it's you, and whether you like it or not, kind of thing. It was this fundamental shift. You can get off your board. It had a bunch of new gimmicks. You can walk. Yeah, the story, and the whole thing. So there was like, and the drama in the story, how the story was very intentionally dramatic, so that it became almost viral in itself. It's like part of the selling point was that, there's a story, shithead character. You know what I mean? Like, so you kind of like, it draws you in.
For sure.
So I think that's like neat, you know, and then I kind of felt, you know, so that like rejuvenated my excitement for like trying to get into Neversoft, because they were up there like in my list of companies when I went at Full Sail to go talk to the placement office, which wasn't placement. It was just, you know, contacts, whatever. So I had my list of like ABC companies, and Neversoft was A. They were right up at the top. I forget exactly what it was. I was sort of focusing on areas. I was focusing on stuff around LA and stuff around the Bay, because that's, you know, there were companies all around the North America, but the most congestion was in LA, and there was some stuff in Texas, but not that much, and some stuff in the Midwest, but not that much. So yeah, it was like LA and San Francisco kind of thing. And the San Francisco stuff, the Bay Area stuff felt older. It was like electronic art, not electronic arts. It was like what's the LucasArts, and that seemed to always be sort of changing and shifting. You know, it felt like shifty. In terms of like, they got a game studio, now they don't. Now they got a game studio, you know, so which is continued forever.
Yeah.
And there were others, you know, there were other biggies up there. I forget who now. I mean, EA was up there still. It was EA Redwood Shores, right, or something. But there was a handful of Sierra, maybe. Sorry,
Ubisoft, I think, also in San Francisco.
Already at that time, I'm not sure. Maybe. But yeah, so there was a chunk, but then there was a lot more in LA. You know, so I was looking in LA, and it was like obviously Naughty Dog, Insomniac, EA. And Neversoft, you know, and Neversoft was up there because I was looking at the games that people were putting up, and it was like I was most interested in what, you know, Neversoft was putting up because of skateboarding, and then like Insomniac and Naughty Dog in that order, because I was more interested in or Ratchet and Clank than Jak and Daxter. I like them both, but yeah. So I remember it was like those were my top three, I think, and then there was a handful of others, and then there were some small companies, including in my list. I hate to say, there might have been on my B. They were, but it was more for strategic, not against them. Was Running with Scissors in Arizona.
Wow.
Totally. Because I was like, it came out, and it was just so fucking based. I was like, these people are awesome. Are you kidding me? And like, I think it came out while I was at Full Sail. What year did it come out?
2003. Like early 2003.
Yeah, I was at Full Sail. Yeah. Oh, during 2003, and I started at Neversoft in December of 2003. Yeah. I had 3 weeks in between school and work. Yeah. So yeah, I had huge respect. I was like, this is the coolest, most raddest punk rock thing ever. You know? I was like, these people are cool. And I checked out their website, and they were like, yeah, we're in Arizona because it's like fuck LA. And I was like, I love these people. It was just, you know. So yeah, they were there. But they weren't on my like A list, just because it was like there's no other game studios there. I was like, I'm not moving to fucking Arizona. If things don't work out, I'm screwed. Hopefully this fire, I think I gotta turn off the notification. So yeah, anyway, that's just a random aside, because they're topical right now, and they're awesome and always should be talked about.
Yep.
Turn off notifications for this incident. So yeah, so that was kind of random. But yeah, what was neat is I remember going in and talking with the woman there and saying, hey, you know, I'd love to get some contacts. She's like, for sure, let's do this. And then I pulled out my paper, and she was like, okay. And she pulls out Rolodex and starts going through things. And she's going through lists of each of the different companies. She's like, oh yeah, I know someone there. Here's the name. No, I don't know anyone there. And when she got to Neversoft, it was neat. She went, she was like, Neversoft, flip. Beth Cowan. Oh, Beth, cool. I like it. Was
yeah, okay.
Time, and she's like, oh, Beth. And she's like, oh, cool, Beth. I like Beth. And that just stuck in my mind. Suddenly it wasn't just a phone number, and it was a person, right? Because I just had this impression, you know, from the other person. So that helped me, even though they were already on the top of my list. I was going to go out and write, you know, applications and introduction letters and for all of them and customize my resume. But I just did Neversoft first. Like I was suddenly inspired to do Neversoft first. So I went home, like back to my apartment, and did that. And I remember I was looking, and that was the other thing, because it wasn't just about, here's the companies I'm interested. It was like super bonus if they happen to have any jobs posted. And that's what I was watching the whole time I was there. And I forget where I was looking, probably just on people's websites, because I don't think games weren't posting on like monster.com and stuff like, and that's all there was at the time. That was more like .com shit. So it must have been on their websites that I was looking specifically. And I saw that they had a position posted for a junior menu programmer. And that was literally what it wrote. And I was just like, oh, that's me. I'm in, because I've like had a career in the internet already, right? Like I'm like, the internet is just menus, and I'm junior. I just came out of school. Like I had no, like that was my whole plan, right? I was like in internet, I'd worked up to like senior lead and principal and things like that. And I knew, like, going into games, I was like, that means nothing. I just want a job, so I'm going to apply for junior. I was like, I don't give a shit. Like, I just went into debt for school. I just need a job. So that's what I was looking at. So I was like, oh my God, this is perfect. And maybe they'll see, right, that I like had a whole career in the internet and this applies, and I just went to school here, and they'll see progress, potential and blah, blah, blah for, advancement, and I'll be able to move out of junior. And that's what happened. So it was cool, it was just sort of like, I just like those two things came together. And so I wrote like the cover letter explaining all that shit, you know what I mean? Customized my resume and sent it off to Beth. And it was great because, I heard back, and I'm trying to think, I don't think I remember there must have been a phone screen, but I don't remember it. Like whatever, it might've just been by email. There might have just been a bit of back and forth by email, like, hi, I'm so-and-so, blah, 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 I'm taking care of, hiring for this role, and got a few questions for you and this and that. And then there was just a group email. Maybe there was a test. I don't know if the test was before. It must have been. So so I don't know the order, but then at some point after that, it's like I said, there must have been some sort of initial screen, but I don't really remember it. But then I was scheduled a phone interview, and I was scared shitless. So that's what I was like. I was like, oh my God, this is so cool. This is an interview. And it was going to be with like kind of the team. It was going to be with, not just one person. It was a phone interview, and it was going to be a few programmers, like the person who was hiring for this role, plus like the lead and, some other person sitting in. And I was in school, and I remember I had to like walk out of class to go out into the parking lot to take the phone call. Like I had a cell phone. It was 2003, but I had to, go do that. And they were half an hour late.
Oh no!
I remember that. And that pissed me off because I was like, I already had to like walk out of class, and it was like Full Sail was hardcore because it was so accelerated. If you missed a certain number of hours, like you could just not get the course, it would count as like you weren't here today. And then if you missed a certain amount of days, it's like you're out, you didn't get the course. So, I was just really sensitive to that, just a bunch of stuff. So that was interesting.
Time is
so
money.
Yeah. But yeah, so it was cool to talk to them. And I was scared shitless, but it was cool. And I remember I couldn't understand Dave Cowling because he had that really hard British accent. And on the phone, like they were talking on a conference call phone, right? Because they're all sitting around at a conference table. And I had to ask him a couple times because at one point he asked me, it was like, if I'm familiar with quaternions, but he pronounced it. I have no idea, but however British people pronounce quaternions. And I had no idea what the fuck he just said. I was like, oh man, do I ask him to say it again? Do I just start talking? So I had to ask again, and then I think I understood. And then I said the stupidest thing ever. You should never do this when someone pronounces something in a way that you don't understand, and then you say it back in what your also, I'm like, oh, quaternions, like as if he's an idiot, I was like, at the moment it came out of my mouth, I was like, oh no, what did I say? But anyway, no one caught, no one took that in the wrong way or anything. But my answer was no, and I still to this day I don't work. I just work with Euler angles. And it seems fine. The world hasn't fallen apart. The universe hasn't ripped open. But yeah, apparently they're useful. That's kind of funny. But yeah, that goes all the way back to my first job. Yeah, it's pretty funny. But I remember I did okay. They asked me some basic things. It was things like, how would you use .product to, understand if something's in front of you or behind you? And then there was like, how do you rotate? There was some deep math, not deep, but like actual vector and matrix math. So I think it was like rotating a matrix, something like that. I forget exactly at this point now. But I was able to regurgitate some of that stuff because we were learning that from scratch. And of course, Neversoft Engine, there was functions, that wrapped that stuff. You were never like writing that yourself. But there's still, to this day, people want to make sure that you know those fundamentals. And like, I get it. And it's probably even more important nowadays with bullshit chat garbage. But so yeah, anyway, I made it through that interview. I remember I had a moment where I thought like, oh, maybe this is okay. Because I'm not like this anymore, but I used to be like, I just didn't give a shit. So like halfway through the interview, they were like, so do you have any questions for us? And I was like, yeah, how am I doing? Because I was just like, this is weird. I'm talking into like a black hole. I just a bunch of voices over there, and I'm standing in a parking lot. And like I just told them, like I didn't like hold it back. I was just like, this is what's going on in my life right now. This is how I feel. What's up? And they like suddenly it broke the ice. Like I could hear a couple of them chuckle. You know what I mean? Suddenly it was just sort of like real. And that was cool. And it's like that really was Neversoft, like people were just real.
For sure.
So that like suddenly we all related, and I felt like, oh wow, I might get a call back. Just the way the conversation continued after that. So I think I got the test after that, or maybe the test was before, but I don't know. But I still remember the test, and it was a good one. Like I like a good game programming or design test, and this one was decent because wasn't any actual code. It was just more about like logic, and not even logic, more just about structure and how you would organize your code and things like that. One question was sort of like, oh, you have to simulate a zoo. What sort of structures and things would you do to contain information and do things. And so it was just sort of that, like what kind of data structures, how would you define all the different animals, how would you categorize them, manage them and do things like that, all in code. And things like that, but not writing the code. And then there was a bunch of other questions that were kind of similar, plus, a few like straightforward, stupid things, like again, like, how do you tell if something's in front or behind you or whatever using dot product. So yeah, I remember I felt pretty good about it, and I handed it in, and then either I got the phone interview or I got the in person. And what was neat, and I was just the other day talking with my partner about this, and it was like, this is crazy. Like I applied for a junior job, and they flew me out for an in-person interview. It's like there's no way that happens in the world anymore, right? Like,
yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, it's like first it's like, who am I? And like, I guess, but they had money at the wazoo. When you really look at it, it's like I was employee number 47, and this was Thug 2, so they'd already like made bank. And it's Activision's money really, but it comes out of the profit and loss at the end of the day. But I don't know. Anyway, it was just sort of funny when you think about it. And it's not like it's that expensive. It was probably like a couple $100 from Orlando to LA or something, right? A return flight in the middle of the day. I don't even think I stayed there. I think I just came and went. That I don't remember. That's funny. I think I was like that. I think they had a car hire from the airport to Neversoft, and then car hire straight back to the airport.
Huh.
Yeah, and I was out that day. It was just in and out. Yeah. And so I remember showing up and sitting in their offices. They were at Winnetka, but it was the second place they were at Winnetka, on the second story of that place. And I was, it was on Ventura, but by Winnetka. And I walked in, and I was sitting, waiting on there was like a couch or whatever outside the main office there. And I had for some reason, I brought with me like a handheld. They would think it was I don't even know what it is anymore. It's the SNK, the little tiny SNK thing, or I don't know. It's not even, what is it? I don't know, whatever. And I was just like, who?
The Neo Geo? I don't know, what's that? Oh, damn, I forgot the name too. Damn.
It looks Game Boy Advance-ish. No, I forget it. Anyway, but it was cool, and I liked playing like Puyo Pop kind of game on it. Anyway, just sort of like calm my nerves. And I remember Joel like poked his head out the door of the office. He just like looks outside kind of thing, and then pokes his head back in. And then I heard inside someone was like, "What are you doing?" He was like, "Well, I just wanted to see who it was," or something like that. And I was like, "Okay." So that's this tone here. And then I don't know if I really honestly remember the interview. I remember like that moment. And then we all went around the corner to the conference table and stood there and talked. Well, sat and talked. And yeah, I must have just been, total fugue state, like just super scared and just, trauma blocked it out of my mind or something. Cause I literally don't remember anything. I remember walking. And I know table and that, but that's it. Yeah.
I can only imagine. Be shaking.
Yeah. I had one other moment like that, and that was Infinity Ward. Holy fuck.
Oh yeah. I can imagine that too. That would be crazy.
That was still
talent.
Even though, like, I always arrived late to the party, so even though I got there, and probably the only reason I got in there was because the studio had just split, like Jason West and Vince Van Pella, the whole like nonsense that happened.
Yeah, W2 days.
Yeah, and then half the studio had stood up and walked out, and so they were hiring. and I got a job. And
Okay.
but the point is, like, they were still doing everything the hardcore old ways that they did stuff. So I remember I sent in my resume. I was at a really shit studio. It was just an in-between job, and they shut down like a week after I started there. It sucked.
Oh.
And the day that they shut down, we were all out to lunch together because we were just at work going, holy fuck, we just all got fired.
Timing sucks.
Yeah, like oh man, that place sucked. Anyway, and it was like over video call too, because the main office was in Boston. So like the main dude is just on a video call and everyone's in a room together. He's basically like, yeah, we're shutting down the LA office. Okay, see you.
Oh man.
I was just like, what? So
Anything to make the scenario worse had happened.
Hey, you're
yeah, just classic. And we're sitting at lunch and a bunch of people, they're like, just talking. I'm on my phone, like boom, 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 boom on LinkedIn, going crazy. Just I see a senior scripter, like senior game designer scripter at IW, and I'm just like, oh, holy fuck! I know a couple people at IW. You know, I'm like, quickly send a note and plus my resume to a friend, two people I know there, and then like. By like within half an hour, he was like, hey, you know, like a bunch of interactions happened with one of them. And he was like, yeah, cool. Yeah, I sent it over to so-and-so. And he was like, yeah, the lead's interested. He's going to send to you. You should book an interview. And he's like, here's his email. So I'd sent him an email. And like, we're not even done lunch. And a couple people turned around and because they were all like commiserating about like, oh, we're out of jobs. And they're like, so what do you think you're going to do now? And I'm like, oh, I got an interview tomorrow, dude. I'm fucking looking for jobs. That's what I'm doing. I don't know what you're doing. But anyway, yeah, so I'm generally pretty voracious that way. But so yeah, I got an interview, but it was the scariest thing ever in my life because again, it's fucking Infinity Ward when it was fucking Infinity Ward. You know what I mean? Even though, you know, everything had just fallen apart and
a huge namesake for sure.
Yeah, and the A team or whatever, you know, had just walked out the door. But everyone had like varying ideas about that. So anyway, but the point is, I remember walking in and one person meets you at the front door and takes you to the design area where everybody is congregated, and then they all walk to. But you can work either way. But point is, all of the designers interview at once. Yeah, like that's how it used to work. When you interview a designer, you don't just interview with like the lead. If you're a level designer, like just the lead, you know, or something like that, or the one other person. You interview with every single designer in the studio at once. And so they do that in the theater. So they had a full-on theater with sloped thing, theater chairs, and a giant stage and a big screen and that kind of thing, like legit. So they would just like put a chair in the middle of the stage and they would all sit, kind of thing in the theater. And you're like, oh, I get it. It's a one-man show. And it's like, that's the interview. And that was like crazy hardcore. And then and it like depended on the size of the team. If and when, at every point, the team was smaller, it might be in a conference room or something like that. But most often, it would be in the theater. And the way it worked is like the interview happens and it's always very pointed. It's always very discussional and it's always very like prodding. So it would be like, strengths and weaknesses kind of thing. It would be like, yo, did you play, the game that just came out? Did you play Modern Warfare 2? Like, yeah, I was playing that, blah, blah, blah. What'd you think were you playing multiplayer, single player? Which mission, appealed to you? Just get someone talking about something and then start digging. So it'd be like, yeah, I like the multiplayer was pretty cool. Oh yeah, well, you were doing this and that. What about this and that and then? Well, what do you think the strengths and weaknesses of, using a shotgun then instead of the SMG? And then you just start going deeper and deeper. And then, well, what about this? And what about that? And what about this? And everybody just like drills and drills and drills. And I love it in the one sense that it's like, it's conversational and it's just real, right? Like you can't fake it. It's not like, oh, I got to go study for this, or I have to make sure I know like my, dot product, or I have to know my data structures and algorithms and all this bullshit. But their fundamental philosophy was like, we're hiring for design sense. You can teach a monkey how to use tools. And that was it. They're just like, we know what design sense is, and we're going to find out if you do, if you have it. Okay. And that was it. Like, that was literally it. And I've never interviewed anywhere like that. And it's really good, but it was like super hardcore. And the way it worked then, it was like, okay, interview's over. And then the, person from the front desk would come to get you. And then they'd walk you, to the front door and you'd leave. And as soon as they take you out the door, everyone turns around and looks at each other and they stick their hand out and put their thumb up or down. And that's it. If everyone has their thumb up, you're hired. And that was it. Like, that's how it worked. Yeah, it was the most hardcore thing like I've ever experienced. And so that's how we continued to hire for the rest of the project. So the company operated still like old school in Infinity Ward the whole time I was there for MW3. And it wasn't until we were moving into the next product that Activision really fully kind of like installed people and started really taking it over. It did happen through MW2,
like
but
Todd Ghost and whatnot.
Ghost, yeah, exactly. And there was there were people there that were obviously like Activision people. The vice president of Activision was sitting in like Jason or whatever's desk, and I just got to know him because I was like, "Whoa, opportunity, sweet!" And it was Steve Ackridge, super good guy. And like I worked, I was like, what a great opportunity to get to know someone, kind of thing. So he had no agenda, or anything like that, whatever. There was another kind of like executive producer who was sort of like a little more pushy into design, especially with multiplayer and things like that. Especially more and more getting in later into the project. But I just tried to stay out of the politics of it all, and I was like, whatever. This studio is about like just make hardcore kick-ass stuff and like make people play it, and if they like it or not, keep moving forward and like don't listen, to nonsense. So that's like I said, we were able to continue to operate for the most part the way they used to, and so we were hired.
Sorry. I wanted to try to like find a good spot to jump into it. So this was after your time at Neversoft, obviously going into IW. This was before IW IW and Neversoft officially merged that you went to IW, or was this a part of it?
No, it was way before. So yeah, I'll jump back. I just jumped ahead, but yeah. Basically, I had left Neversoft. That sucks. Like I never should have left. Period. If you're ever, especially it's one of your first jobs, and it's like awesome, and your things are great, and you're getting, it's a very successful situation, stay. Don't go, I'm successful, I can go anywhere and make this happen again. It's like, yes, you can, but there's only so many times that'll happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a gamble.
My path. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good. I was just saying it is a gamble for sure.
Yeah, and that's life. I'm happy with my path, and I'm happy with the way everything turned out. And I honestly, at the end of the day, have no regrets. But I do look at people who remained at Neversoft who then like just merged in with IW and then became like directors and like whatever's technical. And are just like deep Activision IW people now. And it's like good for them. I'm super happy. I pay attention to everybody, their ongoing careers on LinkedIn. I always have. None of the bullshit posts by all the auto-generated crap that people you have no idea who they are. But, I just follow, people's my colleagues' careers. So because I'm cheering them on, I'm out there, and I'm happy. And it's connections. It's good to know what's happening, so that you have opportunity to help in the future. They have opportunity to help you. So. But yeah, point is, I did leave Neversoft. So I was there, and I'll jump back and forth. I'll jump back, but I'll jump forward real quick. After a whole bunch of, basically, how did it go? Yeah, okay, this is going to be a jumping forward. Oof, so we're going to jump past THPS. Basically,
we'll go back to that one then, but we could jump over for now.
I'll jump all the way to Guitar Hero just real quick. So my experience with Guitar Hero was that I was really working on a different project. We were pitching a different project at the time. There was a small group of people working on a prototype for like Neversoft's next game. Because there wasn't a Gun 2 and we were done with Tony Hawk, and there was only going to be so many Guitar Heroes, right? So that's what was the plan. Unfortunately, that went nowhere, and Activision pulled the plug on that, and it didn't get greenlit. So I had been working on that. What I liked about it that time doing that was obviously prototyping. I absolutely loved prototyping. I was just working in QStrip, going crazy. It was a third-person action adventure powers game. But the problem was, in my mind, it was literally exactly prototype. Remember that game that came out? And I think it was literally exactly prototype. And I was even making abilities directed to make abilities that were literally exactly like the abilities in that game. So, I mean, that was the biggest problem. But whatever. It was still fun to be working on it and make it. So the core concept was it sort of worked like you had different types of ability. So imagine you break it down into like there's a blue orb over there. If you get the blue orb, now when you do this button, it does this thing. And there's a red orb over there. If you collect the red orb, now this button does that and that button does that. And there's combos if you have the red and blue, but you can only carry 2. It's sort of like meant to be sort of puzzle like the way you'd look at a bit combat area in Halo and see like I want to go kill that guy so I can get his weapon, and then I'm going to go get that whole horde, and then you just sort of boom 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 work your way through. but so that was kind of, so which was smart, and that was different than what was going on in prototype. But point is, it was like, this was and it was also like you're on the run, you're secret something, people have imbued powers in you, and you're trying to figure out what happened, and the cops are, and everyone's after you. And I'm like, literally the plot to prototype. But whatever. So that same thing, I think at a glance from the publisher, they were just like, hard no, it's like, we already got this. But the powers and like the combo that I was working on was pretty cool, and I was doing it all in QScript really quickly, and it was a lot of fun. And then I was making fake AI dudes, like fake baddies, who were doing the same powers, and I could be battling them and things like that. And we had multiplayer, so multiple people could do it against the baddies, and it was rad. And then I was working with one other. It was Jeff, level designer, the guy who had started but didn't get to finish. East LA, in Proving Ground. Which I think Andy then kind of took over. I think I know a lot of people have sort of mixed emotions about that one, but it's kind of one of my favorites because it's so abstract compared to a lot of Tony Hawk levels. And I felt that visually it was like cool representation of
I like the verticality. It definitely is one of those levels that make that a key thing. There's not like, there's a lot of Tony Hawk levels that started bringing in the verticality, like once you hit Underground 2 and like American Wasteland, but I feel like there was still a lot more verticality to be explored.
I don't like the trend.
Yeah, and each state wasn't a big square. So what was I talking about? So Jeff was working on, and we had a pretty cool demo level. It was basically like these giant ships. There was these spaceships that were coming in and going to be landing like on the Earth, and they were pretty low. They were only like whatever, a few thousand feet in the air kind of thing, giant things. And you're having a battle like on top of them and jumping around between them and things like that. It was pretty cool. So we were setting up this like kind of epic scenario, and we had these cool powers and all this stuff, but nothing happened. So that got dumped, and then we got moved on to Guitar Hero because that was like in the works. So that whole time, like as soon as we stopped working on Tony Hawk, I was on like support for Guitar Hero because we were shipping like 2 or 3 of those a year. So it seemed like there was always in like bug crunch for that. So anyone who can program would get pulled into bug crunch. So you'd kind of be from bug crunch to bug crunch to bug crunch while working on other stuff. So I was working on the prototype thing, and then when I got moved on to Guitar Hero proper, I was in like, we were exploring, and this was again dumb, it was some Activision thing, some way to turn it into like a music subscription service. And they were thinking in all the wrong ways anyway, and it was dumb anyway, but like in a way they could have made it happen. But anyway, it was just all wrong. So I was like more doing like research and trying to put presentations together for that has nothing to do with games or game design or anything, and I was just miserable. And then I think there was some opportunity to help with animation, and so I jumped on that. So I made a really cool tool for animation to do the performances, basically for what the band was doing. So what they wanted to do was to be able to work like in an editor. Specifically, we're using Sony Vegas, and basically arrange clips. So they would make animations, render out, an animation of a video of it, and then be able to compose them on a timeline in an editor to make a performance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then they were like, okay, then what we need is somehow to be able to add metadata to these. So to have some sort of interface where they could add metadata to each of these things and know, the metadata they want to add, like who the actor is, all a bunch of stuff, what they're wearing, all kinds of things, lights, camera, and then also be able to export it all into some sort of format that the game can consume and then make happen. So I made that happen. And that was pretty cool. Like, I don't even know that I think I've got it on my LinkedIn. But yeah, I don't talk about that often, but that was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Sony Vegas is highly scriptable. So it was really easy to make something where they could add parameters, like whatever parameters they wanted to each clip, to have, whatever meaning. And then me at the end, like to have like an export button to turn it into like just a big data structure, that then in the game I could just traipse through it and read and then set up a performance. So like when the song starts, they all do, they do the actual animations. It's not playing the videos, but you know what I mean? It was just the data, like play this animation, play that animation, move from this position to that position. It's pretty cool. So that was a lot of fun because I always love working with the animators at Neversoft, just because like the game Tony Hawk was, animation,
For sure.
90%.
And I was sitting right next to Zach, and Zach was like the physics. He had taken over the physics and gameplay control. So he was always working directly with the animations and the animators and doing stuff. So I was always like paying attention to what he was up to. And then same with Creative Skater, so I always like to work with the artist, the technical artist, the character artist, because we were going to be like, well, how are we going to amp up, what are we going to add to Creative Skater next year? And I was the guy helping them out with that. So I did Creator Rocker stuff, on also, but there was a bigger team by that point. So there was already a lot of people doing lots of, different components of that stuff. And then some of the couch co-op stuff, basically moving the goal manager over so it could be used for like other kind of game modes. To play. This is all Guitar Hero still. So yeah, anyway, that was my whole Guitar Hero involvement. And like, I just got I hit the point where I was like, how many more of these are we realistically going to make? Where's the studio going? Our last thing didn't get greenlit, and we're just sort of getting pigeonholed into this corner, and we might turn into one of those studios because Activision, like we had already in my core set there, I had seen 2 other studios that Activision had basically shuttered, and they had like just given us half their employees and half to some other team and stuff. So they're used to doing that, and I was like, is Neversoft going to turn into one of those? So I was concerned, so I had started looking. I went off to just like a stupid opportunity. I'll jump through them real quick, then go back to Tony Hawk. But it was like there was some company making a novelty game with a Guitar Hero controller. It was basically like Typing of the Dead. Do you remember Typing of the Dead? Yeah, it was Guitar Hero of the Dead, basically. So it's a bunch of zombies, and they each have some notes over their head, and you gotta like play the notes quick to like make them die, and it's an on rails experience. So it was really dumb, but I was just like, this is kind of fun. Maybe they'll get maybe some novelty viral, who knows? They had the publisher to get it on the Wii U, I think at the time or something. And then halfway through we got, another publisher and, to be able to get it on the Xbox and the PlayStation. Which would have been the 3.
Right? Was it
Sorry? Rock of the Dead. That was it. Yeah. Super bad, super stupid, but funny. And it should be a cult classic because the producer from that was a cool guy. Corey Gust. And he had been, him and the other guy who started that studio had been on the Activision side of like Call of Duty, doing like, just things, coordinating. Actually, the one guy was coordinating talent for cutscenes. And that's why we were able to get who we got for that game. So we had Felicia Day and what's his name? Doogie Howser. Yeah, doing voices, which is lit. And he was just like, who we should get? We should get these people. I can get them. And like, he gets them. And it was really interesting. So people who are nerd fans of them, and they had done some kind of a weird musical together at some point, like around that time. So there's a weird kind of nerd fan base that were into them and like who were, had the opportunity to potentially be interested in the game. Nothing happened with it. I mean, the game was a horrible flop, and the publisher was like scraping the lowest bottom of the barrel as far as like the game industry goes. But it was really good to see that, to go from like Neversoft and Activision and go and see like how bad it is out there, on the other side of the fence. But it was cool. I really enjoyed it. It was a scrappy little studio. Everyone who was there was neat. They're cool. I stayed, connected with them on LinkedIn since. And what was also attractive to me is they had made a firefighter game for the Wii, which was pretty neat because the Wii had that like motion control thing that you have in your hand. Yeah. So it was like a first-person shooter, but you're holding a hose and you're putting out fires. And it's pretty neat. Yeah, kind of cool concept. So one of the last things I was doing there was trying to help them pitch to do like a sequel for that. But we couldn't get anything greenlit. So I didn't see anything happening. And the team, they were starting to already downsize because they were just trying to port now to to PS2 or whatever it was, PlayStation and Xbox, the Rock of the Dead. And so, so I started looking again, and that's how I ended up. I don't know how I went there, but there was nothing, and the industry was in bad shape. But I found some place, and I was just curious. There was a lot of like web-based games starting to explode, and there was some game working on that. Some studio, and they were from Boston. It was more of like a social hangout kind of space. That was also sort of gamey. And like, this was about the time when MapleStory was like this sort of astounding success that everyone was kind of looking at going, how the fuck did that happen while no one was paying attention? You know what I mean? So there was, potential opportunity, to explore that space. And I was curious. And so I went there, and that was a studio that like in a week closed, the boss office was like on they were just like, yeah, we're closing the studio. So, but that was good because that's how I ended up at Infinity Ward. And that's like what kind of, saved, my career as far as games go. I mean, I'm sure I would have done something else or whatever, but I feel I contributed at Infinity Ward. Like, I feel like I was able to like do good things. And we can get back to that. But yeah, sorry. That's how I left Neversoft before Neversoft merged. And then when I was at Infinity Ward, by the time we were finishing Modern Warfare 3, there was already support coming from Neversoft. So Neversoft was already being pulled in various ways, especially network programming, because we had a super strong network programming team. Just engineering, period. Neversoft, So that was the problem with Guitar Hero. We just lost our whole game development team. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's so specialized in this music nonsense. Like, all the designers, they were like, what? Like, no trackers? That doesn't apply to video games. Like, the artists, at least, the character artists and the animators were doing things, but they weren't doing like action adventure things, like stuff that people need nowadays at that time. Like, can you do cover animations where like half of your body's moving and half your body's doing cover, and all like all these complex things, and they're like doing guitars, like this guy's playing guitar, I can animate that. So everyone was losing their skills, as far as the studio goes, but the programming was still, everyone still needed network programming, and that was just normal and still applied like any game. So anyway, that was like the big selling point. So I'm really happy that Neversoft did eventually merge, and it made so much sense, because it was like, here's this other studio that lost so much, here's this spectacular studio, like merge them. And it was like, it seemed like Joel and Scott were ready to retire and move on, but they like made sure everybody was good, and that was just so much them, you know what I mean? So I feel like it was like a real cool kind of thing. So I had no bad bones about any of that, and I didn't leave because they were merging. I just left Infinity Ward because I didn't like how political it was getting with like an act being taken over by Activision. That was like the cusp of it becoming the super monster that it is now, right?
Yeah.
So I was just like, they turned it into 3 studios making it now instead of 2. And it was just like, I was just like, I'm out of here. My mother was passing away, so I had to go and like just kind of go and spend an indefinite amount of time to be with her. That was my choice. And like, I didn't want to be on. I could tell Ghost was going to be a giant shit show from the beginning, like basically, you know what I mean? So like, I'd started on that, and like I was just watching everything turn like to like, I was like, oh, this was so much fun last year, and this is like so much suck now. So it just helped contribute, I was just like, and they were like, you can just take a leave of absence. I was like, goodbye. So, I still feel bad because they called me for no exaggeration 2 years afterwards. They're like, yo, just checking in, how you doing? The team was just thinking about you the other day because we were thinking we need someone. So like, I feel like I'm happy that I try my hardest anywhere I am to like actually, be, good and like provide value and leave like in good circumstances and keep friends and stuff. So anyway,
For sure.
So that's how I ended up there before Neversoft, and then how I left before Neversoft merged. Because it really was not really at the beginning of Ghost. It was like halfway through Ghost. It was a while after. But it was we knew it was happening. I was on my way out the door, and I already knew it was happening, kind of thing.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, with all the stuff that was going on between the IW heads, and then eventually trickled down to like the art department, like various people being disgruntled alongside them. I think it was MW2's DLC life cycle was the one where they started pulling in support from different studios under them, and Neversoft was one of them, if I remember correctly. And then
that would make sense.
Like MW3,
because the main team was working on MW3, so and they had like half a team.
Yeah,
the whole team would have done it, but they only had half a team. So like main team does MW3, and we find support to wrap up DLC.
Yeah, and they just kind of kept. I think they still keep that pattern ever since. Like they just have the supporting studios, all hands on deck with it, which it's unfortunate. But it's it's fortunate for that title at the time, but it's unfortunate for that other team's title taking the hit. But
yeah, the whole business thing. It's like it. I don't know. I'm sure there's like a more sustainable, like happy medium somewhere else that we're way beyond. But at the same time, it's sort of like, at a certain point, you need the resources and you need the attention, to be able to make something big and good. So it's all a double-edged sword always, kind of thing.
Oh,
I kind of like obviously am like, oh my god, Activision and Bobby Kotick and the hyper commercialization and the super crazy corporatization of everything. But at the same time, it's like maybe Activision would have gone out of business a long time ago, and none of these games would have ever existed. So who even knows? So
yeah.
If Nabisco Boy hadn't showed up, you know what I mean? If they had just gone on where they were, kind of thing. So
now they're Xbox, though. They got infinite money.
Honestly, I think the one thing that I always go back to when it comes to like the Neversoft merger with IW, and how you were saying it like makes so much sense, was like the development of Extinction Mode and all these other things that people don't maybe pay attention to, but kind of started around that time. There was Eric Mawada. I talked to him before, and he was talking to me about advanced warfare development and stuff. And like, there's stuff in there that Neversoft brought over that was only in that title and hasn't been back in a COD title since, for whatever reason. But like, pretty game changing things, just like the ability to lean around corners and interact with environments for corners and things like that. Like live swapping of maps, because I think they had that Moab feature or whatever. It was like their nuke for the 30 kills, and it like your whole scene changes to the destructed version of that scene seamlessly, and little things like that were kind of groundbreaking at the time, but not necessarily looked at as such in a way. Like even the sniping, I think sniping was like a huge controversy because the way the scope was changed, but like even then I thought that was pretty decent.
Quick scoping, yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's a whole other topic. But no, I totally what you mean.
Yeah, that was
Neversoft injected cool. That wouldn't have been there in the products that they're involved with. In the the whatever the aspects and the points that they're involved with. On a giant thing like that, it's so hard to make something that sticks. That the next studio that's working on the one that's coming out next year is going to go, oh, we're going to do that work also to add it to ours. You know what I mean? Before it finally, whole studios need to do that before it's just in the the whatever canon code, you know what I mean, that everybody's pulling from, if that makes sense.
Canon code, yeah, I like that.
Kind of. So it's like when I was making. Anyway, we'll get back to that. But yeah, that's where like it was cool to see Cook and Vert make like stick, kind of thing, because it was like there's 3 studios making this thing, and like they were all deep in their own development and stuff. So for them to get excited about it and implement it, and then it was like and now it's been there forever.
I remember first playing that mode, and I was stoked because it just makes sense. It's such a cool game mode. I don't know, the stockpile aspect of it. It reminded me of capture the flag, but not capture the flag. You know what I mean? There's objective, but there's not objective. Like you're still just essentially playing TDM or free for all, but with a little objective on the side.
Totally. There's a huge story there. We should get back to that. That one's like it's a cool one, I think.
Okay.
But I'm trying to think back. Neversoft, like THAW was the one. So THAW, what was the lead SKU? I'm trying to think when we jumped to because it was PS2 for Thug 2, and then THAW was still PS2.
But it did an Xbox 360 port, yeah.
Yeah, so that was a secondary SKU, and then it was.
Project 8 was like the first.
Project, yes, totally. Exactly. Project 8 was the generation leap, which that was always a hard year.
From what I've heard, originally there was plans
to games. I'm saying like the situation of
going from one imagine
to the next in 1 year while you're trying to put out the next product in that year is difficult.
Yeah, the performance shows it.
So I remember hearing that American Wasteland was actually supposed to originally be, at least on paper, in conception, that this was supposed to be the title that got like that Project 8 treatment. But I don't know if it was like lack of development or budget at the time, but I guess...
No, the console wasn't out yet. No, the console generation switch was the next year.
Okay,
because we were studios, so we had dev kits, at the moment everybody did, the moment they made them available, and they had a rollout of when they were going to launch and when were going to be launch titles and not. I don't think we were.
Project 8 was always essentially supposed to be the one that was retooled. It wasn't necessarily supposed to be American Wasteland.
Yeah, I don't remember any. I don't know. Like I don't remember any talk about that.
No worries.
American Wasteland. Yeah, specifically. Yeah. I just remember, so what I remember was kind of neat was, like I joined, it was December, right? So December 2003 is when I joined. It was December 15th. I was employee 47, stoked out of my fucking mind. And yeah, so that's like, I'm trying to think. It would have shipped before, right? Thug would have shipped before, because I was still at school when it shipped. It would have shipped before Thanksgiving, right? To be available.
It was like October.
Yeah.
October or something.
So they were in that phase. The way it generally worked is they shipped, and then you sort of chilled. You're done crunching, and we would get serious after New Year's. When you're on that yearly cycle, you get serious after New Year's. So the time from ship to New Year's is obviously there's a little bit of chill and slack happening here and there. And obviously we got like the 2 weeks at Christmas, which was awesome. And then people would start planning. It's like that's the time you got. You kind of know that you've got until January to make your plans, make your pitches, do your pre-production is basically it. That was the pre-production time. So I was there December 15th, and we were really soon going to go on to on vacation. And so they had already done a lot of pre-production for Thug 2, and but not all of it. So I'm trying to think when really it might have just been still in the what's the new manual, what are the locations, what are the cities, what's the new manual, not so much what's other people were obviously thinking about the story or whatever, but I think there were still like no decisions, whether it's a continuation of the other thing or something brand new or what. But that was just sort of peripheral. And what I was, immediately aware of and like seeing, people talking about was all like more just like what, I don't know, they might have already even done, or maybe not. Maybe they were planning their, because the level designers and artists used to go and do reference trips. So they would, if like we're doing New Orleans and this and that and the other. So a couple people got to go to New Orleans and get a bunch of pictures and stuff. And they meet up, they just connect with skaters and skate shops there who take them on tours of all the skate shop spots and, that and things like that. Right. Yeah, so it's sort of like I never got to do any of that, but that's what they were doing. So like it was. I remember it was still kind of like early stages, and then at some point, you could probably find out, like when the first King of the Road kind of video hit YouTube, or was it, or wherever it had happened. But yeah, everyone became aware of the Thrasher King. Was it Thrasher? I think it was Thrasher King of the Road thing.
Pretty sure it was Thrasher.
Yeah, and that just became the thing. It was like, let's make that. It's perfect. It'll be like Tony Hawk and Bam. Tony was forever like pushing to have Bam be a big, especially for that game, because I think he was sort of peaking at that time. I think he might have been past peaking. Bam in general as a brand, you know what I mean? He was beyond skater at that point, right? He was like his show and all that garbage.
CK White. Take away what's
So yeah, so I think I remember that, and it was just sort of made sense. They were like, yeah, they'd have like dueling teams and this and that. And then I remember the whole like that initial cutscene and stuff, and that was just weird. I don't know who came up with all that. But yeah, and so that was it. Yeah, so it started with that, and then the big thing, I think, somehow because they decided they wanted to do. Because it's like it's all Jackassy and this shit. We're gonna do something with shopping carts. Was there shopping carts in 4 or Thug?
Yeah, there wasn't 4.
One mission in 4.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think there was any shopping carts in Thug, but it came back in American Wasteland.
Sure, yeah. You could ride one or.
There's Bam's mission, sketching it down.
Yeah, in Pro Skater 4, there was that goal where you had to do the switchbacks in Alcatraz, if I remember correctly, and then. The goal in American Wasteland was East LA. You had to stall the shopping cart like down that one tunnel.
So somehow the new manual became vehicles. So that was the thing for that game. Like I think that was the gimmick that I remember being like identified. And again, because I was sitting next to Zach, who's doing player control, so there'd be producers in and stuff like that, and they're like directing, and and he's like off experimenting and stuff. And it was that idea that there'd be kind of like a different manual in every level, or not a different manual, a different like vehicle, right? Because there was the bull, and that's what it was, right? If you look at all of them, there was some kind of go-karty thing, there was some kind of bull, there was some kind of
the hospital.
And so that was the gimmick.
And Jesse James hot rod thing. And...
Yeah, exactly. So that was the new manual. So like I was there like late in the series, but early enough that everyone was still talking like that. Like, so what's the new manual? What's the new manual? Because it was like, that was Tony Hawk, when they added the manual, it was like, whoa. So then it was just every year for them. There was like, so what's the new manual?
Yeah.
And what are the cities and what are the locations? Like that was it. That's how you make a Tony Hawk game.
Right.
But then it got so complicated. But that was neat. So Thug 2, like I was a menu program. I had to make that cursed main menu, man. Oh my God. With the 3D thing that you spin, and it's the 2D.
Yeah,
has the
Wookies.
Yeah. I spent so much time on that. I was like, okay, that's what we're making.
Honestly, it looks great. The main menu version of it is probably the best version of it, because you have the version of it like that's kind of dumbed down and lower polyed and whatnot, not as artistic in like the cutscenes and stuff. But that main menu one has so much detail. It makes sense though, because you're looking at it right on the main menu. But
True. That was fun though. Yeah. So doing that, and then I had the feature that I got was create a graphic. So I remember right up front, it was like, oh, we want to have this thing where you can, because I think in the one before you could put your face, they were like, they wanted to customize the whole like, your skater and all the possible things you could do. And someone came up with that idea of create a graphic, and then you'd be like, yeah, and you could stick it on your shirt and you could stick it on your skateboard, right, and stuff like that. And it was like, I'm a menu programmer, so it was like, okay, you're doing that. So I remember prototyping that and making it. And what's funny is I prototype everything in like just block out, right? Like it's just wireframe. So I use like just black and white, just things. So no one gets distracted by like, ooh, I want cornflower blue, or that kind of thing. It's like, let's just talk about how it functions. And then just let an artist make it pretty. And like it never changed. No one ever went, okay, so now we got to make this pretty. It was my first year there. I was just expecting that to happen naturally. And so I didn't direct it, and I didn't say, yo, an artist has to come in and make this pretty. So it's funny, yeah, creative graphics is just this like super weird menu. I mean, there was a bit. Dana was the 2D artist for menu stuff, and he obviously, made the buttons and stuff look different and things. But it was funny. Like the whole thing didn't get a different look. It was still my super functional kind of, blocky kind of thing. But it was fun to make, and it was kind of like, I remember there wasn't a whole lot of direction. It was just like create a graphic. Maybe we can kind of do something, And so I made the whole layer system and a bunch of shapes and all that stuff. You could scale, rotate, whatever. It was something to do. It was a good introduction to the engine and the scripting system, and it was cool to have a feature that I could point to and say, I did that. Yeah, so I remember doing that, and I remember doing the main menu. And then that's where the rest of stuff that I was doing was just trying to get involved with the designers and help them with any scripting, with some of their systems and some of the scripts and things. So I don't remember many specific things, but there was some level event stuff with the, specifically people in their levels, and then other mission stuff and this and that. And that's why for THAW, I was like, yo, I got this idea kind of thing. And I'm still trying to think if I just moved over to supporting the designers in THAW, or if and then rewrote the system for Project 8 when we did the big change for everything, or if I rewrote it for THAW. And I think I rewrote it twice. Not rewrote, but rewrote it and refactored it. So I think it got called the Goal Manager.
Yeah, G-Man.
Yeah, was it? It went from goal manager to mission manager, right? They were missions and goals, and I forget which order it went. So it might have been G-Man first, and then mission manager.
I think Mission Man was in P8.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
so.
That makes sense. Yeah. So there was a huge overhaul, which I don't even remember what it was or what the purpose of it was, which is bad. That implies that it was unnecessary. But I did a big overhaul of it for Project 8. But the big work was making it for THAW. And I remember, I was in that position, and I use this for job interviews all the time when they talk about, how do you handle stress, or how do you handle, things not working out, or stuff. And I was like, I always bring that up, because I was like, I was under stress because the designers wanted to be prototyping, right? And I'm making the new system, so they can't even work on it yet. So they have to work on the old system, and all their prototypes are going to be basically disposable, because they're going to have to, once we get into production. And a really good prototype should become your base for your thing, and you iterate on it and refactor it. But they weren't able to do that, and I was the linchpin. I was like the one holding it all up. So that was like a lot of stress. I remember, and but we worked it out and made it happen. But I was happy at that point where it finally came together, and I was like, yes, okay, you can make a whole goal and this and that, and it all works. The idea works, and it works. And there was a lot of cool stuff, and people were able to do cool things with it, and people really dug it. And I was at the 30th anniversary of Neversoft recently, and I mean, who the fuck does that, right? Like, that's how cool Neversoft is. So yeah, I was at the 30th anniversary for Neversoft, and everyone's hanging out chatting because everyone's cool. And I remember talking to Alan, one of the Allens, Alan Fries. He's over at 2K nowadays, and he was a really good level designer who came in, who was just really skilled. I forget where he was from before Neversoft, but he was really skilled. And him and Alan Flores were just became co-leads basically, and they really rocked the level design team. And he was good. Alan was good because he could his art was really good. So the artists really loved him because his blockout stuff already looked like something. So the artists knew what to do. Where everyone else, it was like, here you go, it's a city, and they're like, no, it's not. It's a skate park. Yeah, exactly, right.
That's me.
But yeah, so Alan rocked, and he came up with cool stuff. He took, and that was my hope, right? I was like, I want to make the goal manager as modular as possible. I want to just make a bunch of widgets, and that cool, they'll be able to do things that I can't even imagine, with, and cool stuff will happen. And he did lots of really cool stuff, and he came up with the idea, which And this was Project 8, so there was extra support to make this happen. There was several things. That was the big thing in Project 8 was AmPro Sick. So making the entire mission manager support that. And then also those ambient goals that activate automatically.
Oh, yeah,
and that was the chalk challenges, right? The manuals and the grinds. He came up with those.
Those are good.
AmPro Sick might have been my push. I'm not going to claim it or anything. But I super supported it of just having it all active at once instead of picking a difficulty.
Yeah.
I remember really like whoever, I don't know whose idea was it or if it was mine or not, but I remember like heavily supporting that. Like, no, this is awesome. We got to do this. I think it's cool anyway. I just like having total agency. You know what I mean? Like I can just cruise around, do tons of shit, and cool shit happens where I have the ability to activate whatever I want to happen.
Yeah, the less time you're menuing, the more time you're gaming.
Yeah, and it becomes part of the whole flow. Like I thought there was a neat thing with that game. Like that's what we were trying to do. I think that took the whole idea of like the 2-minute and the story game and the Tony 4, like with the sort of almost regional goals and quadrants of maps, and yeah, anyway, I thought it was neat. I think P8 doesn't get enough love. If it was like super awesome performant and like it changed the gameplay style too much, and that was a lot of like executive production coming from Activision who wanted to being influenced by Skate. And it was just like, it doesn't need to be all cinematic. People like it because it's arcade. If it was more THAW feel, like it was a cool game. It had neat stuff. Anyway, that's my, in defense of Project 8.
I'm a huge fan of P8.
Well, in the core,
Cool.
it's just slightly slower and heavier, but in the core, it's the same.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So I think and that was neat that exactly that happened. There was cool evolutions that like the goal manager, like it worked. People did cool stuff with it. It really enabled them. We could like expand the team and have scripters and builders and do a bunch of stuff. We were able to make, like it or not, we were able to make like the pro challenges extra crazy and just all these extra things like extra over the top. And that's what kind of enabled and then like taking it to the next level with the AmPro Sick, and then like getting the whole progression system in Proving Ground, which was the whole like you have 3 paths.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
And that was huge. I wish I could say I had a part of the progression system itself, the core of it, but I didn't. That was Stuart. And he came up with that awesome system. It was like this atomic system sort of thing where you could create something that has a dependency, and then you could sort of like very easily sort of organize how a sequence of events could happen and different things could unlock other things.
Oh, yeah.
So that's how they were able to set up everything. Like, do this amount of stuff, but it unlocks these levels or unlocks these goals or unlocks this other stuff, and then like it all adds up. So yeah. And so like I think like it's and the gameplay had to change, right? Because otherwise people would have been like sick of it, and I think that was part of, I don't know who was pushing for it, but there was that jump in gameplay from 1, 2 to 3 and 4, and then like the changes, in Thug 2 and THAW. And then like huge changes to the general feel and control for Project 8 and Proving Ground, where they're probably more close together than separate from the other games. If that makes sense. But still, it's neat. I wonder what would have happened if like this core feel, like Tony Hawk 4 feel, would have stuck all the way through Project 8. If they would have like skipped like exploring any of the cinematic bullshit. But I don't know. I don't care either way. I like both, and I feel like it wouldn't have changed anything really. A series is going to run its course anyway, kind of thing. But yeah, so that's, I think, like really like THAW, like I said, was like I was really happy with the Proving Ground stuff that I did. Or not the mission manager. I'm sorry, it wasn't my fault that the tutorial, the whole way the tutorial thing, like there's a lot of choices there that like I can't stand. And I think everyone agrees. And did you guys must have found a way to get rid of that, so you could play through story mode but have like still play through story mode but have everything unlocked.
We just didn't disable it for sake of keeping it, working the same way. But it's just like we have like on our DLL, it's like we hook the ability to enable all that stuff, and we can just set it off on directly. We could like
which
set it
was neat. We chatted about that a little. Like that did create a neat sort of toy to play with in terms of modding.
Yeah, it allowed to disable things, enable things that are like internal, and we don't need to worry about like, if you take it out the QB, then it just goes through an exception, doesn't exist, and you're stuck in this weird state.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, it was already, like those problems are already solved.
Yeah.
Fuck, that was the thing, man. Working on it, that was the other thing. Like, it's really hard to work on especially a yearly franchise, when executive production and publishers start taking over, because they want to do everything and anything each year, and that's not sustainable because it's like if you add all this shit to the game, you have to maintain all that shit, for next game, or you have to do work to take it out, which never happens. No one has time for that. And so you're just creating a less and less sustainable thing every year. That's just getting more and more bloat, and
It's patch.
Whereas if there was more of you're designing and developing with a mind for sustainability, for a long-term goal of where this franchise is going, where the tech is going, where the design's going, right? That's an entirely different thing. That's being created by designers and game developers, not publishers, right? And so publishers just come in and say, add these millions of features. I don't give a shit, And so and that's where I think it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. As to what's more sustainable, who's to say which would run its course faster or slower? But every company has a different way, and Activision generally is just, milk the crap out of it. Who cares when it breaks, it breaks. We just move on and milk the next thing.
Yeah,
and it makes money, so you can't, I don't know, who's right. But Band Hero or whatever it was, the other people, that's
Rock
lasted
Band.
longer. I mean, Rock Band, that was a more sustainable model from the beginning. It's a platform.
Yeah, it lasts longer, but they're in. I don't know if they're doing great right now. They worked on the Fortnite music festival thing.
They've been bought, so they are. Harmonix is Epic Festival.
Oh yeah. They bought them out.
Yeah. So so they're their own thing. So Fortnite right now is Fortnite.
Now I'll give them credit though. It's not as bad as Guitar Hero Live. That was an interesting game. You said that they were trying to do the subscription thing. Well, they ended up doing it later. And
who did that? I didn't pay attention to that.
I don't know. I forgot the name of the studio. Goliath? It was like this. I don't know if they worked on other games, but it was basically like a Robomoto situation. They hadn't worked in the series before. They're
freestyle games.
Yeah, freestyle games. There's make new Guitar Hero game. But here, buddy, you put some subscriptions on it. We're gonna make some money, and it flopped. It just flopped.
It's Sorry, I gotta open this window for my dog.
Yeah, they had.
Yeah, it's a money thing with music because you end up you have to pay the royalties to the artist, and the bigger it gets, the more you have to pay them, and then it just suddenly becomes not worth the money for the developers, and that's where they've all ended up.
Yeah,
but somehow Epic is doing it right with their concerts because they're selling skins, and the music people are obviously getting lots of money also, and everybody's happy. But that's a weird ass situation. It's interesting. That's crazy. I probably can't talk about it because of NDAs and stuff. But I did recently work on a musical experience for Epic, and it's a giant machine. I have a lot of respect for it. It's amazing that they're able to operate. It's so enormous. It's crazy how big it is, and they're just plowing right along. If you think Call of Duty's big, right? Fortnite's stupendously large. I know.
But when is Unreal Tournament 5 coming out?
Oh, hey, the real question.
Fortnite Festival kind of revived the rhythm games because now Red Octane is revived.
Yeah, but Endeavor
all
Group
sorts of
is
things happening there. There's a thing that was announced with a lot of the Guitar Hero content creators.
Yeah, they hired the Yark guys, and Akai is a consultant, right?
Yeah.
The only thing that worries me is that it's Endeavor Group, so. Easy.
Right. Embracer.
Embracer, yeah. Endeavor's
the studio head is Simon Ebger, who was a producer at Neversoft during THAW and Proving Ground, and Project 8 and Proving Ground. I think he had come from Activision. I think him and Bright knew each other from Florida or something, and they had worked together at Activision. I don't know. I just seem to remember. But I just noticed his name, and I was like, oh, that's cool. He's the studio head for that new Red Octane games. And John Dobby, who was a level artist at Neversoft, and then he had left long before me and gone to Infinity Ward. Yeah, he was an Infinity Ward environment artist long before. He was the person who I had sent my resume to, and I was like, yo, I see a senior game designer position. He was like, I'll pass it along to Mike Denny. So yeah, in any case, it's got some Neversoft people, which is kind of cool. So anyway, I wish him the best. I think it's neat. And I agree. It's that sort of thing. It's interest in that has to come around again because it's fun. They just have to find a way to, make it work financially for everyone.
Yeah.
Which ultimately is probably, unfortunately, I see they had a big push to we're going to use AI and be cheap. It's that's not going to work.
I'm still talking about plastic. plastic buttons, but now with AI.
Yeah.
So it's modern. Future.
That was crazy though. I remember we had during the big, like the boom era of the peak of Guitar Hero, someone had the stats. Joel showed the stats of how many containers full of plastic guitars were on ships coming from China. It was ridiculous.
Oh man, I'm sure.
Double the population of China of guitars, man.
But yeah,
Production on those were no joke.
Yeah. What was neat though was that so for the skate games, it was rad. We had pro skaters like walking around the office every now and then, right? Because they'd be coming in to get their scans, you know, or like talk about their special tricks or whatever it is, sign their contracts. So, you know, periodically there'd be skaters and be really cool because we'd have the table where you could throw stuff to get it signed, which was awesome. And then if Tony came in, the table would be like stacked high. It was really funny. So, and people would throw anything there. Like I remember one in Environment Artist had like a Roomba. So there was a Roomba signed by Tony Hawk.
Random.
Just like throw anything on the table and he'd sign it. They're all good sports about it. I don't know when that started. You have to ask Ralph. I'm sure it was like, right? Like it had to be like someone got mobbed at one point and they're like, okay, we got to organize this instead. You know, when people are going to come, we got to tell people a couple days in advance and tell them to put the thing on the table. And then we can politely ask the pro if they don't mind signing it or something. Whenever there's a process, right? It's because there wasn't a process before.
Yeah.
You know? Right. And something happened. So I always like try to imagine like, how did this come about? So yeah, I thought that was like super cool. That was always a fun thing there. And it was cool to see, you know, the skaters and to get to talk to them because we'd talk about their pro challenges because I was in like the group doing the missions and the challenges. So that was fun. That was neat to talk to people about like the type of challenges that they like do or how they went about. So I remember talking to Dustin Dolan about like just like you roll up to a spot, what's your frame of thought? What's your, you know, how are you planning to, you know, what are you doing? You know, kind of thing. I was always curious, like, do you warm up? And like he was just, you know, had stuff to say. So I was like, just neat because it was things we could try to incorporate into missions and things and just goal ped VO and things like that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, a lot of
and so that was neat. You know, that was really cool. And then what was neat with Guitar Hero was like now there's legitimate rock stars walking around the office. You know, and it's like, whoa, pro skaters are like one level of celebrity, but like rock stars are like it's kind of a whole other level.
And
it's like
Ozzy Osbourne in the office. Oh shit.
Yeah, so I wasn't directly interacting with them because I wasn't doing like for the most part it would have been, you know, the mocap people were always directly interacting with people, and then obviously contracts and things like that, and then there would be art, you know, I'm sure they'd be reviewing, but it would be more probably like Chris Ward, right, the art director, like, you know, passing stuff to like the artists, you know, people who manage their brand, you know, kind of thing. There's lots of like middlemen and all that, but point is they were around, you know, so and that was interesting. So and we'd get word, you know, and things like that. And there'd be like star wagons, you know, like from movies, you know, like those trailers that were like the movie stars parked out in our lot, you know, kind of thing for the rock stars, which was pretty cool. Because again, like for Aerosmith, it was like they were there and they in the mocap studio and they were like filming all their songs. And same for Van Halen, it was like they were there doing all their stuff. So that's like pretty crazy, you know, when you think about it. It's like we were having full
not much information.
I'm at work and there's like a full blown like concert performance happening in the room next door. So that's pretty neat. And then like what was I literally bumped into where was it? Give me a second here. It was give me Hetfield. I can't remember his last name here. James Hetfield. So I'm like going to the bathroom, get up from my desk, walk over to the bathroom, boom, open the door. It's like a double door kind of thing, you know. Boom, open the door, bang, like bump, boom, chest first into James Hetfield. He's just right in front of me, and he's wearing head to toe spandex with the little balls on it because he had just like he was
the mocap.
And I'm like, yeah, and I'm like, yo, chest bump, bro, you know, kind of thing. The whole accident, I was just like, boom, right into this guy. I like step back, you know, and I'm like, whoa, sorry about that. And then I realize who the fuck it is, and I'm like, whoa, my god, what? So that was interesting, totally random. And then I don't know, I probably told you the Ozzy story before, but I think that's just the coolest thing that's ever like happened to me, maybe in my life, maybe. But yeah, so like Ozzy was in the office doing mocap, obviously, and suddenly like we're working, and suddenly it was on the intercom. I don't even think it was an email. I think it was on the intercom, and it was like, "Yo, we're doing mocap with Ozzy in the back, but he really wants an audience. He can't get into it. If anyone wants to come help, just please, you know, come run back to the thing." And it was just like, boom, it was just this table flipping moment where people are just like, boom, pushing their chairs back, pushing their keyboard and mouse out of their way, getting up and literally running down the hallway. There's this charge of people running down the hallways towards the mocap stage. It was so awesome. Like, we break in there and there's like Ozzy, you know, standing right there in the mocap stuff, right at the front of the mocap stage of the table with all the gear and everything. And like, who was it? It was probably like Christina and Jeff Swenty and that who were managing all that stuff at the time. And then, yeah, they were just arranging. They were just like, okay, yeah, we need an audience. You can be over here. We can keep the control stuff here. We just need everybody to stand over here and just be an audience kind of thing. And he's got his mic and that. So it was literally like not even 6 feet away from Ozzy Osbourne.
A day of work was a concert at Ozzy's.
Yeah, exactly. And it would have been Crazy Train, right? It must have been Crazy Train. That's what was in the game. And yeah, so he did it. He did a couple takes just to get a couple of stuff. But for the most part, it was straight up. And it was fun because it was like we were all like, it was just like get him hyped. So you're just literally staring into Ozzy Osbourne's eyes, like his eyeballs 6 feet in front of you, and screaming and giving him horns, and like it was so cool. And then we were like turning around and looking at each other and screaming at each other like little 16-year-old girls, you know what I mean? Going, oh my god, Ozzy's right there.
Oh, yeah.
And then going back to staring at and then jumping up and down and slam dancing and things like that. It was ridiculous, but it was just really cool. It was like one moment I'm programming at my desk, and then like next moment I'm like slam dancing 6 feet, you know, in front of Ozzy. So that was like, you know, a bonus of working on Guitar Hero, I would say, pretty much. So that was cool. I'll take it, you know. So that was neat. I think like it was sort of emblematic of like, you know, Neversoft, because Neversoft was such a rock star kind of place, you know. Even like when I first arrived there were just these like epic stories of their crazy partying and things like that. So,
yeah,
it just
Oh, no, you go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to throw it out there. The first star to step in that building, Stan Lee. Just had to throw it out there. It goes way back to Stan Lee, and then some.
He was there he would have been first Spider-Man.
Yep. There's pictures I have around the hard drive here, of like old school Joel with full mullet with Stan Lee, and a young Chad with Stan Lee, and I'm not sure what exactly he was doing at the office, but I'm sure it was probably just to get a feel of the product. And there was VO too, yeah.
He did
that would make sense. Yeah. Did he have a cameo?
No, he did the intro where you begin the game and he says, what was his lines? Welcome, true believer, newcomers like Spider-Man, co-creator Stanley, and then he introduces the entire game.
Very cool. Yeah. This makes sense. Yeah, and yeah, that would make sense. That would probably be the moment. Yeah, the reason he was there, or yeah, there could have been like one more time or something like that. Just check in on stuff. But that's too cool. I got to where was it? E3 one year. Activision was making. It was like a Diablo view kind of, you know, that top 3/4 kind of view action adventure kind of game with the Marvel superheroes. I forget what it was called. But so it was at E3, and I was at E3 for a couple days, and I walked by the Activision booth, and there was a table, and Stan Lee was there, and there was a big line of people, and he was there, you know, to promote the game. He's signing, like, you know, there was little, you know, card flyers for the game, and he'd sign it. And I saw a sign that said he would be back the next day, you know, between certain times. So I was like, oh, cool. Because I'm a comic book guy, Spider-Man. Since I was 6, I collected Spider-Man. I had a full run up to about 550. And I had, in the course of my lifetime, found Amazing Fantasy 15, which was Spider-Man's first appearance in a comic book. And I found a copy of Amazing Spider-Man #1. So I had a full run, including like the hard ones. I had like the drug issues, whatever it was, 96, 97, and 98, that dealt with like drugs that didn't get the stamp, the approval of the comic book code, that were really rare also. I had all that. Through the nonsense and the idiocy and all the marketing nonsense that they did, and I eventually gave up, you know, because I just got sick of like the way they were like fleecing people. Let's put out the same comic with 10 covers, you know, and pretend it's collectible. So I was stoked when I saw him, and I immediately got the idea. I was like, oh, cool. I'm coming back tomorrow, and I'm going to bring my Amazing Fantasy 15 and my Amazing Spider-Man #1, and I'm going to get in line like a half an hour before it starts and be the first person there and get him to sign it. So I did that. So that was pretty cool. That's the closest I've ever got to Stanley, and he gave me the hug. He like reached around. I was like, holy fuck, it's happening. So he's got his arm around me. I've got my arm around him. And the 2 comics are sitting on a table in front of us with the marker, and I got a picture of that. So I was like, that's kind of cool. I've since gotten rid of all my comics, but I kept those 2. That's my Spider-Man thing. I was so stoked when I got to the office, and there was this giant Spider-Man statue. It was like from E3 or something, and it was in the office. It was really
that's
cool.
awesome.
I forget who took it. Someone has it sitting at home. With
Tommy
them right now as
Tellerico.
we speak. No, it's not Tommy.
Not Tommy?
It was a softer.
It made it all the way to the final office, to the barn, or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, so no, it wasn't Tommy.
One of the employees
Someone
got
tried
it, and they have it posted up on their like front porch. I forget who it was.
Cool. I gotta find out. That's cool. I'm happy. Yeah, I barged the party at the end, their last day at the office, at the old office kind of thing, when it was like the end of Neversoft, I guess, and then they were going to start going to the new Infinity Ward office and be Infinity Ward. That was fun. They like burned the effigy of the eyeball, and
Oh, yeah,
it was cool to hang out. And there's a bunch of people who barged it, who didn't work there anymore, who showed up. I mean, that was the point, but yeah, it was cool.
Can I ask about like Guitar Hero Van Halen? Because you mentioned Guitar Hero Van Halen, but I don't think there's a lot of information.
Mocap happened at Infinity War. I mean, it happened at Neversoft. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Because there's like a lot of information on the development of the game. Oddly, because it's Van Halen it's a big band, but there's not a lot of info on the development side of things.
Yeah, it's like I feel like they made a big deal about the Aerosmith one, because the Aerosmith one was the first dedicated band one. So I think they even made a couple like interview talking heads, kind of like behind the scenes, kind of fake behind the scenes videos that they put out as promotional pieces. And then they kind of stopped that after. And they might have done some of that for Metallica. But I think by the time they got to Van Halen, they were just pumping it out and not even doing, the marketing was pretty minimal, I guess, maybe. So that could be why. And it was a different, like I said, it was a different studio. I forget who it was, but a different studio made that one. And then we were obviously doing the support, and all the mocap happened, in-house. So they were at our place. I'm trying to think what other ones there were like that. Because we for sure did Aerosmith. We did Metallica. What other specific bands were there other than Van Halen? Was Van Halen it? That was it after that? I don't even know.
Let me see.
Well, from the logos we have Wraith on. I can count 2.
But yeah, we did 3. We did 4, which was World Tour. And then it was Van Halen, Metallica, Band Hero or something, and then 6 or something. I think I left at 6, or for me it was called 5 or something. I left at the end.
Yeah,
Warriors of Rock.
There was 6, which was Warriors of Rock. Yeah, there was only Aerosmith, Metallica, and Van Halen as the specific games. I know Rock Band had like Green Day and Beatles, but of course Beatles weren't really in there with them.
Beatles, and we didn't get it, and Harmonix got it. I guess I said that. Everyone would have been pitching it. There was an RFP, a request for proposal, that went out for that game, and we pitched hard. I wasn't involved in the pitch though.
Yeah, the Cock Band guys got it.
Yeah.
Dude, Rock Band was good though. I know it. I know.
I mean, it's Guitar Hero. It's Guitar Hero.
Well, it's still Harmonix, the people that initially made Guitar Hero.
So it's Guitar Hero, but with a different name.
What a weird saga. You know that whole story, right? It all happened just because, Activision's smart. That's Activision, right? They didn't buy the IP. Well, they did. They just bought the IP kind of thing. It was like, because that game was Red Octane. Red Octane made Dance Pad mats, and that whole Dance Dance Revolution thing was ending. And so they were coming up with new ideas, and they came up with the idea for the rock thing, but they needed to get it made. And Harmonix is like, makes incredible games. I still think Frequency and Harmony and Amplitude are like some of the best games. And yeah, so they like essentially contracted them to make Guitar Hero. So that was interesting. Like when 1, when 2, like were big, and Activision, being Activision is like, ooh, there's something big happening, let's buy it. They went straight to the source. They went straight to Rock Band or Red Octane. Like, oh, these are people who own the IP for the the whole product, and they make the hardware, so we'll buy them. But then it's so classic, right? It's so corporate, right? It just it throws away any of the actual magic that comes from the team that made the thing. It's like, oh, the people behind it don't matter. It's just the IP. It's so corporate. That was nasty. I think we did an amazing job because we were super fans. Like, we used to have those crazy all-night parties where we'd play the game projected on a wall all night long in the mocap room. And things like that, so it was like it translated well because everyone was a big music fan at the studio, and Tony Hawk games were just known for music, like it was just a music culture. So it worked despite the fact that like we had to do it totally with no support or help or contact from, Harmonix. But yeah, in the end, I mean, it was all cool, but it is weird. What a total, like, it's a perfect, example of the hyper corporatization of video games. That, moment right there for sure.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. Yeah, it's neat. Anyway, I got to work. Anyway, do I get to talk about it? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's still, but whatever. Like, I was doing a music thing, recently for Epic at a place that was doing it on contract, and so it was with that team ultimately. So I was like, neat. I sort of, by remote, kind of, I've been in Zoom meetings with Alex Rigopoulos, and I was fanning out hard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm just a game fan. That never goes away. I still speechless when I run into some of these people in the industry completely. Cool.
Yeah. Everything went full circle for you though, like in terms of like that situation, Harmonix and IW and everything just kind of trickled back to it all made sense.
Yeah, it's a small industry, and at the end of the day, there's only so many like sort of families of studios. There's the Activision studio, at least, period, especially in LA. There's the Activision studios, the the EA studios, and the Sony studios, and they're all sort of operate differently. They all kind of have a different sort of vibe about them, but within it all, they all sort of like have their own sort of style. So I have worked, exactly, for Activision, a bunch of Activision studios and EA studio, and no Sony studios ever though. And that would, that was always the dream from the beginning, like they were the ones, like I said, I was just always held Naughty Dog and Insomniac and Sucker Punch. And so I was really happy to see like where they all went, right? Sorry, it's total aside here, but like Sucker Punch, right? They went the direction they ended up going, like the stuff that they put out is so cool. And it's like, it's super modern. It's not like, but it's really in its roots. It's taking all the cool stuff that they had, like the gameplay at its core roots is the cool stuff they've always done. All the way back to Sly Cooper, basically. But so anyway, I just think
Ghost of Tsushima, that game was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Infamous was amazing, dude. I really liked Infamous Second Son. It's one of my favorite games.
Nice.
Which they did their third one, but fourth one. It would be a fourth one for sure. Yeah, but yeah. Hope they whatever they do next. I haven't kept up with it. It's great, and I know it's gonna be great. They always do great.
Yeah. And I feel like that with Naughty Dog. Like I was so over zombies, so for me, I never got into Last of Us. I played it some. I thought there was some really cool gameplay there, but it's just boring for me when the theme is uninteresting to me, and I'm not, I just don't want to be there. I don't want to spend time in that world. So I feel like I lost touch with them. I watched some playthroughs. I watched like some people, not analyzing, but just giving quick spoilers of the story or what's cool about it and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I never really got a chance to enjoy Last of Us just because I wasn't interested in the theme. And so, but I really liked, because it was neat. Like, again, I always pay attention to like game development across the whole industry, and moving to PlayStation 3, Sony put out like a mandate to their internal studios, and they're like, we're going to age with our audience. We're not going to continue. Right. So you saw it. So we had Jak and Daxter, we had, the Ratchet and Clank, and we had Sly Cooper, and then right, instead of Jak and Daxter, we had what's his name, forget what it's even called, Uncharted, right? So they went from Jak and Daxter to Uncharted, and it was this big leap. But it's action adventure. It's just a third-person character running around, whacking things and doing stuff and fighting. But they had like this new, cool thing, and they went so cinematic. They just did it right, right? I felt like they did that leap so good, and they just nailed themselves so good. Because I feel, and I think a lot of people feel, like Jak and Daxter was rad, but Ratchet and Clank was way cooler. And what's funny is that Ratchet and Clank was made on Jak and Daxter's engine, like they gave it to them. That's how awesome Naughty Dog is. Like, they're the game tech company. I love them so much. I have so much respect for them. You have no idea. So that was really neat, and I felt that they made the leap to place it. Like, I was so happy. I was like, look at that. That is so cool. Like, again, they're taking everything they've ever done. They've jumped into this modern kind of look and everything. It's so cool and done in a cool, fun way. And then I wasn't so happy, for Insomniac. I felt they didn't miss the mark, as people say, with that shooter. They had that alien shooter. So they went from Jack and Daxter to, on the PlayStation 3, it was that shooter. I don't even remember what it was called. It was kind of forgettable, but it wasn't great, and it didn't do good. They might have even made a sequel. And then they sort of floundered a bit, right? Because they sort of made that weird, I thought it was neat, but that weird kind of like neon tacky world action adventure game where you can grind and run.
Oh yeah, Sunset Overdrive, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So
took a lot of THPS things.
Right? Like, that's from the people who made Ratchet and Clank. But that other weird alien shooter that they had between that had distanced themselves from their core identity, right? And so they were in this weird space, and I felt kind of sorry for them. And then Spider-Man happened, right? And then it was just, I was like, oh, great, cool, perfect. And then they got Buffy Sony, so I was just like, it was just so happy to see that story arc of like Insomniac as a studio, and just really continue with like, no, here's our place, because it felt like they lost their place during that era with that. I don't even remember what that shooter was called.
I don't even know. I don't know.
Yeah, it was a first-person shooter. It was like alien invasion kind of thing. It just wasn't good. I think they were trying for Call of Duty, like to try to clone Call of Duty, but do it as an alien invasion or something like that. It just wasn't them. They weren't a first-person shooter company. Come on, they're third-person action adventure.
Yeah.
So I felt Spider-Man was just like, boom, they're just in their own, and that's like, I'm so happy for them. So, and then same thing, like I said, with everything all the directions that Sucker Punch went, how they went from Sly Cooper to, still forget the name, but it was that like sort of anti-superhero. It was like
Infamous.
Prototype, but
Infamous, yeah.
Infamous, yeah. I felt it was better than Prototype, really. It was like similar. They came out at the same time, but it was better and cooler because you could grind, electric rails, sort of power lines. Yeah, so I don't know why I started talking about that, but yeah, I was just like super happy for those studios and everything they've made. Want to talk about Kill Confirmed? I'm probably getting tired of hearing me too.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, there's Kill Confirmed. I mean, that's not. You also did a couple other ones too, if I remember correctly, like Dropzone and.
Sure. Yeah. Do you have any questions? I could talk about Infinity Ward in general.
So
it was cool.
when you.
It was totally go on. Sorry.
You're good, bud. When you went there, I guess there was already some familiar faces by the time you got your foot in the door. Then, like Dana, I think was already there and whatnot, or.
Nope.
No. Okay.
No.
So this was.
So John Dobby was there. So the first person to go there was an environment artist. Oh God, I feel bad when I forget people's names. I'd have to open LinkedIn. I'm gonna open Tatsu. I'm pretty sure I remember was the first person to go over. He was an environment artist, and he went early. And then there was suddenly like a rule. It was like, sorry, you can't jump Activision Studios. And that was weird. Like, it just came out of nowhere. But then John Dobby, I know, was over there, and he'd been there for a while. And he might have left and then gone somewhere else and then ended up at Infinity Ward. I'm not sure if I remember exactly how his situation worked. But so I knew two people there, and that was it, I want to say. The studio had just split, literally. Yeah, the whole blow up had happened, and they'd fired Jason West and Vince, and then like half the studio had walked out the door. Like, that had all literally just happened. People were super sore. You can watch this, a really good YouTube video. I'm so glad someone's doing it finally about that whole situation.
Oh wow!
Oh, it's good. If I find it, you should be able to find it. But anyway, it should be pretty popular right now. It was big.
Yeah, I'll have to find that.
Yeah, it was all about the like. I forget what it was called, the title, but it was literally that. It's like how Activision screwed Infinity Ward or something. That's like really like abrasive kind of like clickbait.
Yeah,
but anyway, it's good. It's well done, and it's just that whole story that like everybody knew at the time, but I feel like no one knows or remembers now. So I'm like, oh, that's great, because there's a whole generation of people who like would love to like. It's a juicy story.
It's crazy because people that were there like playing that game watched it unfold in front of their eyes too, with like the life cycle of that game. And if you were a fan of that game, there was no ignoring what was going on.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that was very interesting. So, and what was neat there is I knew some people at Infinity Ward who then went to, who walked and went to a Respawn. Particularly someone who I knew all the way back from, Full Sail. When I was at Full Sail, there was a group Full Sail there was a new class of people every month, going through the program. So there were people who were like just one class ahead of me, who were the 1 month ahead of me kind of people. And I was going to every one of their presentations, because there wasn't just final presentation. There was a couple other smaller games that you made along the way in different classes, and you would present. So I would go and like watch them all to check out everybody and just see everyone. Just I don't know, just figure out who's there, see who the keeners are, look at who's going to be my future competition, I guess. And I quickly spotted these two people who were like really good and super keen. And one of them was Mo. And Mo is like the first name that you see on the intro credit scroll in Modern Warfare 2. It's Muhammad Ali because his last name starts with an A. And Mo is the reason that, like, for sure, you know, that the airport thing happened. No Russian, you know, like he's like total, like he'll just go there. Like, and I noticed that at Full Sail. It was just like he did not care. And I remember him arguing, and it was even getting a little heated, arguing with one of the profs or teachers there about they were trying to get him to change his email because his email was badmofo@yahoo.com or something like this. And they were like, "You can't do that. That's unprofessional." He's like, "Everyone in the modding community knows me as this. This is my identity. I'm not changing." Blah blah blah. He's just like fucking hardcore. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's so like based, I guess you'd call him. You know. And I was just like, this dude rocks. And so I was paying attention to him, and there was another dude, Brian. I think it was Brian Gilman, maybe, who was just really good programmer kind of thing. And their project was cool. And then they also, together with a couple other people, did their final project, and it was cool. And they made all the right decisions. Also, it was a vehicular thing and like all this stuff. So anyway, it was fun to check them out and stuff and follow. And then so I paid attention to them because we all immediately went to LA and got jobs and went to LA. And they both went to Infinity Ward. I went to Neversoft and they went to Infinity Ward. And Infinity Ward, as soon as we started doing mocap, they started coming over to our place to do mocap. So I would see every now and then Mo and Brian come over separately to do mocap. So I was keeping up with them. So they were the only people that I knew there. And Brian had left long before the whole studio split happened and all that. And Mo had split with the people. So yeah, I didn't know anyone from like back, you know, core IW people or anymore, you know, when I arrived kind of thing. It was just that two environment artists that I knew from Neversoft. That was it. So it was tricky. It was a weird situation to come into because it's a super hardcore team. They're really like, you know, hardcore, no other word to describe it. But who was left over were the slightly less type A kind of people. And it's not that it's team B, but it wasn't necessarily the people who are going to be like the loudest voice in the room wins or, you know, that. And I'm not claiming everyone else was, but you know what I mean? It was like, right. It wasn't, you're coming into a pretty hardcore environment. It's after a pretty like traumatic kind of situation, but it's not the really kind of aggressive people. So, you know, there was that at least, I guess. But it was interesting to adapt to the thing there. And they were trying their hardest to hold the line to keep things work the way it used to. And the way it used to work there was design runs the show. And it shouldn't be about ego. It should be about the design runs the show. Like, this is how things work. Like, if you're making a bridge that has to span, you know, like from one place to another and it's in a major city, like, you're not going to get hairdressers to make it. You're going to get architects and engineers. And there's going to be a process. There's going to be an order process that it gets done. And you're not going to do the window dressing first. You know, so I feel video games have very much flipped, you know, to where, like, we're doing window dressing and that kind of stuff first. And then like gameplay is this thing that's thrown in later or assumed to be just copied from somewhere else or whatever, you know, and that's why we have this giant corporate sort of shitscape, you know, out there. But anyway, kick my soapbox away. So point is, what was neat there was that, you know, like the two things that made that studio work and the reason that game was so good was going back to just like Neversoft, small group of creative people that are super enabled. Everyone collaborates, but collaboration means you bring your piece to the pie. It doesn't mean you're sticking your fingers in someone else's pie, right? It's like, I'm an animator. I'm making animations. You got this cool gameplay system going. That's sweet. Let's collaborate. I'm going to add some cool animations to it. It's not, I'm going to redesign your animation system, you know, or your gameplay system, right? So everyone's in their lane collaborating at the highest level possible and no one's stepping on each other's toes. And like, that's how things happen. You know what I mean? And everything works with an appropriate process where you like begin with a design thesis and you experiment, extrapolate, and iterate and just make it awesome and then make it pretty and make it performant. So yeah, you know, like that's sorry, my rant about video games. It's so easy and everyone makes it so complicated. So yeah, anyway, that was a neat place. It was cool that like I said, design ran the show. And then the fact of the matter was just that it was very much not director driven. It was design driven. So like there was obviously product goals. There was things happening. And especially now that we were in this middle state where it was like half the team left and Activision decided that they were just going to let the team roll instead of try to take it over for that project. I got that information by getting to know Steve Ackridge, the VP from Activision, who came and was sitting, you know, in one of the desks there kind of thing to help run the studio now that it had lost its founders. And like I said, he was cool. He was passive in the sense that he was just there to keep the show running, and just be an adult in the room or whatever, and not like didn't seem to be, interfering with anything. And that's why I like made a point of like learning and getting to know him. And it was interesting because he told me a lot of really cool things like that. He was like, no, Activision decided that right now the less risky thing is to trust the remaining team that's here, hire on people who can help, bolster that team, and then like put this out, and we'll see what happens in the future. And obviously what happens in the future is they went that full corporate. They decided, no, we know the formula, we can just do whatever, we'll pass it to a bunch of studios, we'll rush it through and all that crap. Yeah. Yeah. So that was interesting, but it was cool the way that worked. Like I said, like where I was literally told by like the lead designer, he was like, you make what the game needs, you get people to play it fast, you do not hold on to it, you don't go no, not me, no great reveals, you get people to play it, you let everybody say their piece about what they think about it, and you think about it, and then you proceed as you feel best fit. And that's how things happen. You know what I mean? It's like you are a professional. You've arrived with these skills. You are filling this role. You should be applying your skills to that role and making decisions. That's how good things get made. Instead of, the hyper-directional kind of thing where you have 10 layers of management and direction above you, all like giving you counter direction, like make it 10, make it 5, make it 4, make it blue, make it pink, right? And it's all... Yeah. And that's how garbage, gets made, and that's how people end up crunching, because decisions don't get made, and just a bunch of garbage gets made really slowly because no one gives a shit about it, because it's just going to get changed tomorrow anyway by the next fucking sub-producer is going to come in and want to shit on it, right? So, yeah, that's movie style. But anyway, yeah, so it was cool. That was, like, amazing, the fact that you could work there just at, like, light speed and get stuff done, and just make really, really cool things. And it showed. And they even, like... It was super hardcore in the sense that, like, as a designer, I didn't have access to the code. I just wasn't allowed to. And that was different because I'd come from, engineering and programming, whatever. So at Neversoft, I was allowed to do both because no one cared. And everyone knew that I was a programmer. That's what I'd been hired as. So it was different there, So if I needed something where I was like, I can't do this in script, we just don't have the ability to do it. Code there, like, really held the line. They were really about that, like, sustaining a code base that would be manageable. They wanted to keep making it obviously better and more robust and more performant, but less, bug free. And they didn't want to get like a whole bunch of extraneous bullshit features added in that, like I was saying before, that now you have to maintain. It just becomes more pickup sticks that you have to, carry forward into the rest as legacy for the rest of the product. And who knows how many years, of its lifetime. So that's like kind of the interesting thing, like really kind of they held, that line where, like Neversoft wasn't able to ultimately, like the executive production kind of thing kind of came in from Activision, was forcing all these crazy features every year where it could have been a little more sustainable growth, of the product, of the core tech. So it wouldn't have been, because that's why I think if as players, if you feel that it's like these radical shifts from product to product, it was like, that's why, like that's what was going on behind the scenes. So it was hard at Infinity Ward to, like, if you needed something, you had to really propose it to the programmers, and they would always basically come back with like, is this going to make the game more fun for the player or your life easier? that's always what they would ultimately ask. And if it is any remotely on the side of the fence of like, well, it's just going to make my life easier so I can make this, better.
They don't want to hear it.
You can also just make it. You can also just suck it up and make it. Yeah. So I was like, wow, that was neat. But yeah, so that's culture, What was also neat there was like, holy fuck, like I was doing like scripting design, right? Not level building. Yeah. The level builders there, like the mission, the single player people, and they were split the same way. They had builders and scripters for single player and multiplayer. And the builders are so good, and they had amassed like so many assets, right? That you can work with. You know how it is, right? Look at Tony Hawk and THAW.
Oh yeah.
Rethawed. Yeah. So it's that kind of situation, and they had all been like modders. They like almost 100% came out of the modding scene. So they're just scrappy, and they just have this giant library of assets that's been growing over multiple years and getting like revamps of the artwork and things, and even that. So when they would make a level, like it would look as good as a shipped game kind of thing. And then they'd give it to the artists, and then the artist would like make it actually look good kind of thing. But it was pretty phenomenal. Like the level, just the skill level and the scrappiness, like across the board, like not hyper specialization, was really cool. And then scripting also, like everyone was just super scrappy and just like make things happen. It was like the programmers aren't going to give you that feature, so figure out a way to make it work. And someone flat out told me, and this I've never worked anywhere, and this was like one of the leads where I was like early on where I wanted to implement something, and I just sort of wanted to get a grasp of like people's headspace about like general architecture. You know, how would you set this up or do it? You know, the scripting part of it, kind of thing. Because I don't want to cause like performance problems or potential bug holes or whatever. I don't know. And the person just looked at me like I was crazy. It was really funny. They were just like, make it the way that's the most fun for the player. And they walked off. And I was just like, this is awesome. So, it was really cool. I kind of share that with people sometimes when they're sorry.
Was that kind of how like those game modes you worked on kind of came about? It was just kind of like, I have an idea here for
yeah. So sorry, I think game mode, that was yeah. So I mean, well, probably kill confirm first because that was kind of interesting how it happened. So when I first started, I remember my immediate kind of like scripting lead, gameplay lead was just like, why don't you take an existing kill streak and just try to modify it so you can, figure out the kill streak system. So I did that and I worked on a couple kill streaks, threw out some prototypes, things like that. And then whole other story, but we made this sort of split we did that whole like me and him did the whole defensive kill streaks, that whole thing that got added to MW3.
Interesting.
Yeah, that whole system, that idea, because we were just trying to like make it more accessible and less like a murderous kind of thing. If we can get half the people using these ones and they're a little less annoying, that's nice. And if people who aren't good can get access to some toys they can play with, and they won't be harassing people too much because none of the defensive ones were like super murderous. I thought it was a kind of a neat approach to try to balance things and solve that problem of like we have highly skilled players and total noobs, and people are crashing and churning out of the game quickly. But yeah, it didn't get picked up by the other studios and continued in the other games. But that's an aside. Yeah, sorry. But so yeah, I was working on that kind of stuff. But what I wanted to work on was game modes. That's like what absolutely I wanted to work on. But I was waiting for my opportunity, because it was sort of like there were needs, there were things we had to do. And then I was sort of waiting and listening and looking and trying to see like how much of that even happens, because people kept talking about like the importance of not fragmenting the community. Like this was still, it was big, but not so mega big like now. So the biggest concern was two things: getting you into the game multiplayer as fast as possible, and getting you basically like not fragmenting the audience. So if you have 50 game modes, then it's harder to find a match, right? Because people are off all over the place. If you have 2 game modes, you're gonna find a match quick. So they were always thinking like that. Even like the main menu, it was like you put the disc in the game and you could just start hitting X, and very soon you're gonna be inside a multiplayer game. Like that was on purpose. Like there was nothing keeping you. There was no like stupid menus nowadays. It was like you just go bash, 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 bash. You're in a multiplayer game kind of thing, and that was on purpose so that someone would even do it by accident. Like just boom, you're in. So anyway, that was their whole like I was saying. Like it was just so crazy hardcore. So I was waiting for my opportunity because I knew that they were sort of sensitive about adding more game modes. And that people were they had the impression that game modes failed. They sort of felt like everything we ever do doesn't stick, and it becomes just kind of, it's a bit of a waste of time. So no one was very excited about like bothering, was the sort of general consensus I got. And I get it, right? It makes sense. But I was surprised. I didn't expect that, so, but there was definitely like less attention to the idea of like experimenting and adding lots of that stuff. It was all about kill streaks, perks, and weapons. So in any case, yeah, one of the level designers, she was cool. I really dug her, and she had an idea. She just started talking about, hey, I sort of have an idea for fixing or trying to make a better, capture the flag. And she was like, it's kind of like capture the flag pro. I honestly don't even remember like what the hook was, but it was just changed up capture the flag somehow. I don't remember what it was. So I was like, oh, I'll help you with that. I'll script it. Let's do it. Because then I was like, here's my opportunity to like work directly with another designer. I'm still new to the team. I can start, engaging with more designers, getting, helping people out and just becoming a part of the team. And then also that's my chance to look at the system, right? And in a sort of free way, you know what I mean? The design isn't my problem. I'm just making it, like if the design's her problem kind of thing. So we started making that kind of thing. She's like, here's the idea. Here's what I'm thinking about. So I was like, cool. I looked at the system, started modifying it and made a copy of it and changed it all up. So we started playing within just our group, just the multiplayer group, which we were about 6, 7, 8 people, maybe tops. We started playing that. It was Capture the Flag Pro, CTF Pro, we called it. And it just wasn't quite working out. It was fun. It was sort of working, but we kept ending up with ties. And then I proposed the idea. I was like, well, some of these other game modes, when you have a tie, there's like a tiebreaker mode. Like some it's just a shootout. Some, like, I forget what they do. There's just different things.
OT.
And I was like, Yeah, exactly. And it sort of makes sense. It's dumb, it's cop-out, it's bad design. If you end up with a tie, it means your design's wrong, instead of adding like a Band-Aid on the end of it, but it's whatever, like it works. So that's the sort of things that we're looking at, right? And so we kept playing and we kept ending that situation where we're like, more often than anyone wanted, we'd get a tie. And ties aren't fun because it's just not a resolution. So I kept mentioning, I was like, oh, well, what if we like shake it up? Because I had this thought that it would be like fun to like, what you could do, a tiebreaker mode just for fun that just, throws like a bit of chaos into the situation where everyone has, because I was saying specifically, I said, when you think of the core feeling, right, the fun, the thrill, the fantasy moment in Capture the Flag is capturing the flag. It's that moment when it's right in front of you and you're jumping and you're like looking, you're like, oh my God, I'm gonna get it, right? Or you have the flag and you're bringing it home and you're like almost, like that's the moment kind of thing. It's like, bam, you capture the flag or you return the flag. So I was like, how can we deliver that, nonstop? And be fun, like that's really the core of this whole thing. So if we were going to create a tiebreaker mode that's going to, somehow have some kind of relevance, maybe it's that. And how can we give that relevance? I was like, okay, what if everyone had a flag on their back? And then when you kill someone, you grab the flag, and then the team that collects the most flags in the minute or whatever it is, the tiebreaker round, wins. And it's dumb. It doesn't have anything to really do with capture the flag, but it sort of does because there's a flag and it's got that feeling and that moment and thing. And everyone was like shaking their heads, nodding their heads and go, oh, cool, fun. And then they were like, that'd be cooler for like a whole game mode though, kind of thing. And then the conversation would just sort of fizzle and we'd carry on. So how are we going to fix capture the flag plural though? I don't know. We keep ending stage, blah, 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 blah. Those circular conversations. And so we had several play tests and then had that same conversation over and over again. And then we're like, finally, I said it again, kind of thing. I was like, what about, tiebreaker mode? I think it'd be a lot of fun. And what it took, and I want to give him like 100% credit, is John Porter, Jon Porter. So everyone called him Porter, but he was a level designer. Yeah, you should look him up on the wiki. He's a level designer, multiplayer. He went to Treyarch at one point for a while after Infinity Ward, and then he ended up with Mark Rubin, like to give a shot to try to make like what they made. Like they were the core people making that thing with Ubisoft, which I really wish had worked. I feel like it got executive produced to death though, unfortunately. The what's it called? It just got shut down a while ago. But it started out, it was going to be all the Ubisoft franchises.
Maybe?
Sorry?
Was it X-Defiant?
Yes, X-Defiant. Yes, yeah. Thanks, exactly. And that went off in crazy directions because it started off and it was going to just be like, this is Call of Duty clone, but it's free to play. Done. It's just like, that doesn't exist. Why doesn't that exist? It exists in China, but it doesn't exist here. Why not?
Oh, yeah.
And so I thought it was a relatively smart thesis because the problem with Call of Duty is there's constant releases, constant DLC, and you constantly get separated from your audience and people who you can matchmake with and your friends. And it's intentional. It's just super enshittification. So I was like, I think people would support just like a solid platform, that doesn't change. Kind of like Warzone, I guess, has become, or whatever. They do have one kind of now, but whatever.
You still buy the games each year that plug in.
Yeah, you still have to though, right? Yeah. So anyway, I was rooting for them. I thought it was a smart idea. And then it got fucktified and suddenly there was a new press release, remember, and it was like it's going to be all the different core whatever IPs from all of the different things across the board from that publisher owns or whatever, all the Tom Clancy stuff. And then it would be like a hero shooter and all this stuff. And then it just like fell apart with that whole concept. And then I think they tried to rebrand it after that without that. But then by then, like it was already confusing. And then like stuff like the finals was coming, like suddenly they were in a crowded market, like they could have gone quick and fast with just the simple Call of Duty thing and done it. Anyway, that's an aside. So Porter was there in like good, like they did, I think they made something good. It's too bad, its timing was just wrong. And Mark Rubin, he was a producer when I got at Infinity Ward, and he had a lot of opinions about multiplayer. Designers were very much about like keeping production out of design and stuff like that, but I like whatever. And I think like he generally had like a general, I think, correct pulse on the market, an idea of like what, and thoughts on like what probably would or wouldn't, kind of work. So yeah, like I said, I don't know him very well, but I feel like he probably helped bring some kind of value to that and help make it happen at least because he was a name associated with it, whatever. But in any case, it didn't happen. So that's where Porter went. So all the way back to, I'm so sorry, all the way back to Kill Confirm. In that meeting, we're sitting there, and I'm like, "Yo, so what about that thing I keep mentioning every time we end up here? Like, do this tiebreaker." And then Porter turns around and he goes, no, that's, or someone again like was like, nah, but that would be really cool for its own mode. And then Porter turned around and he was like, yeah, it has to be its own mode. And you should be picking up dog tags and it's called killed confirmed. And like, boom, that was it. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't have happened if he wouldn't have said that. It was like, it needed a theme, like, cause we were like, yeah, it should be its own mode, but it's just like, what, a party mode? Or you just, like, suddenly it was just like it had grounding. And that's like what Call of Duty, at least Infinity Ward Call of Duty was boots on the ground. That's what they always used to say. And there was a lot of hardcore people there who were very against the whole super soldier. They liked the modern warfare, but not the whole super soldier direction that everything started to go after. They were okay with Black Ops because it was semi, it was more like covert soldier, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But some of the directions afterwards, the core team was just never into that whole idea of taking it because it would be unrelatable. And the whole feeling and point of Call of Duty was that it's very, very pedestrian. You are no one, and you just happen to be in this one mission, and you're probably going to die, and then we're going to go off to someone else on the other side of the world. You know what I mean? Because you're disposable, and that's war. And that there's just different. And now it's like whatever, Nicki Minaj skins and all this bullshit, but whatever.
Oh Lord.
So it was cool.
No.
So like that's why it worked. You know what I mean? It was Porter. I'd just give him like 100% credit. Like when he just said, no, it has to be its own game mode, and you're picking up dog tags, and it's called kill confirm. And I tell you, like everyone just was like, yeah. And I just ran back to my desk and made it. Like within an hour and a half, I made it. Like it was done. Like it did not much change. I mean, it's stuff has been added to it since the whole like return where you collect from and all that stuff. But and I was like, the way we worked is internally just the MP team because we were in pods kind of thing. There was just like not many of us. Like I don't know, like I said, about 8 or something like that. We would, whenever we wanted, we'd spin up a build and do a multiplayer game together. And then every day, at the end of the day, there was we would play, and then a handful of other people, maybe a couple gameplay programmers, maybe a couple, just keeners from each department would join into the daily. And then every Friday, the whole company played Friday Night Fights. So it was like I had to build. I just requested a build real quick, and then I just like sent an whatever email or yelled out to people like who were just in the design pod there. I was like, "Yo, I'm making a build. Let's try this thing out. And we'll play it." And we played it, and instantly we're having fun. We're like, "Whoa, yeah, oh my god!" And we're like, we like stop playing and run in the room together, and we're talking. We're like, "Oh, this is cool. We should Should we leave it in? We should tell them to keep it in for the build tonight." Blah 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 blah. So we left it in for the build for 5 p.m. that night. And we play and throw it on. No one else knows, right? They're just suddenly like, boom, this new thing comes into the rotation, right? Kill confirmed, kind of. They're like, what? And I just start hearing around the office just people whooping and hollering and cheering and things like that. And I was like, oh, fuck yeah, cool, man. I love it. And then what usually happened after those daily playtests is anyone would then come over to the design pod to give any feedback. Anyone. And like I said, these weren't mandatory or highly advertised. It was just every day there would be, an end of the day playtest, and anyone who's keen could jump in. And then a subset of those people would come and give feedback. And it was a very feedback culture, kind of thing. And that's what, like I was saying before, you got to like learn to take it. And it was just cool because like people came running, like literally running over to after the playtest. And they were like, what was that new game? What the so it was like so cool. I was really, really stoked. And for me, like I said, like the core idea was because I was looking for I wanted to make a game mode, and I believe always in simplicity. And I was always listening to other people's ideas, and they were always like very convoluted. And anything like the least people play the bomb mode, the plant the bomb mode, but the most hardcore people play that. So they're super vocal, so you can't take it out, but it's in there. You can't remove it. And anyone trying to come up with any mode that's even in that direction or more so is like literally no one's gonna play it. And so it's just like I knew I was like the only thing we can do is try to make something that's like going to be as popular, and it has like that's going after the same popularity as the existing popular mode. You can't chase like another mode that's unpopular and try to make something like it. It's not going to work. So yeah, I just looked at the data, and I knew. So I had already had all this stuff in my mind in that sense that like I knew that I wanted to make a game mode that was based on TDM because the most people play TDM. And then it drops like huge after that, like huge. I'm sure now it's a totally different world, but at the time, this was the story. It dropped like really big. And then after that, the next one was Domination. And it makes sense, right? Because Domination is still, it's team-based. Half the people are on your team. Like it is an objective mode. It's not just TDM, but it's team. So half the people aren't trying to kill you. And it's very difficult to do wrong. right? It's not like a plant the bomb mode. It's not like you've got the bomb and you don't know it, or you don't know where it's going and people are yelling at you. Like, it's kind of hard to do it wrong. It's ABC. You're always being like yelled at to go to one or the other. And it's fun in the sense that, you know, like as a noob running around, like just enjoying chaos and like wanting to be playing with people and joining in and just being a part of it. You're a part of it. Just jump in the circle with people. Whoa, we're capturing it. We're capturing it. So, you know, there's those vibes. You just know, like, this is simplicity, you know, and it's no, you can't do it wrong. It's very accessible to noobs. You know, there's still a high skill ceiling, you know, because it's hard to win. You got to still be good at the game. So, you know, that's what I was looking at, was those kinds of games. And then noticing that like everything goes down after that, you know, like headquarters and all the way down, you know, all that stuff. And like free for all is like way low, and like probably lower than the bomb mode. And it makes sense because it's as hardcore as it gets. Like everyone's trying to kill you, you know, kind of thing. Yeah. Like you have no team. So that psychology is just kind of how I looked at things. So I already was predisposed to like that idea of like going for that. And like in my mind, as soon as we started talking, and when I was thinking about like I said, about like what's viscerally fun about capture the flag, you know, and then could you take that, like just the picking it up off someone, to me it was like, if you could focus on just that, like that's TDM again, you know, it's just, we're just shifting the scoring. And huge, you know, like I didn't invent anything. This is Headhunter from like Quake, you know,
Yeah.
Doom.
Yeah.
And so like I didn't invent anything here. Like I was literally just like, that's what I was thinking of. And like, yeah, but you could put a flag and you click, and there's something fun about the secondary interaction, right? You kill someone, but you got to go get the thing. And now you got to battle with other people who also want to get the thing. And then so you get, things are going to happen. Fun stuff's going to occur. Yeah, so that was neat. It was really fun that like as soon as we did it, everyone had an idea, had an opinion. So I'm happy that like I sort of stuck with my opinions, because the feedback immediately was always about like what happens with the tags, right? Like who sees it and who can interact with it. So everyone had a different opinion. Everyone's like, only you can see it, no one else can see it, or only you and the person killed you can see it, no one else can see it, or only you and your team can see it, or only, you know, like everyone had an opinion about that. And right. I very strongly knew that it was like, no, everyone can see it and everyone can interact with it. That's the point. We're trying to add fun secondary interaction, you know, and that's where the emergent gameplay is going to come out. And that, you know, I think was really the core to the whole thing. You know, that's the point, you know, kind of thing. And it was, again, I think it was Porter who put the name on it, but I was like, no, everyone needs to see it because you want to be able to get it, you know, and stop them from scoring. And he was like, yeah, you want to deny their, you know, the confirm, you know, kind of thing. Because again, it's about confirming the kill. It's about the dog tag. That's, you know, and so the dog tag just fit the whole theme and just gave it purpose, you know. It wasn't arbitrary anymore. So I think it's neat when like something super simple just fits like that and it just works. So I feel like all that credit really goes to Porter, because it was like giving it the theme is what gave it the magic. And it really was just, you know, like I said, Headhunter. What I liked about Headhunter back in Quake days is that usually like you'd see the skull behind you. So if you had like 10 skulls, you'd have this train of 10 skulls. So everyone knows like who's got the stuff. Because I don't think the way we did it, yeah, you just got the point instantly. Like it changed. They changed it eventually to where you have to, they added like you have to go and like cash in, you know, the I believe, right? That you have to go and cash in the dog tags that you have, just the way like Headhunter used to work, where you didn't necessarily
there was
get
a max for sure.
Yeah. You didn't get the points immediately. You had to go take it somewhere. And that was neat because you'd see someone with a big chain and now you want to get them because you would get all their skulls. And like, we didn't quite do that. I just kept it super simple at first, you know, the first iteration. Yeah. But in any case, I was super excited when I heard that Treyarch was playing it, and because they had access to our builds, and that they were excited and they were already adding it into their game. And I was like, oh, cool.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah. And so that gave me inspiration, or at least confidence, to go and try a bunch of more game modes, because I was like, well, who knows, what if, you know. And then what happened was the community playlist. So we decided we were going to make a special playlist where we could put lots of different game modes, and that solved the problem of fragmenting the audience. So you'd have like a playlist that's TDM, you have your playlist that's, you know, you have the playlist for each of them. Then there was also the ground war that was like a collection of modes. And then we had a separate list. So instead of making a separate playlist for all these new game modes, we would just have one, and it would be rotating. And we'd call it like the community playlist. And we'd throw like sort of, not disposable, but like less serious or less, you know, needy kind of ideas and concepts into there. And the other thing also was and this was like a request kind of thing from, you know, Activision or idea, you know, from production, and that the idea of like one feature that would be good would maybe to add more customization to private matches so that people could like have more fun with their friends. So I jumped on that and took that over. And so it did basically expose every parameter in every game mode so that you could tweak them and do interesting things.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah, I do like the private match like customization because there was private match before all that, I believe, but you couldn't like fine tune it in a way that
Nah.
you could.
So it tried to expose literally
MW3,
everything.
You could do a lot, but MW3 really set the standard for how much you can do with it. You could change every little thing, even like the custom class that everybody has.
Yeah,
Yeah. I literally, that was my point. I was just like, yeah, can I parameterize everything? And that was fun because the more you start to think about it, the more you see, right? And you're like, well, what about that whole thing? And I don't know how much people used it, but one neat thing that happened, I don't even know if I'll be able to remember how we made it. There was, what was it called? Someone took one in the chamber
Oh, I love that mode.
and modified it somehow. They gave everybody the specialist kill streak. So everybody, their core loadout would be specialist.
Yeah.
And what did they do? Oh my god. So instead of giving you more bullets, they gave you the perk that gives you double bullets, or I forget what it was. They did some cool little dog foodie loop. That just became super cool. Oh, I wish I could even find it. I don't even remember what he called it. But we saw it on YouTube. It was just some random dude with 150 subscribers, nothing, just sort of like, oh, look at this game, what I did by tweaking these things. It's kind of neat. Forget how exactly, it was so neat, but it just took advantage of some of the perks on the specialist kill streak and put them in order, because you could also order, the order they'd come. And then, and worked, I think, with the core of the one in chamber mode, which was that you only had one, and then, you
This is MW3, right?
Yeah. And so, what we did is I put it in the community playlist, and this had been my goal. I was like, we get the community playlist and we get these new game modes, and then we also add all the customization, and then we pay attention to the community. And if anyone does anything cool, we can add into a playlist those tweaks. You know what I mean? And this person came up with something cool. So what I did is I called that playlist or the mode just like their Xbox name, because I had nothing else to do. So I just did that to give them a bit of a call out, which was kind of neat. I don't remember what it was called now. Yeah, but there's going to be a way
to find one or something. What was it?
Maybe.
There was, I know there, all or nothing.
Maybe.
Was it that one?
Maybe.
MW3. I'm looking because I remember there was like a game mode similar to that. If it wasn't already just like that.
Yeah, I don't know if it'd be on the wiki, because it was like it was unique, because we didn't get any others that we added to the list. So someone might have added it to the wiki and say, yo, a fan-made thing ended up on the community playlist. But yeah, anyway, it was just neat. I like it when that happens, and that had been the goal. And even though it was just one person, I was just like, cool, kind of thing. I'm sure other people made neat stuff and had fun with their friends, that didn't necessarily make a video that we ended up seeing, so hopefully it got used. Yeah, that's, oh, sorry.
It's the Box of Demons. Does that sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
It says on here that in that mode that Wojak mentioned, all or nothing. I quick took a gander at that. It's saying in the trivia that the name of the mode is referenced in code as Box of Demons, and it's named after the player who created the mode.
That's it then.
Apparently it's like one in the chamber. When you get a kill, you get scavenger, so you have the chance to pick up another bullet. You get sleight of hand. Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it was neat. It just worked. It took advantage cleverly of the specialist, and then the perks that you get intentionally. It was smart. So that's cool. Yeah, so I made some other modes. I feel like the one that most people that but most people, and Treyarch liked it. I wonder if they wanted to add it. I wonder if they ended up doing it, was Dropzone. And for me, it was just I'm I know Chaos is going to be popular, and I know that in general, Call of Duty was by this point already, multiplayer was pretty cartoony. Not cartoony, but arcadey practically, So I sort of felt like this would probably go over well, and I knew that hardcore people probably wouldn't dig it, especially because they hold the kill streaks, they kind of covet them, so it's not fair that anyone can get them. But again, that was the point. It was what if you could make a mode where everyone gets a chance to play with the kill streaks? Was kind of my core start there, and that it was kind of back to what's the simplest mode and what do people actually play and understand. And it's like I said, it was the stuff that is very simple and domination is like, as far as objectives, is the most played once you step away from TDM, and for obvious reasons, right? So I was like, okay, maybe you can make something kind of similar, like where it's like a 1-point domination, kind of like headquarters, but while you're holding it, you're getting airdrops. And like, again, it's that moment that like, it's a cool, thrilling, visceral moment in all of Call of Duty, multiplayer, single player, to get an airdrop and run for it and open it and get a cool toy. So it's like, why not make that, the point? That's the loop, that's the fantasy that you get to like just get shoved in your face over and over at full blast, So I'm kind of about like, what do we crank it to 13? Because there was a joke that like MW2, they wanted that to be the last. They didn't want to make Call of Duty anymore. They wanted to make their sci-fi shooter they've been like planning and prototyping and concepting, and Activision would let them. And so they just wanted to break. They were like, okay, whatever. We're just going to turn this up to 11 and just let people like just get their sugar coma and get over this and move on, and then let us make our new game. But it didn't work. It just made it more popular.
Opposite effect.
Yeah, so I was like, I think we can still push that a little further. So that's how Dropzone, and Dropzone is ridiculous. Like, you practically get trauma playing that game when you're sitting.
Yeah, Dropzone's crazy.
There's so many kill streaks going off.
There are. Oh,
I remember first playing that, and I was just like, why are there so many care packages? What's going? Because it was a new mode, So I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
Dopamine mode.
It was crazy. I think
Juggernaut.
I want to say they brought it back with like that Modern Warfare 2 remaster, possibly.
They did. So I'm looking at the wiki. It says it's in COD Ghosts. It's in Black Ops Declassified, the PS Vita game for some reason.
Interesting.
Infinite Warfare, mobile, Modern Warfare.
So it's on the Infinity Ward ones.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. That's funny. Oh my god.
I don't know why it's in the
Yeah, it looks like
PS
it's mainly
Vita game out of all
Black
games.
Ops Declassified is kind of
That's the only.
That's the only. It must have been based on codes, since it was already there. That it's just easier to leave it than maybe, I don't know.
And then it was on Vanguard apparently, which is
that was
Sledgehammer and Treyarch.
No, I don't even think. Treyarch was barely in the zombies department for that.
For Vanguard, yeah, they probably more so did like a single player help and whatnot, maybe.
That's what's wild with Call of Duty, is that it's so huge and there's so many studios and it's been around for so long.
Yeah. The studios aren't even like the same anymore as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that came and went.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's interesting to see like especially like design, but the whole teams that shifted around from Infinity Ward to Respawn, and then where they went from there. There's a few startups out there. There's 2 that I'm keeping my eye on. If you want to see, like, I'm rooting for them. Like I said, I want to see everyone win. I think like they're gonna make something cool. I don't know, but half of the people are at Gravity Well, and half of the people are at Wild Light. Wild Light? What is it? I have to look it up. Is it Wild Light? Yeah, I think so.
So Wildlife, saying
Yeah.
Apex Legends, COD, Titanfall, something about that.
Yep. So these are the 2 as far as like, like that core original Call of Duty team going all the way back to, was it 20? I forget the number even, because I was long after in this story, kind of thing. The people who were Medal of Honor all the way back into Infinity Ward to Respawn are, basically those 2 studios. There were some of us at, I'm not on customized core anyway, but there were some of those people at Mountaintop Studios where I was recently. We were making Spectre Divide, which didn't hit. And then, most of the people who had left Respawn, like after the 10-year, they basically got their money from EA, have gone to those 2 studios, founded them, made them, and gone there. So it'll be interesting to see, like, keep an eye out as far as shooters go, what both those studios do. Mo is at Wildlife. So that was that. Dropzone, the thing with Dropzone, and what's funny is that whole team, they had this concept of sugar. So I know they would have been very against it, because they were like, you can give people what they like, but when they have too much, they crash out, kind of thing. And like Dropzone is pure sugar. It's just like, you can have a lot of fun with it until you're like, oh, I have to get the fuck away from this, kind of thing. It's not sustainable, which I knew. But I just wanted, I just wanted to really push it. I was like, could we just do something stupidly stupid? And then the Juggernaut and Team Juggernaut, I thought was fun. To me, that was just obvious. It's King of the Hill, basically, right?
Yeah,
this cool thing. Wouldn't it be fun? Like you kill the Juggernaut, you get to be the Juggernaut, and that's just. Was it free? I think it was free for all, and then I did like a team version, and that one was neat. It wasn't. It was you defend, so you support your Juggernaut, and then next time they die, you become the Juggernaut. So the person who supported the Juggernaut the most becomes the Juggernaut next.
Nice.
Which I don't know if that was ever explained, but kind of thing. But I think. But yeah, that's the general gist. So those are fun. I thought they were kind of neat, but same thing. They're kind of sugary because those Juggernauts are like it's a bullet sponge for everyone else, and it's it's a bit of a it wrecks your KD if you just want to care about your KD.
Right.
So I knew they wouldn't. That's why it fit to me for the community because the problem was this, right? Was KD. It was like we're not allowed to just have fun anymore because everyone's too concerned about their appearance and their stats, right? So I was like, is there a way that we could just play and have fun, and have modes where you don't have to worry about that? So that's where like the community playlists, their private playlists, and that could private match and that kind of stuff. I was like, we could still make stuff that can exist there that people can do stupid stuff and they don't have to worry about it affecting their stats and their personal identity, that they've built up on this game.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that, and that's kind of like, I don't know, this is just an aside, but that's the way I've always looked at games. It kind of goes back to that, like I never like anyone to be left out. So that's how I've addressed game design. That's been kind of my philosophy because I've always come into these pre-existing mega kind of franchises, and I'm like, well, how do I add anything of value? And where I found an opportunity to add value is to help with general accessibility. It's like, this is popular, but there's still a lot of people who can't engage with it because it's still kind of, there's a mode somewhere.
I think Juggernaut was one of those streaks where like you had to be streaking for a hot minute before you could get it, and from the game mode just giving them the a better chance of better fighting chance of being able to feel what it's like to be the Juggernaut. Like that's some
Right.
community AOK-ness right there, making sure that everybody has a fair shot.
And that was the defensive kill streaks again, and that was Dropzone, like I said, just a mode where everyone gets to try all the kill streaks, kind of. Yeah. And that's where goals and Tony Hawk, so it wasn't just about 20 million point combo, and the super skilled people, and there's other ways to have fun.
I sat back the other day, I was hanging out with one of my buddies, and I haven't been on the COD train in quite some time. I mean, more so just to kind of show support because, there's still homies over there churning out the product, and they're doing great at it. It sells still, so obviously something's working. I just can't really get into them these days. However, the other day I was just talking to a buddy, and MW3, we would play that constantly, and for some reason I just always go back to MW3. Like, I don't know, maybe it is the accessibility that I didn't actually necessarily take notice to at the time, but kind of realize it subconsciously. But there was just something about MW3 that stuck with me, even to this day, in terms of the gameplay and the presentation. And
a lot changed after it. Yeah, all the Infinity Ward ones changed significant after that, and Black Ops changed after that too, because Black Ops went to that point streaks.
Yeah.
And it changed the fundamental loadout. Like, there wasn't really the idea. They fucked with the core, the sort of core fantasy and function of a player that a loadout had. Got just thrown away. It was just like, well, what if you could just do whatever you wanted? It's like you can, but now the rest of the game is now just going to be,
Now they
people
try to
running
mix
around.
both, where you have the ability to do both, but score streak still is much more OP, I guess, because you're kind of more guaranteed, especially if you're playing a mode like, let's say, kill confirmed. You pick up a lot of these things, and it counts to your score streak instead of just kills.
That's good in the general accessibility, yes. But for other modes and for other gameplay, what it's doing is that where it's shifting the core fantasy that's going on in someone's head is that now they're just trying to min-max, that versus whereas before it had been part of the core of I need to kill people, kind of thing. And that's fine. We need to get people playing objectives and all that. And it makes sense and all that. But like I said, it's sort of it forced a different play style. It forced a different way to think and feel how you need to succeed in the game. And then that combined, like I said, with the loadout, the idea where the loadout leaves, and then you're not so much not a class, but you had a purpose before the way your loadout would be structured, and that was sort of lost. So I feel that was kind of the beginning of the now it's just a salad. It's just do whatever. Have a skin that's fluorescent pink and Nicki Minaj thing and like the fantasy
And
song.
Fortnite dances and the
Yeah.
it's
But
weird.
whatever, whatever sells. But it is neat. Who was joking around about that? How it was like, yeah, Call of Duty is
Beavis and
basically Fortnite.
Butthead.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
definitely takes a lot of notes from Fortnite nowadays.
It's
everyone does.
very
Right?
dopamine. It
Cody
tries to capture you with all of these things to make you as addicted as you can.
How
Can
to
be.
make money. The game. That I get
Someone
people
get
to buy my
off
stuff.
your call, I guess.
Yeah, that's
But yeah, it's weird. I feel like the next 10 years, my career in games were like kind of unremarkable compared to that stuff. So I'm happy I got to be involved in that. And it's sort of like as a reflection of the industry, how it changed. It's sort of like there were these core studios making core games, and you could make an impact and be a part of it. And then afterwards, it was just like you're just whatever, a
office
cog
job.
in some giant machine, some giant corporate machine.
It's an office job now.
Right. So yeah, like that's why I'm excited about Cheapskate. I just like wanted to get back to just passion because I've said it to a lot of times. I say like, when I catch myself saying something out loud enough times, I sometimes have to just stop and go, maybe I should listen to what I'm saying. And I used to always say like I've never been as happy as when I'm working on a skateboarding game. Yeah.
there's a lot of softers that I chat with every now and then, and that's like it always comes back to that. Like it's either A, I miss Neversoft in general. B, I miss working on Tony Hawk in general. C, I miss working on Guitar Hero in general. Like there's a lot of a special place that the studio and the projects that they've churned out, like they're all still great to this day. A and B, they all still are definitely lasting impressions on those who were a part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's the I'm riding a horse. I'll talk to you later. I'm hunting a bear.
Yeah, there's a lot of, hey Joel, how's it going? Oh, chilling, dude. Gonna go hunt a bear. Like, okay. Have fun, dude.
Nice.
I mean, is loving his retirement. There's a lot of people that want Joel to just take the reins and be like, all right, team, let's do this. But I think
Yeah,
he's
it's
having too
interesting
much
at
fun.
the 30th. Yeah, like they had him and Scott had bought back the IP or whatever for the
Yep.
logo and the name. And it was mostly because they were thinking about, I think, an opportunity. I mean, this is a sign of a side story, and it's their own business, but they had opportunities to sort of be helping out with, advise, a game that they had somehow come across.
Consulting
And
essentially, and
yeah, and so they had sort of, I think, that was just opportunity. That IP was back up for grabs or something. I don't know. So they were like, hey, let's just combine the two. But I think at the time, maybe the studio they were working with was like, it wasn't anything that was, signed or full, and they just sort of like ended up doing different things. But they, I've talked to them and they've said, I mean, again, this is their own business, but he said that he's like, they're not particularly looking to, do that or whatever, but who knows if something ever happened and caught their attention, you never know. So there's potentially hope out there for people, kind of thing. But what it would be, it could be anything, you know what I mean? It could literally just be anything. But I like the idea that they're involved in games and sharing, the information that they have. So,
Yeah.
because it is still relevant. So,
Yeah.
So that's cool. It would be neat to get them involved with Cheapskate, but I don't see that happening. But yeah, I just don't want to complicate things. But I've been, sharing builds at least with them and stuff like that, so they know what's up.
Yeah. It's good that they keep the thing, because if Microsoft owned it, it would just be there. That use.
Yeah. The engine, we've talked about just,
Oh yeah.
farms and moving stuff. It's so sad that, the technology just sort of gets shuttered and disappears. It would be cool if that final state, of the Neversoft engine was just sort of like open sourced or something.
yeah. So there's one thing I've been wanting to ask you since you had your hand in TH10. This will probably be a good segue to that. But so like around the Ribomoto era of THPS HD, it might have been for Ride and Shred too, but I'm pretty sure that was mostly proprietary stuff. But I remember talking with Josh around the time of THHD, and there was a lot of people that weren't fans of how it felt, and a lot of people attributed it to the Unreal Engine. And I remember inquiring as to why they chose to go the Unreal Engine route versus going the NX route with things. And if I remember correctly, one thing he said was Joel told him to take it to Unreal. So it's almost like makes me wonder if they were still going to keep going with the TH titles, if they would have eventually went to Unreal anyway.
Not necessarily. I mean, look at Infinity Ward is still on, their core, the old id Tech essentially. It's not like they switched. I think it's more like if it's a different studio, and there was a point there. It was the point where like that was an off-the-shelf engine that was mature, and people were making brand new studios were showing up and grabbing that engine and making, AAA games with it. So there's at that point, like from a business perspective, right? It's like, this is what you should do. You should just use this commercial engine and go. You don't want to use this giant piece of tech where you don't have the people to support you with. There's complete support. There's online forums, and you just search anything and you can find it. It makes sense logically. From the game, of course not. You know what I mean? That's what ruined the game. Like all the games after that didn't use it, it was like it was Unreal Engine, it was 30 frames a second. It was like, fuck this. Like this isn't, the way Tony Hawk feels, and everyone can tell the difference, Now, whatever, with the new ones, it's different. There was a little more effort at some point made to go and integrate, apparently, some of the, the gameplay and input code. I don't know much of that is in there, but apparently some. Yeah. So, I think that's a different story. I think probably you guys all feel the same way, right? Like we probably look at the new ones, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 as a different sort of classification as the other post Neversoft ones.
Yeah, I just call them the Unreal family of TH.
Yeah, and just gets.
And I don't blame any of the studios, honestly. Or, you know what I mean? It's just like this was Activision. Activision was like going for the low. Like who's the cheapest? They were just racing to the bottom for like the cheapest per production, and that's business, right? When you have someone who's like, I'm going to run this, from strictly not from the product, from the business side. That it's going to be that. It's like we're just going to make it cheaper and shittier as much as the market can bear until they can't, and then we'll just do that to something else. And that's a business strategy, so.
Yeah, clear out as much overhead as you can and get out.
Yeah, so it's none of the individual studios' fault. They were just out there. They were just obviously, and this is how people get taken advantage of by big publishers, right? These are just small studios trying to get by, so they're underbidding each other, just trying to get this project because maybe getting a big name,
maybe will take off and
help them get future projects, because here's something some people have heard of. It's kind of the way the VFX industry works, right? Like half the time they're losing money. Because they just want to get the credit, like because it keeps them relevant and keeps them getting the smaller jobs.
And they shut down, and they're like, "Oh, let's look for the next one." So like they just replace them. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a vicious cycle.
Yeah, cycle.
So same thing with 3 and 4 right now. You know what I mean? It's not Iron Galaxy's. Anyway, anything that anyone hates about the game isn't Iron Galaxy's fault. It's that there wasn't the appropriate amount of time and money, allocated for this project.
Well, they fired all
this. The scope was already defined for them. I guarantee it was like it's going to be this. Just fucking make it. Get it out by the state. You said you'd make it for this much. Do it. That's it.
Yeah,
that was even with THPS5. Robomoto wanted to make it. They wanted to make it half the price because obviously sales THHD weren't doing great. They wanted to make it half the price. They wanted to make it a dashboard, like arcade game or whatever, and I believe the prospect for it was, the working title was Tony Hawk World, and it was supposed to be more sandboxy, and I believe it was supposed to revolve around more of the creative park element and almost like a Shaun White skateboarding, if you will. Kind of how that worked, but
you probably right in the middle of the user-generated content fad, so they were trying to on that.
Activision kind of stepped in and they said, no, we want to sell it at full price, so we want to go gold. It's going to go gold, and it's going to be called Pro Skater.
And go back to the simple 2-minute for it.
No, they wait for it's kind of the 4 format, but they're still NPCs. They're just like waypoints
It's a forced online experience for the most part, which it's not horrible in a sense, but I don't know, the longevity in the presentation certainly wasn't there, and it was noticeable as soon as TH5 left the taste of everyone's mouths, because you go online then, and you couldn't really do much without the online presence for that game. So I think even now, like if you try to go online, like you just can't. You have to disconnect to play it, I believe.
Yeah, it was on Demonware, so I'm not sure why it got shut down. They never shut down anything Demonware, which is kind of weird. But the biggest problem is definitely the physics. I've looked at.
They were going in the right direction. They had like 20-player online
Yeah, but the gameplay itself, like I looked at their stuff and it's pretty similar to the Neversoft games, but the problem is that they took some decisions by making everything super floaty to feel like THPS2, but they doing that in THPS5, I don't think it was the best choice. In HD, I can kind of understand it, but in 5, you just fly on Vert and like it's stiffer and that just demerited it a little bit
I
more
think
than
I think
it
they
probably would.
probably would have made it closer to the source material had they been given the source material off rip. You know what I mean? Because from my talks, like they didn't have, well, I guess little to none maybe of the NS sources until maybe like halfway through HD. So they were like eyeing up level Geo and remaking. They were remastering a remaster from scratch, which isn't really how you do a remaster, but that's kind of how they were forced to do their like development pipeline, I suppose. And then I think it was halfway through they were given the assets, and Ribbo had to. You don't have to say they had to, but in a business sense, like yeah, they had to. They scrapped pretty much all the stuff that they worked on in favor for the original. Because if you're gonna make a remaster, you want it to feel like the original. Use the original work. And I mean, they couldn't really necessarily do that with the engine though. That's a more of a task for sure. The art, less of a strenuous task, but the engine itself was yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. I brought the quote unquote streaming stuff from Gun over to THAW.
Oh yeah.
Or was it Underground 2? No, Sub
THAW.
2 didn't have it. It was
THAW,
THAW.
yeah.
It was THAW, right? Yep.
The game with it's open world now. No loading screens.
Instead, loading tunnels.
Loading jitters. It's different.
Yeah. That was funny. I was surprised. It was like Gary, he was like my programming boss kind of thing. He was like, what is it? Is it the node array? I forget. There was a function that processed the node array, which is essentially the level, right?
Yeah, the object.
And I remember he was like,
rails.
yeah. So in Gun, they just took that and sort of spread it across a bunch of frames in a loop instead of, doing it in one moment. Maybe you can just do that for Tony Hawk. And then he walks away. I'm like, oh, so I'm making Tony Hawk streaming. I'm like, what?
What a daunting task.
I'm not taking any claim, or anything, but it was just sort of like fundamentally, it was like what it all came down to was changing that function. And it was like I'm a new programmer still, relatively. I'd done the one game, and I had my plans for the goal manager that I wanted to work on,
and
then,
you're in charge.
Yeah. So it was interesting. It was cool. I was scared shitless. I was like, oh my God. To me, it just felt like I was like doing, like surgery on like the core inside of something. I was just like, I'm so scared. But it, obviously it actually wasn't such a big deal, or Gary wouldn't have said, yeah, why don't you just take this and mess around with it? But that was Gary. He was like that anyway. So that was funny. It was cool though. It was fun to like get that, make it work and then like see it happen. And then I forget, it wasn't my decision. Everyone had design and there was all like stuff that I wasn't involved with as far as like how we were going to do it, like probably do big tunnels with triggers and try to figure out how to make it work. I think it kind of like by the time Proving Ground, it sort of like worked a little better, but it never works perfectly. Again, the end.
Yeah, you can still notice whenever you go into difference, you can just like it's a little stutter.
I think
it got better though. It got better.
Final moment. Yeah.
In Project 8, you could actually spam like those trigger areas and just crash the game.
That makes sense.
It struggles, yeah.
Yeah, didn't someone reduce the maximum speed because of that?
Maybe. Yeah. We made it. Yes. And people like you should have noticed. Yeah. That sounds very familiar. Like I seem to remember like someone like that aha moment. Oh, I know how we could solve it. We'll just make him go slower.
Yeah, I
compared shame on him.
The physics values from Project 8 to Proving Ground, the only difference is the max speed, and I can see why. Project 8 is too close together, so yeah, that makes sense. It would crash very easily, especially on the PS3.
I felt sorry for Gun. Like when I came in, Gun was already happening, right? So when I got there, I don't know when exactly it happened, but like Gun was already thing. The team, that's partially like why I got a job, right? Because the team was splitting, so to speak. They were like expanding, whatever you want to call it. So a whole bunch of people had already moved on to Gun, and then a bunch of people were going to make, Thug 2. That was another reason why Thug 2 was kind of fun, because it was kind of like half team. So I came in, and we was like really kind of scrappy, and that was sort of neat because there was a lot of attention on Gun because it was sort of the new shiny. So that's always fun. You sort of get a little more elbow room and creative freedom, and room to work, which was kind of neat. So that was a neat thing about Thug 2 that I think I've never stopped to think about, but that was kind of neat. It was an extra small team, like I said, because both teams are still growing. And Gun was neat, and I thought everyone was really excited about it, but I feel like there just wasn't enough time. There was like too much ambition, and it would have been better for the next generation, obviously, because it was near end of cycle, and like with the things they were trying to do, just couldn't really get done. And everyone was looking at like GTA and these like mega sort of big sort of open world games, and it's like you can't make that in 2 years with an existing engine that isn't tailored for that. But what Cuck made, it's funny. I think it's still a bit of a cult classic in some ways, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, Gun is pretty good.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned this the other day. Gun was like the OG Pokemon Go. Like they had that Dead Man's Hand, I guess, back in the day. There was like a Dead Man's Hand promotion, and people would like meet up at like cemeteries and play Dead Man's Hand. But it was a Gun promotional thing, and it tied into what was it? This like Texas Hold'em game that they had going online. That was like a
in the game or something
thing. It also tied into the game's like Texas Hold'em mechanics and stuff. It was pretty neat. But it was like it's crazy marketing for this game back in the day.
Yeah.
I mean, even the list of people involved in the game, the names, people, the talent is crazy.
And was this?
It is true. Yeah, there was voice acting and writers and stuff. They went like big.
Oh yeah, it was a production.
Yeah.
I think Gun. When I like look back at Gun, I think Gun is like the perfect example of the level streaming. Like, in my opinion, because the map kind of it doesn't have to. It's different for something like Tony Hawk, where you have more thematic zones and you have to marry them with tunnels to try to make them cohesive versus like Gun, which is like an all-natural world, which is I think why it did work so well in Project 8 and Proving Ground, because the levels were more so not necessarily made up, but yeah, they catered to one another and flowed a lot better.
Yeah.
But yeah, Red Dead happened and it sort of took over the whole thing in Red Dead 2, so there was like no chance there would ever be. That was a bummer. I know like by the time Gun shipped, because a lot of people were hired just for Gun. Like there was a core group of people from the Tony Hawk team that at the beginning moved over and like were making Gun, and then they hired, So there was a lot of people in the studio who were Neversoft who had only ever worked on Gun.
Just for Gun. Huh.
Yeah, and then Gun shipped, and then there was not going to be another Gun, and there's a talk. There was people that they were pitching ideas for plots and sequels and this and that and gameplay, and they were like doing what you do right after you finish a game. Like start pre-pro for the next.
Yeah.
So it was sad to see that moment where it was sort of like Joel was like, "It's not going to happen, guys. We're all going to be working on Tony Hawk." So I felt sorry for people who had been hired for Gun, because it's a total different type of game, right?
Yeah.
And you're in a studio, and you had been with your own kind of clique of people, because there was a bit of a separation. I didn't get to know by the time, because we were busy on our stuff. I didn't get to know all the Gun people even. But and then suddenly, and what happened also is I think at some point, it could have been during that or right after that, like coinciding with that. It was Beanox and someone else. I don't know. Activision shut down a couple studios and just gave half of the people from each of the studios to us, and half the people from each of the studios to a couple other Activision studios. Which again, super corporate, right? Like that's not how a studio works. Like you hire people individually, and it's about team fit and all that stuff. Just shove a whole pile of people. So that was, like I said, like I could see just the beginning and the end of like game development period with all those types of things happening.
Yes.
But yeah, so I felt sorry for a lot of those people because, like I said, they had come and then suddenly they had to work on Tony Hawk, and they were sort of a little separate from the core Tony Hawk team, and it wasn't what they even wanted to do to begin with. It wasn't why they came to Neversoft. So I think some people left. Some people stuck around. It didn't transition so great, and some people like jumped right into it and did awesome. Like I got a couple people like for the goal team who had been mission scripters on Gun, and they brought like great talent and ideas and stuff, which was really cool. But like I said, that's got to be hard, like to be like that person. You're working on this game, you're excited about a sequel, and then it's not happening. Now you got to make this skateboarding game or something,
Yeah, that must feel like shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
but
even
that
for
game was Proving Grounds. Proving Ground felt like it was 2 teams working on it, really, because it was like Chad came back from Gun and had to train a bunch of designers how to make levels, and then there was all the existing people also, so it was almost like 2 teams working on it.
Yeah, they started production earlier, right? Like Wild for Proving Ground. They started.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and that was also, this drama, tea, whatever, not a big deal, no huge deal, but there's always that thing, and this is a problem. This is something that people should really like consider and study, like though, in the corporatization, no one gives a shit, but studios, right, there's a dynamic that's happening there. So if you start to turn it into 2 teams, you're going to have an A team and a B team, there's no, that's what's going to happen. And so people are always going to be perceiving themselves as maybe the B team and starting to get agitated. So yeah, when that wasn't super happy moment, when the Gun team, it was like, Gun's not going to happen, so they're going to start working on the next Tony Hawk, right? And we're like, oh, what? Like, wait, what? So, but I mean, it all worked out fine. But that's kind of not the greatest. But it kind of helped. Everyone knew it was for the greater good. It was try to make that project that much better, give it a pseudo 2-year development cycle, though it wasn't. I forgot all about that till you mentioned.
Actually,
thanks.
We have a photo of the whiteboard. We've been trying to decipher it.
Oh yeah,
it's blurry as fuck. I'm sending it in the chat. I don't know from when this is. Probably.
There's probably a date on the full picture. I'd have to check. It was in a slew of development or developer photos that were sent to me, and I spotted it, and I said, "Hey, wait a minute!"
Let's take it with a potato.
Sort of like the TH10 nightly build that I spotted. I said, "Hey, wait a minute!"
Yep.
That it physically exists. I see it.
Oh, so people were trying to like actually see what was on there.
Oh yeah.
It's fantastic.
Oh yeah.
Skate 9,
very
next
interested in
gen
that.
beating, skate clean code, Binks X2, Binks while loading. Oh, I get it. Yeah, that was the blend modes. Oh, these are just like rebuilt from the ground up. That was like propaganda messaging. Yeah.
Rebuilt from the ground up thrice.
Yeah.
Rebuilt from the ground up, no loading.
Ori, Philly, Ghetto Rats, make team. Yeah, that was always the thing. It was like, make a team of skaters. I think this one, at the end of the day, it's sort of like, it was a neat idea with the 3, and that was Chad. Like, I like Chad a lot. Like, he's a big concept guy. Chad Finley. Huge respect. He's awesome.
He's a Chad. He's a Chad.
I always thought it would have been neat to work on a game with him after, like once we're all, like nowadays or something, like kind of thing when we're all like over the career. Like, there's tools out there to do indie stuff. Because he's, like I said, he was a big concept kind of person. And just a media fan, like he's a comic book fan, movie fan, like he's in it. Neat guy. So yeah, like I thought he had some neat ideas, and he really pushed for a lot of that whole idea. Ultimately, they clearly went through a whole bunch of different ideas, but I remember what had stuck was that that sort of like try to get multiple paths, try to break things into the 3 fundamental sort of styles that you look at when you look at skateboarding, which is like the professional, super professional kind of career oriented person, and then the the
hardcore and the
gritty hardcore, and then the maker.
Honestly, that game, like, honestly, that game, with like the classifications of your, I guess, like your path of skating, it actually was pretty nice for its time, because there's always been that separation of style in skating, if you will, but like for some reason it was like pretty prominent around that time, especially like with the rise of things like Jackass, and Viva La Bam, like you had Mike V on there, and he's putting off that hardcore energy. He's the hardcore skater. He had like Jeff King with Built to Shred. He's
Built to Shred, exactly. Yeah. So it was relevant to the state of skating, and it felt kind of real in that sense because it was dealing with like a real thing. Like, here's the choices you would make as a skater. So if you're doing the fantasy of the skater, you get to actually delve deeper into the fantasy, which is what a video, when you're designing, you always got to think from that perspective. What's the feeling that you're trying to evoke? Like, what are you trying to make someone feel like?
Yeah. Like the career path of these styles, I think was.
And that was also, like you said, like
Pretty
from the timely sense, like picking up on what you're saying is like that was also kind of the moment where like some skaters' careers were going into the super big mainstream, like in that this is like tennis player, golf player kind of style, And so
honestly,
it was relevant.
We've even seen like Ryan Sheckler. He came in Thug 2, and it's just like, oh, Ryan Sheckler, this kid that skates, he's good, cool. And then like he got more like mainstream as the games went on.
He's exactly.
He
became like a career skater. And P-Rod, yeah.
There was that era where exactly that was happening. Yeah, so it was relevant to skating, which was cool, And I think like that's something people miss, and when people look at skate, like I don't follow skate that much. I followed it, I played it some, but I was never really hardcore with it. And for me, it's nothing against it. It's just I fundamentally prefer like snappy kinematic kind of stuff. I don't like
for sure
physicsy floaty kind of things. I give a huge exception for everything to do with like jet grind. That's as floaty as it comes, but I just love the world building and the aesthetic and everything so much that I'm fine. Like that game to me feels like I'm trying to like wave a balloon around with my hand. Like I can't control it for shit.
Actually,
but I love it so much. So yeah. I forget what I was saying, but yeah, love Jet Set.
And with aggro kick, with aggro kick, you can do that.
So we haven't told the audience. Like, I'm assuming there's people gonna be watching this. What have you even like said? What was really the whole plan for Skate 10? Because I doubt that. A lot of people.
I was just about to say, what's so after that we got some Skate 10.
Thanks for bringing it up. Yeah, and again, history, like everyone in their mind's gonna have like a different memory of stuff, But what I remember was Guitar Hero was already happening, so all the people who were sort of tired of Tony Hawk had kind of moved to the new shiny.
Yeah.
And for me in my mind, and this is like not drama, I'm not, this is just plain old, observation and just human nature and stuff, right? So I was seeing opportunity. I was like, oh, cool, maybe we can like have a smaller team again on Tony Hawk, and we can kind of like be a little more experimental and scrappy. Like I was starting to feel seeing that kind of potential, right? Where like, yeah, maybe the whole main team is going to be, maybe that's where this is going to work. And, we'll be able to do. And so I was trying to simplify, basically, So like I was like, maybe this will also be an opportunity where people won't be looking at it at like a movie, a Hollywood movie, right? Where we have to make it an even bigger production than the last one, where it was like Thug had to be even bigger, and THAW had to be even bigger, and Project 8 and then Proving Bound had been built from the ground up and bigger than ever, all that stuff. Now I was like, well, what if we just like go back to the core, clean it up, make it good, and like everybody loves that anyway, and we're good to go. So that was kind of like where I was coming from. So I remember pushing for that. I remember there wasn't a lot of people talking or excited or thinking about what the next Tony Hawk was going to be, because they were all in kind of Guitar Hero land, and all the attention was there, especially as you go up into like directors and management and stuff like that. So from my perspective, there may have been other people, there may have been other ideas, there may have been other pitches, but I don't remember, and I'm not really aware of them. Like what I remember talking and getting, again, it was Jeff. I'm forgetting his last name all of a sudden. That sucks. He was the level designer. Like I said, he was the one who had done East LA, and then Andy had taken it over from him. I think he had done. Had he done New Orleans? I don't know. In any case, yeah, Jeff Morgan. So I was getting him excited about the idea. I remember, like, as far as like people who were interested in or whatever, that's where it sort of started. And I had seen basically, so the thought for me was like, hey, we've already done all the, taking it really big. So what if we take it back to its core, and like that'll be like the selling point, kind of thing. And it's X. So like, why not call it THPSX? It is the 10th game. So why not call it 10, and X is cool and all that, whatever. So THPSX was the thought. And then like, yeah, go back more to an older formula. Take like the best of what everyone likes about like having a level, distinct levels, not, an open world, and making it a really solid, sweet playground with killer lines. And just fun goals. Take all the fun goal systems that have ever existed that we have, these ambient goals, goal pads, like everything, just make it in there. 2-minute timers, just whatever you want to be able to do. And that's would be like the core, and then we wouldn't need a giant production team because we don't necessarily need a huge story. We don't need like a whole bunch of characters. We don't need like an open world, and it's just less logistics and everything.
Less is more.
Yeah, to take it back to the old school, and just make it a bit of a throwback, because it felt like and that's the way everything works, right? Everything comes in cycles, so it felt like it was time that people would be receptive to that.
Yeah.
So that was, and then what happened was I saw that commercial, which I think I shared with some of you guys when we were chatting, and it was a Shaun White American Express commercial. So if you search like YouTube, you can find it. It's like Shaun White American Express commercial kind of thing. And it was jet set. So, and that was the other thing, because I was like, how can we be fresh? And like Tony Hawk had done the zero to hero thing over and over and over again, right? And it's cool. It's compelling. It's fantasy. It's a skateboard fantasy. Every kid who's picked up a skateboard thinks about, maybe my shop will sponsor me. Maybe I'll get in a magazine. Maybe I'll get a sponsor. Maybe I'll get a deck. Even if you're the worst skater in the world, like, you fantasize. So that made sense, but it had just been done already to death, right? And Pro Skater, where it all started, was Pro Skater. You're a pro. You just play all the pros and you skate. And it was neat, because he had their stats and everything. There's that unique aspect had been like long gone. So I was just sort of like, and looking for freshness, and the thought was that it was just sort of seeing that Shaun White commercial. And for anyone who hasn't seen it, what it is, like, again, go search it. It's just jet set. It's Shaun White living. He was at the peak of his really, not career. It's not like his career's over, but his popularity of his career, right? He was a snowboarder, skateboarder. He was on all the magazines and all this, and he's on a fucking American Express commercial. And it's just like the whole thing is like, so he gets a text or a message from someone, and they're like, snow's hitting over here, and so he books him and his buddy books some flights real quick because he's got points and he's got his card, he's got his like American Express, and then they fly, quick montage, and they're in some new place skiing or doing something, and then it's like, yo, surf's off over here, or snow's here, and they keep like flying around the world every time they end up somewhere because there's a big storm and they're hitting like great skiing or snowboarding, they find out about the next one, and they're just globe hopping, jet setting, and it's got a vibe. It just makes you want to be him. You're like, that's rad, I want to feel that. And I'm like, that's the hook, kind of thing, because like I said, game design is at its core always thinking about what's the experience, the feeling you want to deliver to someone in that moment, the fantasy they'll be experiencing. And for me, it was like, oh wow, if you could be Shaun White in that commercial for an entire video game, that would be fun. So that was basically the design. It was like, yeah, we'll have like a bunch of discrete separate levels, like I said before. So it's just like sort of easier separate production, lesser. Don't have to worry about any like streaming crap. We can cover it up because we do this idea, And then like the secondary thing that had happened, which was just kind of on its side, was Portal had come out at some point relatively recently, and every game developer plays around with game mechanics that pop up in other games, and so we had this tech from Guitar Hero where you could display anything on a quad. You could just throw a quad into the world and project anything onto it. And that's how we did the crowds for Guitar Hero. There was basically like 7, 8, 9, whatever, probably more each year, characters under the ground somewhere dancing. And there was a camera on each of them. And then that was being rendered to a texture on a quad, that was placed, in the audience. So the audience was just a bunch of quads with like basically, rendered to texture of like them animated and dancing under the world somewhere. And they'd be repeat, and spread around throughout to make a crowd. So that whole concept of being able to like render something to a texture was like something I wanted to play around with, and then it got me thinking with Portal. And I just got that idea of like, wouldn't it be neat to be able to portal to another level, or basically just Portal, So I was like, I had this idea, and I set it. I forgot which button I set it up on. Wow, there could be code for this song. If you were able, anyway, if you found the motion cutscene or whatever, like,
I don't think it's a proving ground.
Oh, right, because it all happened post. Ah, fuck. Yeah. You're right. Like I said, like it'd be so amazing to find like just a repo of like the final state of the engine. I guarantee Gary has it.
Yeah.
But anyway,
gotta be illegal.
Hey. Yeah, so we'll leave it there. But yeah, so it was like basically you hit a button and it threw down like a portal. And then you could throw another one somewhere, and you jump into one, you come out the other, basically. And what you can see when you look into the one that you throw down, you can see what's on the other side of the other one, which is neat. So that was just stupid, but just kind of a fun gimmick to play around with. And it wasn't something that we necessarily ship with, But I was like having a lot of fun with it. And Jeff Morgan, the level designer, who's super abstract, like I said, I really dug his design. He was just into it. He just dug it, and we were just always playing it and jamming and think of ideas and stuff like that, and he was just playing around with it. And then we started thinking that like, oh, so we're doing discrete levels, wouldn't it be cool if you could jump from one level to another, and use this as our transition instead. And so that's what started to lead into like this whole idea of being able to like jump around levels. And then like when that Shaun White commercial came out, it just sort of like that fit, that whole jet set, right, world, hopping around the world kind of thing, and then like have like your portal. And so we kind of combined all the ideas, and then we were like, yeah, so what if that's the game? What if it was like, you know, we have separate locations all over the world, so we can just go back to going everywhere to different places and feel like that fantasy of going somewhere different, not being stuck in one city. And then, you know, also be able to, you know, like I said, all that other stuff about being able to less production because, you know, everything's a little more compartmentalized. And then what we do is that fantasy that you're already the pro skater, you're like the super pro dude, and like you're just getting calls and options and opportunities and, you know, things from your agent. We already had the phone concept, right, that pops up and says stuff to you and sends you messages. So we were taking advantage of that. So same thing. We were just literally trying to copy like that thing. It'd be like, yo, you know, contest in Tokyo, you should come, bro, kind of thing. And then there'd be a button like book flights. So like it was really neat. It was like the little phone thing would pop out. It would give you the, you know, the prompt, you know, for the goal or the challenge or the, you know, whatever it is, just the, you know, the something's been unlocked to go somewhere new. And then like I said, it would be the, you know, book flights. You'd hit the button, and then what that would do is it would start loading the other level in the background, doing like the streaming nonsense, but you're just still in the same level kind of thing. And then when it's ready, and again, because these were discrete levels, that was the goal, was to pull them down to something that we could hold to in memory at all time, so we'd never have a hitch. And then so we'd load the other one when it's ready. The whole time the UI on your phone would be doing like a little scrolling little stupid thing like booking flights, checking, you know, availability, getting a rental car, you know, just like hyping you up with like the pizzazz of like you're jet setting, you're about to go. And then like then boom, it would be ready, and then you could throw your portal down and like boom, go to that level and just be in that level. And in the moment, we would do like a quick little, like just to hide the flash, we would do like a quick little montage of like a diagram of like an airplane flying, you know, over the dotted line over the map or something like that, you know, just to give it some hype. And we motion graphicked like all that stuff because Jeff Swenty, the mocap director, he just fell in love with the concept really early, and he was really all gung-ho for it. And I think he got some of the motion graphics going or got someone to do it. I don't know. So we had all the cool stuff, like I said, of like booking flights, checking availability, getting rental car, all that stuff, and then like the map and the thing flying over. And that not all of it was in the game. Some stuff was just in like, you know, a pitch deck, so to speak, you know, in a PowerPoint, and some of it was in the game. And I thought the whole concept was just rad. Like I thought it was super cool. You know, we would just take the most fun, pick up and play fun from the whole series, cram it into really, you know, cool levels that were more discreet, and taking them back to like more, you know, sizable, and not just trying to make, you know, GTA, and ending up with a lot of generic space. And then, yeah, like I said, that whole fast travel situation, and then the theme, just that jet set theme of like, that's the fantasy, is like, you are the pro, it's not zero to hero. So I feel like that had legs, and it was cool. I feel like Activision, I think there was probably already the decision not to have another game, so it wouldn't have mattered. So it wasn't like the pitch failed or something like that. I think it was like this game was over. There wasn't going to be another. And I feel like, I'd love to ask, but I feel like people at the studio like Joel and that already knew. So we were working on the stuff, and they were just like, well, don't tell them yet, you know, or something, you know. It's not going to actually happen. But they were still trying to figure out what was.
Was this maybe like around the time of Ride and Shred being concept, or well, at least Ride, I guess? Was that like a thing? Or?
Yeah, because there was. I don't know if we'd have to look at releases in Wiki to see if there was a time difference. Like, was there a year, you know, with no Tony Hawks after Proving Ground before?
In 2008, they released a DS game as that year's game. It was Tony Hawk's Motion, which was kind of like the preempt of like the preview of what was going to happen with the Ride and Shred. And it was basically Tony Hawk's Proving Ground, the DS version, which was based on the THPS2 engine with code added on top from THPS4. And, you know, it's just like a lower, it's a demake basically. And they added all the features and all that. And for this game, they would take that, and they got a motion pack, like this motion control thing that was used in a few games, not many, and basically they would just like remove the steering, remove the balance, and they would just replace that with the accelerometer. It played like shit, but it was
that was their game for 2008.
Yeah. That was the contractual obligation.
It makes sense. Oh yeah, I wonder what direction that goes, because it's like they had the license for like 15 years or whatever, like Tony's name, but I don't know if it was like that there was an obligation that they had to put a game out every year. I think I don't know which way it goes, but either way, like I'm sure they would have been like, we have this, we should take advantage of it. Don't lose a year. Just put some shit out as cheap as possible, and find like what can get us the highest return for the least cost. And that's basically what happened with the series for on, And I wonder if that one had anything to do with Red Octane also, because that's hardware, right? Because so they were also looking for ways to do things.
Oh no, it was like a really, really unknown studio. I think they only did like 2 games.
Right.
I don't know.
That
Studios Inc. is what it says. That's the only developer that shows up on at least the fan wiki.
Yeah.
There's
And the
only
game,
4 levels.
yeah, it's pretty bad. And it came bundled with another game. That I think that was the game they were making. They were like, at the last minute, hey, make a Tony Hawk game. So they just bundled both. And that Hue game is basically like a little monster you control with. Yeah, that you control with the stylus, and it's a neat game. It's not bad. It's a neat.
It's just weirdly combined with Tony Hawk.
Yeah.
So yeah, it kind of makes you look like it was really put together really quickly.
It's like
But
they
yeah,
have
it was
some
weird.
of the 6-axis idea in there. Sorry, I see like the tilt and twist and turn to play being marketed on the box. I'm like,
Uh-oh.
Kids.
Play well. They tried though.
But yeah, internally at Neversoft, like it was more that like Guitar Hero was clearly taking off, so we have to put all the resources on that. It was sort of like that was the vibe as far as like we're not going to do Tony Hawk anymore. We're going to do this. It sucked. Like I knew the moment it happened. I knew like already. Like when it was like there's going to be an announcement, I knew that's what it was, kind of thing.
Oh man, kind of.
But me, at least the kind of not excitement, the whatever consolation prize was like I didn't go to the Guitar Hero team. I went to we were gonna start, which was weird, right? That it was like, and I think that wasn't necessarily. I don't know. It just seemed weird. It was like if we don't have the resources to continue Tony Hawk, then how do we have the resources to start prototyping a brand new game? But that's what happened anyway. So I feel like there was like probably miscommunication between us and but maybe maybe Activision literally said, you're too expensive to make the next Tony Hawk make money because we're looking at the charts, right? So try to make something else that'll make more than that. Maybe they said, we'll give you a year to agree to something and we'll green light it or not. So yeah, I don't know the way the conversations went, but I imagine it's something like that. It would have been some just business logic, right? Just cold hard facts.
Yeah, I think business logic. They probably looked at their studios and who the top dogs were, and they seen that NS name, and that was all it took.
Yeah, so we were still. I mean, Infinity Ward, Call of Duty was about to become the biggest thing in the world. It wasn't yet because Guitar Hero was. So yeah, it does make sense that they maybe would have given that opportunity to Neversoft to be like, okay, well, you're going to make the next new game. So it's a real bummer, right? That didn't work because that would have been an entirely different timeline.
For sure.
That's like the second game that didn't go anywhere. The first one was Exodus, and
Tab. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Tab.
Big guns.
Yeah, Big Guns 10.
Done well though.
Like 3 names.
Back to the roots.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I would have that like TH10 sounds like the perfect time to do a little bit of a soft reset and kind of have the core shine once again for sure. That would have
tried with like the classic mode thingies of the arcade on Proving Ground, but it was very hidden away. It felt like it didn't really play as well, but
yeah, it was kind of an act. It was more like, yo, we could probably do this. We could make those. We could make the goals. You know what I mean? And we could make a system like you go up to the arcade machine. I think there was the Pac-Man, the Hawkman. I helped Tyler.
Yeah.
I want to bring something like that in.
I did like that.
They kept that going in. Like that was in even Pro Skater HD and 5. They kept that going.
Oh, cool. I didn't notice that. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
The actual challenges, you know, in the classic mode, like through the arcade machine, were sort of not like because the levels weren't designed for the challenges. Like that's why those original games were so core because it was so intertwined.
Right.
Yeah, that's why 3+4 doesn't work too well.
Yeah,
The 4 part, like they
Yeah.
retrofitted the goals into THPS4 levels, which were designed for that.
different flow.
Yeah. Too big for.
So that was the proving ground. But I'm glad we did it. You know, I'm glad we had that at least. You know, those arcade machines that you could play the classic.
Yeah, it was pretty.
But yeah, I think 10 would have been neat. I really feel that we were like, I was pushing to like listen to the gamers, like listen to the audience, stop listening to, you know, what the publisher thinks the next big thing needs to be. And like I said, that like I was like, maybe the attention's going to be on Guitar Hero. Maybe, you know, we can get away with, you know, just kind of doing what we want with this one, and it can exceed expectations and have a cheaper budget. You know what I mean? And like do well. And
Yeah.
kind of like give another lifetime for the game, just like how the Thug series kind of gave another lifetime for it. You know,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Definitely. Had to
Recently,
Missed opportunity.
had to make Guitar Hero.
recently we were like the Neversoft Call of Duty that ended up being Ghost was leaked recently, semi recently. The Neversoft Space Wars or whatever it's called.
Warfare.
Oh wow, yeah, because they were the whole time I was already over, and when basically by the time they stopped working on anything, they got that was, I guess they were. I mean, what they were up to was putting together like a pitch for a new game that I guess didn't get greenlighted, and it was just taking the Call of Duty stuff and making it sci-fi. And I remember we played it sometimes because we'd be given builds and asked to like give feedback, like the Infinity Ward team. But I only played it a couple times. I never got a chance to check it out a whole lot.
That was then, or at least what the audience has kind of made the conclusion was it was what was built into COD Ghosts, because there's a lot of things that were transferred over, like the whole story of being in space as well. That was also in Ghosts.
I think
but
the majority of that space mission made it.
I would believe so.
Makes
Also,
sense.
a lot of there were some things that were like not map wise, but like gameplay wise, because it was built off of Modern Warfare 3. As like the same guns. You even had like MW2's intervention, the sniper rifle, and had all these things. But of course, we only found out of it because of a recent leak, and so there's not really much talk on the game.
Yeah. But that does make sense. That core elements, ideas, designs, gameplay hook, little things would still carry over. That were worth doing, which is neat. So it wasn't all throwaway. I think I was playing the multiplayer because they were throwing the multiplayer at a multiplayer group, and they were experimenting with things with like low gravity. You know what I mean, like laser beams.
True. Yeah.
For sure.
Even like
It's
Riot
hard.
Shield was its own ability, so you had
Yeah.
you had your two weapons, plus you can have a Riot Shield to place down. It was silly.
Placeable Riot Shield too. That's another huge thing because the Riot Shield wasn't always placeable until a certain point in time.
Black Ops 2 actually.
Yeah. I think Transit technically.
Even in the multiplayer, you could place it down, I believe.
It's like a lot of those aspects that were brought in from Neversoft that I kind of mentioned earlier, like the Extinction game mode. There's a lot of stuff in there, like a defense in the middle of zombie gameplay. Like that wasn't necessarily brought. I mean, you could maybe argue and say like rebuilding the window barriers is a defense in the middle of a zombies game, but like adding onto the layer of defense with objective things to do in the middle of that chaotic gameplay, like that was brought over in Ghost and kind of stayed a main thing, and even spawned Easter egg quests that are a huge deal nowadays for zombie players.
This makes sense, and it makes sense how it would come from like that design style, kind of, you know what I mean, and sort of personality.
Oh, for sure, yeah. You can kind of see the droplets turn into puddle if you will, like in terms of like the artistic direction that things went, just based off of the initial thought or pitch in the game.
True. That's a neat perspective. It's a neat way to. I remember you mentioned that about, or someone was. I think it was you. Yeah, specifically about like some things that were in Zombies specifically that gave it some character that felt like that was Neversoft vibe.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that say, because I always glaze Neversoft and everything they've done, because why not? It's Neversoft, all right. Anything they touch turns to gold, all right. But yeah, like I would bring that up about COD Ghost, and then I'd be told like, well, it was in Zombies before Ghost, and I'm like, maybe in a sense, but it was like definitely expanded upon drastically in this mode, and then even then some in the following titles, and it just kind of balloons it from there.
Yeah, I'm happy. When I think of people that I know who were like really good at Neversoft, who stayed through the transition to Infinity Ward, and who are still there and who've done cool things, that like when I got to, sorry, I just had to take the dog inside. It's been hot out here. When I got to Neversoft, Medal of Honor was, Medal of Honor Online was a big deal, like that Call of Duty hadn't happened yet. It was the biggest thing. And there was a core group of people at Neversoft who I would show up in the morning and they'd be playing Medal of Honor, like multiplayer, and they'd been playing all night. So yeah, and like those people like are still at Infinity Ward now, kind of thing. Oh, yeah. So it's not like there was a big disconnect, really, which is pretty cool. I specifically remember one animator who was really into it, and he switched at the time that they kind of merged. He moved into design from animation. He's done great things, and he's still there at Infinity Ward. So it's
crazy. It's crazy the amount of softwares that are actually still there to this day from that initial merger. It's crazy. Yeah. There's some of them that have been there longer than their initial job at Neversoft.
Oh, for sure. By now, way more. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's wild. Pretty cool. Yeah, that's why it was neat to go to the reunion. But that was Neversoft. People were going to be there forever, and Infinity Ward is kind of very much that way. Some people come and go. And so the core people from Neversoft that ended up there makes sense. And then now I'm sure there's lots of people that come and go, but they're going to still remain as the core. I wonder what are the three studios now? Is Treyarch still, does Sledgehammer still make, or is it just, are they back to two studios?
Yeah, so right now it's it's weird right now. So I
have no idea what Sludge is doing.
It was Sledgehammer, Treyarch, Infinity Ward all making their own games. But right now, it went from MW2, the modern one. The newer one of Modern Warfare 2 was
Modern Warfare.
Yeah, Infinity Ward. Infinity. I'm getting my names mixed up, but it's Infinity Ward for MW2 22. And then Sledgehammer for MW3 again, which is funny because they did the original MW3.
They were involved with us, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I went back to Treyarch for Black Ops because they do Black Ops. And then for some reason they're doing back-to-back Black Ops with Treyarch doing this one as well.
Poor Treyarch. Yeah, poor Treyarch.
It's very much making them scrunch. I get.
I heard some internal talks about them possibly being over the Warzone IP now, and possibly backtracking back to Blackout. Like they might be bringing Blackout back, and it makes sense because Treyarch developed Blackout to transition into Warzone, but now they want to transition back to Blackout. From what I hear, it's really odd. I hope that Treyarch doesn't go through the same post-production mishaps that was the lifespan of Black Ops 4, because that game had so much promise to it, and they got riddled with having to support other studios and projects on top of having to keep their game alive, and yeah. So back-to-back titles is rough. That's rough.
And this one's a completely different art style because the last one was more so in like the 90s, 2000s era.
It was like
the
Cold
USA.
War-ish almost.
Yeah. And then this one's taking place 10 years after Black Ops 2, so it's back to like the semi-futuristic. So completely different art styles for back-to-back games from the same studio.
Is it do we know if it's boots on ground still or?
Yeah, it is. But they are bringing back like the wall jump, so you can jump off of the wall.
Hmm.
Can I play as Beavis and
It-
Butthead?
the fans are not that, the fans of Call of Duty are not really a big, fan of what's about to happen because they feel like, I don't know, the whole consensus is that everybody feels burnt out of Call of Duty right now.
Then why do they keep buying it?
But this one, it's like I'm seeing nothing but complaints about it. I'm not seeing a single soul express their.
Then best-selling
Express how
Call of Duty games.
That is so unfortunate because there was a time where Treyarch was, according to the community, depending on who you ask, Treyarch was like the top dog of COD just because of zombies alone. Like there were people that demanded standalone zombie games. Like
Black Ops took over for sure. At that era, yeah, for sure. And they were like the premier, kind of like pushing things in cool directions.
yeah, that's unfortunate. So it's just like kind of depending what path you're led down. Depends on the reception, I guess. It's kind of the same thing with these modern development studios that work on the Tony Hawk title. It's just like, yeah, they're only as good as they're allowed to be,
Yeah, the resources and time and the scope, from the beginning. Like I said, the scope was probably pretty finely defined to them to begin with.
A lot of the consensus comes down to a lot of it being, Beavis and Butthead and all these like cartoony characters alongside AI generated things inside of the games. Not just the art, but there's a lot of. Now I'm getting to the conspiracy part of things. People are saying that's AI generated map design, but I'm not going to really comment to ultimately.
Not about that yet.
Because
map.
That's not necessary.
There's not a lot of strong evidence on it, but it's what a lot of people are saying.
Conceptual.
So that's why.
For COD or for the TH?
Yeah, for like Black Ops 6 specifically,
all
that game
levels
is all being.
For
things.
THPS, it has to.
Somebody brought up pinball possibly being like a chat GPT map, and I'm like, oh,
Dude,
all the art in the game or in that map is very AI generated.
I more so mean like the design of it.
In grind.
The textures for sure, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything looks too.
It's a little silly. I know it's like
board texture.
It's for money,
honestly,
of course, but like
they have Dana. They should just give Dana all of their money and let him do it. Dana's gonna hate me for saying that because that's a lot of work being put on his plate. But if they pay him well, I'm sure he won't mind.
I thought he was still at Infinity Ward.
He is.
Yeah.
Just listen, pay the man. He'll go where the money is. I tell you this.
There were several people who returned after they merged. Several Neversoft people who returned to Neversoft to Infinity Ward after they had merged. Dana being one of them, and yeah. Gilman also. He was another environment artist.
Oh,
I think he's probably still there. But that's neat. Yeah, because it's team. It's still the same team. It might be a different name. Might be, but you're still working with all the same people. Like some, in any case.
Yeah, I always like seeing like the older pictures of like 2008, 2009 Neversoft, and like seeing a young Lee Ross in the background, not knowing he's about to become the Infinite Warfare Zombies god.
Yeah. It's funny. I was happy to see Lee's, career because he came in. He was like associate producer from Activision, I think, or something. Like junior.
Yeah.
And he was good at what he was doing. He's a good people person. He's organized. He's detail oriented. He's just a nice guy. So I was really happy to see him, like his career. Like I said, I follow everyone I've ever worked with. I just pay attention to them on LinkedIn. So it was cool to see him, do well and keep coming into his own.
Yeah, I loved how he carried himself because he was essentially, I think, like community manager for that title. But he was like, he was so involved with the community, but to a point where he wasn't overstepping boundaries that may have been set for him and whatnot. But he was still very in tune with the community, and then a lot of I can't give him 100% of the credit because there's multiple softers that are still there, but like in these IW titles, they still have a lot of like Neversoft Easter eggs and giving love to the studio that made them.
That's cool. What did you guys think? I didn't realize. I saw like where did I see this? I saw this on LinkedIn of all places. Apparently there was what was it? It was like maybe like a Guitar Hero box in a garbage can or something.
Oh yeah, so it was in Pro Skater 1 and 2, I believe, but not in a trash can. They just used this asset in a trash can out of all of places in the new map, water
Nice.
park.
So originally,
Someone
the
got
asset-
butthurt
and Joe Hero.
or something?
So the asset was originally in 1+2. It was the box of Guitar Hero World Tour. For some reason, in the final, they changed the texture from World Tour to Banjo Hero. And then it's just a reused asset in 3+4, but it found its way in a trash bin.
Right.
But it's not like, in my mind, it's a bouncy object. It gets put in the trash bin. That way, when you collide with the trash bin, there's bouncy objects that pop out of it for interaction. That's merely my thought process of it. I don't think it was anything like, put that in the trash. It's got Neversoft on. You know what I mean? But
No, I don't think it was
apparently,
anything. I thought it was funny humor. It was just like there was a point where you would go to right, like most people when they think of Guitar Hero guitars right now, their picture in their mind is a giant stack of them at a secondhand store.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So that's why I thought it was funny. I was like, that's where it belongs, and there should have been 50 of them. So I thought it was just awesome humor. And so someone posted that on LinkedIn or something, saying, like, oh, this happened, and then apparently some backlash happened, and the studio had to remove. I don't know if they did, but that's what the person said.
Yeah, they did.
Actually, they just
Bring it up
removed
right
it.
now.
Yeah, and Brian called him pathetic on Twitter because of that.
Yeah, he liked my repost of it too. I think Dana might have as well. There was not a single softer that took it as like a ouch, my feelings.
Yeah.
They all thought like, that's funny.
That was the question. I think the person their post on LinkedIn was just sort of like, is there anyone out there from Neversoft or I don't know what Red Octane, who can say if anyone should care about this? And I just posted. I was just like, this is 100% Neversoft humor. This is exactly something that Neversoft artists would have done. So
For sure.
No one should be butthurt about this.
All the fans were very butthurt for some reason.
There's
I
another
just wanted to-
object that they removed in the latest
yeah.
update, and it was a blow up doll that they hid in Shipyard, and it was like it wasn't like it's as detailed as a blow up doll could get, but
wow.
we found that. And we were like, and you guys want to remove a Guitar Hero box? Why? Like, this should probably concern you more than that. Like, and then they just ended up removing both.
Yep, the whole trash can where that Guitar Hero box is completely gone.
They took away the whole trash can too. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So they took away those two, and then they added in the missing college ramp that was there. It was a pro object, I think.
And now, Private Match Creator Park. I don't know how that was in the base
they
game,
did something really stupid. The stores are using Demonware for online. That's okay, but the 1+2 they had the problem that since the game's online wasn't finished, they had a few game modes that they couldn't finish in time. They shipped it like that. It just has like getting a score, trick attack, combo mambo, graffiti. And those were only the only game modes in 1+2, and 3+4, and they already had the unfinished code for King of the Hill and Firefight,
Nice.
and they didn't finish it. Instead, they added a new mode, which is kind of like a cheap version of Scavenger Hunt, and they also
hide and seek thing.
Yeah, and they also did this stupid thing in 1+2. They had two lobbies, so basically they had a competitive and casual. And for casual, they would introduce a 30-second time limit after your timer goes to 0, and that would end your
Like that's over time.
And the competitive mode wouldn't have it because, well, you don't want to have that. Since
Mhm.
you can get good combos, you wanna stretch that. But in the 3+4, they combined both because they made one of the lobbies the hawk mode. And now whenever you go into, for example, graffiti or like, what was the other game that did it? I forgot.
Graffiti and trick attack.
Yeah. When the timer ends, you get 30 seconds, and now you can't continue your combo. Even on the quote unquote competitive mode, which is
it automatically ends you at those 30 seconds. Like mid combo, you're just
And the people who are going to play the most and the longest are the hardcore players, at the end of the day. So it should be ultimately, that's dumb.
Yeah.
And they also had another bug that conspiracy theory, I thought it was another combo killer. It is that if your score was high enough after the timer was over, like around, I don't know, 20 million, it would instantly snap you to the ground and bail you. Like, without telling you, it would just do it randomly. I don't know if it was because the score was causing an overflow. They apparently fixed it in the most recent patch, but it was kind of weird. Because OnePlus didn't have that. So I was like, I don't like this.
There's some weird general stuff going on in these games that have been going on since THHD that I'm like, all right, the game is starting to feel better, but can it look good under the hood, like with the progression of the visuals or something? Like, because like grind pops were a huge issue in THHD, and you could still do them today, and it's not like a huge issue, but it fundamentally affects Rails, and that shouldn't be a thing. The Rails were figured out 20 years ago by Neversoft. Just do this.
Yeah, they replaced, from what we know, a bunch of the handling code, the general skating, with THPS4 code that BB had laying around back when they were doing 1+2. But it was, again, unfinished. They didn't finish everything in time, so they had, like, from what we know, leftover Robomoto stuff, so grinds were splined instead of waypoints. There was other things like the wall right collision was a little bit different, and wall plants were taken from Pro Skater 5 because they didn't have the wall plants for THAW. And like it was like this weird, like, put it together, get it out to ship. Then they were doing 3+4. Then Vicarious got merged into Blizzard, so they canceled 3+4. Then when they got Iron Galaxy,
I was wondering if they had been working on 3+4, were they?
Yeah, for a couple of months, and then they just like, hey, you want to make Diablo 4?
Yeah.
You want to support Call of Duty?
If they were working on DLC for 1 and 2, or I'm not sure. Like if they had, in their minds, I imagined at some point they were like, all right, we're gonna do 3 and 4, and if it was like a nope, you're not moment.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was planned. They were gonna finish 1+2 and then either do 3+4 as an expansion or release it as a full game.
Right. Yeah.
I heard that it was going to be an expansion, but I'm not 100% sure.
That's interesting.
Pretty much what it is now, just full price.
Yeah, they wait a little longer, then they can charge full price.
And so they got Iron Galaxy, and Iron Galaxy
not that much time.
Didn't know about all those issues, and they just ignored it completely, and it has the same bugs and stuff. There's this really annoying bug that's been in 1+2, and it's, you see how when you do an extra trick, you specify an array, like press square and you do this trick. Then on that trick you declare the third, fourth, and you need to declare it as a variable. In 1+2, for some reason, if the trick you're doing doesn't have an extra trick, but you already did a second one, for example, let's say that you do a 360 flip from a variable kick flip. If you tap a third time, it will repeat the 360 flip without playing an animation, but it will wait the length of the 360 flip. But it will do it instantly.
There's some tricks that lock you to bail no matter what, even if that duration is complete.
You don't realize you're in a trick or what?
Yeah.
And it happens with every single extra trick that doesn't have a continuation to it. So if you do a triple kickflip, if you press a fourth time, you get stuck in that state. If you do a triple heel flip, the same for every single tap. Since every single trick has an extra trick assigned because it's the same as THPS4. And it also happens with grabs, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, that was a pretty annoying bug, and they didn't fix it for 3+4. Even though it was super reported, and everyone's like, come on, fix this.
So like under the hood wise, like these are things that come on, like the game, like it is what it is. If it sells, we're gonna get a product, but please do something more under the hood. And like they want to remove bouncy objects. I don't know. It's crazy.
And that's why Brian
It
calls
could
it pathetic.
it could be suit driven, but at the same time, it's I don't know. Like I was sitting there posting as much as I could, maybe even before release. Like, hey, if you guys need like consulting, let me know. Well, something simple as in like refine your collision geometry, please. Refine your flags. Like it's simple is better. Less is more for the geometry in the collision.
Yeah,
and
they did two less.
the collision's not bad because it's mostly vanilla collision from Neversoft, but
with
like
missing chunks.
missing chunks, misflagged things. Like they're like every rail is just marked as not skatable, which yeah, I guess you don't want it to be skatable, but then it creates an LFG on all of these rails, and you're stuck in the landable float glitch for all these rails if you ollie onto that rail. Versus like being able to have you just slide off the top. And that's what their intention is with the not skatable flag, obviously, because it's supposed to put you in that float state and slide you off, but it just doesn't work with that engine.
Yeah, just get stuck in a float. That's it.
Like it tries to work sometimes, but it's momentum based from what I like played around with. It's something to do with the momentum, working in tandem with it. And if you can stall your momentum, you can buffer your momentum in that state also. And then that's where like the slingshot out of the LFGs came from, because you're buffering that momentum. It's weird. It's cool. It's weird. Should it happen? Probably not. But is it cool? Yeah.
Breakcast collision. Awesome. Yeah.
It's interesting how like the conglomeration of tech from different, all the different versions.
Yeah, like I don't even know how I don't even know how the respawning system works nowadays versus like an HD. I kind of figured out like just playing the game how it worked, and I remember taking my thoughts to like Josh and a couple other dudes at Ribo, and I'm like, is this happening because of this? And they're just like, yeah, that's basically why. Like and the way they did it was they just had the
Oh, when you bail, right?
skaters. Yeah, when you bail, like the skater just throws out a bunch of feelers for things that are marked as skatable, and it'll put you to the nearest skatable object. So like if you were messy or sloppy with your collision flags, you could get some decent outcomes, go to places you weren't necessarily intended. But I don't know if that necessarily is how it works.
No, it's the
in
same.
1+2 and 3+4.
It's the same bail system as THPS4, but they just get rid of the get up animations. You just glitch into the
Yeah,
stand.
we just have that snapback. Yeah, it's just not as harsh as HD because there's no white screen blinding you.
There's this VHS rewind glitch. Kind of lame. I guess it works.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. They must have had some sort of issue with the
They motion
getting
capture
back
the
on
bails. So, yeah. Motion capturing bails, it's not great if you want to get up quick.
Hmm.
There's like video.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering with Cheapskate on that. I don't know, bails are a touchy thing. It's like you need some sort of consequence, right? Otherwise,
Yeah.
like, what are the stakes? But at the same time, it's like it's not fun to bail. It's not, finding a middle ground,
I think Project Date was the sweet spot for me. I mean, it was the ragdoll was too floaty, but you could bail out of it by rolling, and I think that's
right.
That's a super underappreciated thing about it. Like, I think it's the only game with a ragdoll that you can go out of.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, because it was neat. It created like two gameplays. Yeah, you can like, no, fuck it, I just want to keep going, or it could be, yeah, I'm gonna play around with this, ragdoll thing.
And you can also skip it with squares. So
yeah.
There's that thing.
Yeah, they did have the quick restart or whatever, the quick recovery, I guess you could say. Yeah, that's pretty sweet though. Oh man. So there was never any like any actual, aside from like maybe a word or two here and there was never any solid plans for like a sequel to Gun. It was kind of pretty much just Like this is it.
But again, I don't know. Like people finished it and people started working on and it wasn't. This was the thing though. It wasn't like when I got there. Gunn was already in the works, the first one, and it was very much you could tell who was in charge and who was running the show and all that stuff. But then after Gunn shipped or whatever, it was more like there was a lot of like activity in terms of like emails sent out like, yo, check out this proposal for this cool idea. And it was like a bunch of artists and designers who had been like thinking of and brainstorming ideas and pitching and stuff, so it wasn't coming from up top, so to speak. So that should have been a sign maybe,
Yeah.
But I wasn't thinking about it too much really at the time. But that's what I do remember, that there were people who were actively thinking of ideas and excited about the sequel and pitching and this and that and the other. And then, the word came. And that day must have been rough for them because Joel, I remember he like brought everyone back to like the back room and he had like a pair of cowboy boots and his like running shoes or something. And he like took the cowboy boots off and put the running shoes on, and then said his piece.
Oh, made it all dramatic. That's crazy.
So,
But,
like that must have been hard for him. Like
tennis
his
shoes on.
yeah. It should have been Vans or something. I don't know. It was his pair of skate shoes probably. But yeah. Because I mean, he's Joe Western, right? So like it was like that in a lot of ways something he was, I'm sure, very passionate about, and excited about. So, like I said, I think that whole project was just the wrong timing. The console generation, the time in the generation, the resources allocated to it. They weren't ready to let go of Tony Hawk, and it's a good thing they didn't, right? Because we still got a few games out of it.
For sure.
Yeah, but it's hard to go up to two teams again. Like I said, they'd already been through that with Spidey and Tony, and then they'd been through the loss of letting go of Spidey, so they didn't want to let go of Tony, but they couldn't, put all their resources into Gunn. So,
well, here's my counter argument: they let go of Bruce Willis, so they can let go of Tony.
yeah, that didn't seem to matter. Yeah, it seemed like that was a good trade. Bruce Willis for Tony Hawk worked out well.
Bruce on a skateboard. Doing Bruce things.
It was cool to hear that kind of stuff. And that I think I told you guys how like apparently in the code, the core class for like the skater was called Bruce, like through.
Yeah. See Bruce.
Yeah.
It's skater after that. It's so great.
My class Bruce. It's still Bruce. And like there's before in the downtown level, there used to be a model of Bruce Willis as a hologram. Of course, it got removed later in development, but it was
actually, it wasn't even a hologram. That was just his like crude 3D model just placed where the fountain is.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, the screenshots just have like the
screenshots are horrible looking.
Yeah. THPS one was interesting. It's very interesting.
We have any more questions for him?
Yeah.
Oh man,
a lot.
there's a bit yet.
Like an entire channel of them, dude.
It's true. It's true. I was kind of briefly looking at them, trying to see like what we covered with like general discussion versus what we maybe didn't touch on.
Yeah. Let's start with a kind of dumb questions first, and then yeah. All right, first question. Do you know if the project date map was based on any place in real life? And if so, what and where?
Right. I don't think so. I think it was obviously like everyone's sort of stereotypical, you know what I mean? Sort of imaginations of things like a cul-de-sac, right? In a high school again and things like that. But I don't, to my mind, I don't remember anyone like having any sort of like holistic reference to like an actual place or anything. It was more about like the whole flow of it, how the places fit, and then what the locations were. And then they'd just go and get a bunch of reference. That must have been a boring one because they didn't get to do their trips, right?
Yeah, I assume they just went up the street to a school and was like, okay, this is school.
They just went on Google Maps, skate spots in Los Angeles.
Yeah, reference trips for THAW must have been crazy.
Yeah, Thug 2 and stuff they were in. Yeah, or the one everyone talks, the legendary one was, I guess it was Thug 2, and they went to, was it Skateland in Ohio?
Oh wow. Oh, Skatopia. Skatopia, yeah.
Skatopia, exactly. The Skatopia in THAW, I guess, was based off that. So was it for the THAW trip that they went? Well, some people went out
Underground
there, and that
too.
place.
Stuck too.
Sorry. Oh,
Thug
yeah.
2. Yeah.
Oh, right, the ranch. Or no, but what am I thinking? I don't know. Anyway,
The ranch is THAW.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or was Skatopia in Thug 2? Yeah, no, they
Yeah.
went. They did. Yeah.
Skatopia was in Thug 2.
But I think like the ranch was sort of, it was sort of a continuation. It was like inspired by the vibe. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that was apparently like people went there, felt that they, had like, survived their lives by coming back.
Oh, for real? That was no joke. That place is insane.
Yeah. So, and apparently they like sort of treated them to an experience because they knew like who they were and why they were there. So
well, that's cool.
We know where you live.
Man, if they treated them to an experience, I can only imagine because like every instance I've seen of that place is an experience. It's crazy.
But that wasn't Project 8. But yeah, like I said, Project 8, I believe, was more just like about just sort of really nailing stereotypical things. Because that whole thing was meant to feel like just a town, right?
Yeah, I think mostly the reason people like discuss that is because there's signs that say like Beaverton and Beaver Valley and Chilver.
Chillers.
People kind of
that's mostly the artists trying to put like sexual innuendo things.
That's what I thought. Yeah. That's mainly the Neversoft like forte. So I mean,
yes,
yeah,
they were just trying to get away with as much as they could.
Yeah, it's great. Dana and I have that discussion every now and then, just like how much they could get away with back in the day versus like you can't do that today. You just not get away with it. There's so many.
Yeah, it was a culture in games. Yeah.
So many different eyes see the product now before it's off. Like,
yeah.
Sponsors and stuff too. So gotta watch out. Can't put boobies in a game.
Yeah, it depends what year.
Depends what year.
Depends on the year.
Yeah, it needs to be a pair of year. What do you call it? What's the name of it in English? I forgot. Anyways.
We'll bring boobies back in the year 2033. just because. Jigglebone.
Havoc.
Did other questions? Was there anything?
So you want the next one, Drew?
Oh, Nail the Grind.
Oh yeah, Nail the Grind.
Nail the Grind.
That was happening. Nail the Trick bugged me because people I felt were obsessing over it too much, and we could have got it all in the one game. I felt, but there was sort of like this obsessioning happening over things that didn't need to happen, and I could see it just taking time. So that was a little unfortunate. But I mean, Nail the Trick starting with the flip tricks made sense to start there, and then what did we get? We got grab and manual before grind.
Yeah,
it's crazy, right?
I don't know if we ever got
Nail the
Grind.
Huh?
Actually, we did get Nail the Grab, I think.
Yeah, the one that we did.
There was Nail the Trick, Nail the Grab, and Nail the Manual. There was no.
Yeah, I don't think there was ever Grind.
Because I remember actually that picture when I had to go to Europe to Activision Europe to give the little spiel to their marketers there of like what the new features were. I remember because it was for Proving Ground, and I remember demoing the grab and the grind. And that was funny. It was just like, why are we doing Nail the Grab? Like should like. Like no one grabs their board, so come on, do some grinds, like do like what people actually do. So I felt like we were like already, that's sort of, an indication there of how we were like out of touch with skateboarding, which was frustrating for me as a skater, so, but yeah, in any case, Nail the Grind was cool and it was being worked on and I thought it was pretty rad.
Sounds like a concept.
I'm trying to remember, the way it functioned. I think it was really all about like you making that landing. So it was like just like Nail the flip trick ones was about you flipping the board and watching it flip and then flipping it again, and stuff like that. This was about navigating. It was like you're moving from here to here and you're gonna try to smack, the board and the the truck or whatever exactly how you want it to hit that thing that you're, on a trajectory towards right now. So I feel like it was something like that.
So kind of imagining like being able to like grab your board and tweak out from like a tail slide or something, or like a 5-0. Be so sick. The Apex animation would have been amazing for it.
Yeah, but I imagine there would have, if we would have continued developing, there would have been those secondary sort of things, like being able to switch to other grinds midway, and things, and that being like and stuff. There's neat stuff. I felt the whole nail the whatever thing was cool, but it was just sort of a side distraction, also in the same way. It was neat. It was adding more to the game. It was cool that you could combo in both ways. So I thought it was a best of the worlds kind of thing. But it was also kitchen sink, and I felt that was like the fundamental problem with like any franchise that's been around for a certain amount of time. It's like I think it was overdue to like strip it back to its core and then build up again,
Right.
And make that feel fresh instead of just adding more shit.
I have to say though, there's a cool thing about Proving Ground. And that's the foot plants. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just another reverb, but you get a
slash grinds. And
the slash grinds are kind of weird.
Yeah, that was exactly. I wanted bowl skating to work, but I felt like, it was like sort of not the greatest.
I like the idea of everything. Like, the direction of wanting to make it like, it's just so cool.
The carving... I also like the idea. I feel like it could have worked better if it behaved like wall rides. Like, if it followed a curve instead of like just locking the velocity. You just like not wave. You would like ride it like slowly, and then you would go back down. And then you could like revert out of it manual, something like that.
Yeah, like really feel play with the gravity.
Yeah, but.
It's tricky. You'd have to slow things down and have much bigger bowls. You know what I mean? Like, is what it needed. It just didn't so much work in our like tight spaces and our super fast speed.
Yeah.
And like, kitchen sink. But it was like abilities that we needed to add for that track because it was sort of like the track that didn't have the greatest stuff. It was like, okay, you're gonna be able to whack people with your board and carve. Like
aggro kick.
Yeah, and the aggro kick too.
Aggro punch.
Yeah.
Aggro punch.
I worked on a lot of that one. I think I worked on a lot
sketch.
of that whole track, the hardcore track.
Nice.
But yeah, creatively, I didn't have much choice in what I was doing. Yeah, but then, like I said, that last one was like a kind of a big production. But I still dig it. I thought it was kind of neat in its own way. I like that there's that video out there, and I feel like I influenced that. Have you seen that video? It's got like 700,000 views. The like Neversoft's last game.
Oh yeah, that it was a good video. He also did one on Ride. So.
Yeah,
the edge,
and it's proving. It's just a proving run. Yeah. So I randomly came across, and it was that dude, right? Some video. It might have even been he was doing a live stream where he was playing Proving Ground. Doing a Proving Ground playthrough. It was a live stream, and it was he was playing the PS2 version. So I'm just randomly flipping through YouTube, and this thing pops up, and I'm like, someone's live streaming. I'm like, oh neat, I click on it, and then I noticed that he's playing the PS2 one. So I just casually wrote, I was like, PS2. I'm like, Neversoft, made the core SKU. Neversoft, was the core developer, and the core SKU was the next gen, not this. This was a downstream version made by another studio. So, why are you playing this? And just kind of left it at that, kind of thing. And I noticed, like, he's playing, and then he's, like, looking through the comments, and at some point, I heard him read my comment, and his face was, like, genuinely inquisitive. And he was like, oh, so who did that? I read something, and I saw Neversoft, so I thought it was this. And then whatever, I watched for a bit and then left the stream. And then, like, about a month later, he put out that video. So he went and found, right, the whatever next gen version, like in whatever format, of Proving Ground, and then made that video. And it's got like 3.25 million views now. So anyway, I'm just kind of happy, because I mean, like, I feel like some of those games like got lost.
Yeah.
And so it's neat to see it kind of come back into the like, and I feel like I kind of maybe like planted that seed for him to go find it. Maybe not, I'm not taking credit, but it's just sort of.
He found Neversoft's last game the edgiest.
Yes.
It's so dark. You kill people.
It's interesting. Like, why does it have that many views? Like, it means that the name Neversoft still means something, that people still recognize.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, of course it does.
You know what I mean? Which is neat. Yeah.
I mean, if it didn't, we wouldn't be doing this.
I mean, he even went through Project 8, not just Proving Ground, but he talked. Most of the video, I feel like, was for Project 8, which is.
I gotta watch it again.
Yeah, because half the video is Project 8, and then the other half is Proving Ground.
Weird.
Project, I remember.
It is true. I never realized. Everyone's like, it's so dark and all this stuff, but I'm like, oh yeah, I guess it was. Because I think it was trying to be a change from Project 8, because Project 8 was It's vibrant and hyper real and just super
Cartoony a
candy.
little bit.
Yeah.
The
And it was that
lesbian.
next gen eye candy. You know what I mean? You got to be colorful. That's what eye candy is. You know. And then we went back to
The normal.
Chris Ward walking around going, "Make it grungy."
At the very end,
Oh,
we
yeah.
talked about Proving Ground PS2 and how bad it is.
It's just
I helped out a couple of the studios for the downstream version. So as soon as we switched to next gen, I had the opportunity to go and help, and it was some studio I'd never heard of. They were brand new, just very small. In San Francisco, I think, was one of the ones that I'd gone to help them out, just to try to give them some guidance. And I told them to port, because I was like, I totally changed the goal system, kind of thing. You should look at it and you should port it, because you're not going to be able to do anything we're doing. And the dude looked at it and just decided not to instead. And I was like, oh. So, yeah.
They just didn't try. They just grabbed THAW and modified it for both.
Just
I mean, they didn't even do that. Shaba did that for Project 8. Then page 44 just grabbed it and let's tweak it a little bit. What's that?
Yeah. And again, I mean, I don't really blame them. It's like they obviously underbid themselves out of the the wazoo just to get the gig, and they don't have the resources or the money to so it made sense. Like,
and then they also made the Wii version. It was
Oh,
brutal. Yeah, they ported it to PS2 and Wii. So when they did the
man,
Wii
Nail the
version-
Trick on the Wii remote was so bad.
oh, brutal.
It was. I think it was. I think I remember it being like motion controlled, so you had to swing your controller around to do Nail the Trick. So doing specific things was like impossible.
Yeah,
That, I can imagine. Yeah, so it'd just be a bunch of random kind of like stuff happening. Yeah, exactly.
Like the ride board.
Yeah. Funny. What was this one about Nokia and product placements? Blah blah. I mean, that was all. Any product placements. It's not like anyone at Neversoft was like, "We want to fucking fill this with product placements."
Yeah, that's
you know what I mean. They always have their own agendas and things happening. And there was some company that was trying to make dynamic textures in games so they could put like billboards literally inside games.
Yeah.
We worked with them for a bit. I don't know. Maybe one of the games even had it. But I think that company and their service went away.
Well, there's the message of the day thing that like gave it like the message of the day. No, I think that's the only dynamic thing that the game's had.
Well, maybe like you mean like dynamic like ads in the scenes, or
yeah, that's what this was. Yeah, it was a company. I forget what they're called now. The name's on tip of my tongue, but it doesn't matter. But yeah, that was their whole spiel, and their whole thing was that it was like, you just give us a targeted texture, and we'll be able to replace it over the internet. So all people are playing, like real billboards in games, could be changing to different advertisements.
interesting.
Yeah, so glad that didn't happen.
Nah, don't worry, they will do it eventually.
We just brought it up. You refreshed their memory.
When
You're like, hey, we forgot about that one.
When they do the Pro Skater 5 remake, they will do it.
Pro Skater 5 remake,
That's funny.
where all the maps are made out of Creative Park, which is what 5
Tony Hawk World.
became.
It's what it was supposed to be.
Oh wow.
The levels were based off. They built it in the Creative Park and then put that into like an actual level. Isn't that how?
Well, they had a bunch of templates like kind of set up, and I don't know if they were set up originally with the intention for cap, but that's what they eventually got used for. So when I talked to Josh about Tony Hawk World, he didn't reveal too much to me at the time. It was still like Robomoto was still a thing, and there's certain things he can and can't say. And he owes me a discussion next time I'm in Chicago over a pizza about that. No, it's not money, but a pizza. I'll buy the pizza. I don't even care. I just want the story. He owes me the story of Tony Hawk World, because I tried to. I wasn't like employed by them by any means. But like when Robomoto took the reins, I wanted to be in on that, and they knew kind of about like B-Goat, and I told him, I was like, I'm gonna figure out how to fix your game within like the first week of release, and I'll help you figure out how to fix things that I find, and that's what I do. And then after HD release, they were like, okay, this dude's kind of he's an asset, I guess, and talked with them loosely about Pro Skater 5, and like when they were, so obviously they couldn't tell me straight out like, hey, we're making Skater 5. It was more so along the lines of, hey, so if we did do another game, and right off there I'm like, okay, let's talk. But like they didn't have Creative Skater in HD. I said, you need Creative Skater, you need Creative Park. Those are like two big things, and then the rest was like rudimentary like things, little tweaks, if you will, for things. And like the wall rides, like you have wall rides, they just need to be fixed. You have this, it just needs, like reverts, you have reverts, they just need to be fixed.
And they didn't fix it. They didn't fix it.
But yeah, that
they made them
Skater
worse.
5 was just kind of doomed.
All the wall rides, that was a pretty bad decision.
I would argue and say the wall rides work better in HD and 5 than they do in 1+2 and 3+4, because there's corner glitches with every wall ride now, and they weren't possible. Like you could corner clip, but it was mainly because of the collision, like working against everything.
But
versus on here,
ride instead of just sticking to it.
There's pros and cons for sure, and I don't know what. I have no idea. Like, I can defend their takes on grinds. Doing the grinds as like the splines is mainly because they needed to feed in.
There's that.
What's that?
The splines work with Unreal. There's that.
Yeah.
The thing I don't
they also were controlling each spline, like each value for grinds, because the new engine they didn't want to overshoot classic lines, and that was happening, so they needed a way to control the gameplay to a point, and they did that with their rail system, I guess, and that's where the slam feature came in too. In 5.
Maybe they should tweak the physics values instead. Nah.
There was a lot that should have been tweaked rather than band-aided.
But
yeah.
We're interviewing John.
No.
Come on, let me have this. Let me interview the guy.
Oh, there was a question about related games. I wasn't involved. I feel like the O2 thing had already happened by the time I got there, right? Like those games ended and Thug happened, right? Were there even any more?
I don't think
MTX doesn't really count because it came out after O2 ended. It uses the Thug engine, though. Like I think it's pretty much the same version. But
so I don't know how much anyone. I bet no one had anything to do with it. They were literally. It was literally just Activision doing like their thing. They just like pumped it out to a studio. What were there big studios that did it, or were they small name, or the studios that were owned?
Rainbow Studios worked on Matt Hoffman 2. They then went on to work with THQ on the Motocross games.
Yeah. That makes sense. That's cool.
MTX, I forgot the name. Dessa was made by Toys for Bob. It's just Tony Hawk 4, but with Disney.
Yeah.
Sean Palmer, I forgot which studio did it. Same with Sean Murray. Hoffman one with Shava.
Was there a surfing one? Was it surfing in the series?
Yeah, Kelly Slater, yeah. That was the one that had a demo in THPS3.
This makes sense. Yeah, so all those, I think, and I don't think anyone had any at Neversoft had any.
Yeah,
maybe tech support. You know what I mean? Maybe some programmers like
this
support.
This how this
builds.
Yeah, just like, hey, this is how this works. So don't do this.
And there's this question about PS1 and Renderware. I had nothing to do with that era. So yeah. Was that so? Tony 3 was on Renderware, right? To help him get onto next gen quick or easier.
When the Neversoft engine got done.
Yeah.
The summer.
By Renderware. I used Renderware in school for a project. Like we had one course that was all using Renderware, just to sort of like the point was learning how to use a commercial engine kind of thing. God, it was horrible. Oh
God, I can imagine. I've seen some screenshots of Renderware. It doesn't look fun to use. Very looks very like an engine. It looks like an engine. So
yeah. Oh, there's a question about mechanics. What was that?
Or mechanics.
I feel like those sorts of things are all stuff people find, and it's never anything that anyone does on purpose. Like if you think of quick scoping, it's not like anyone like did that.
Yeah.
It was like people found it, and then once it becomes a legitimate strategy, it's like
we can't fix this.
Yeah, exactly. It sucks. It really sucks
Yeah.
because you just make everybody mad. You can't do anything. So I don't know what to do with those sorts of things. You know, when those sorts of things happen, games maybe just need to like address it immediately. You know, they should have hot patched it and just the conversation never would have.
It never existed. Never existed. It's just a dream.
Plus, that's one of
But
those.
it's also fun. Think about how much fun people had from quick scoping. How many people played the game because they could quick scope? You know, kind of thing.
That's something I heard of from Alan Flores actually. Was like they were like well aware of things like corner glitches and stuff, but like the amount of effort to
Yep.
fix that versus the amount of people that use it and have fun with it, like might as well just let them have fun with it.
Once a product's popular, you're making the most money off people who are purchasing it and never even like looking at it or using it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
popularity is about that. You know, like that's like when you're making like to super bank, it's because you're at that level where like most of the people aren't even looking at it. They're just buying it because this is popular. I'm supposed to buy it. So yeah, the idea of fixing stuff like that is just like not mathematically like sound, which is
Right.
unfortunate. You know, because that's how products like deteriorate. Because you just keep adding that stuff in there and not getting rid of it.
It's a question about future warfare as well, but we already.
I don't know much about that also anyway. FEMO, that's been over a whole bunch of times, and I don't really even know. You know, like I don't remember it even being a discussion. I think people now are making a big deal about it than it was. I think it was more just like, oh, that's going to be a pain in the ass. Well, don't bother, move on. You know, we were banging out a game in a year.
Ocean
So I think
capture.
people just like retroactively try to apply more meaning than there really was.
Are you getting the band?
Yeah, getting the band, that'd be great. I'd love to. I mean, it's me and Ralph, you know. That's the whole thing with the animations. I've been kind of hoping, like, I was like, maybe someone would get inspired and be like, yeah, you join it. But all those people who were involved in animation stuff, I think, pretty much stuck it out with Infinity Ward and that kind of stuff. So there's no one out there being scrappy and solo who'd be interested in joining in, as far as I know. As far as the real core needs, which is like technical character artist, rigger animator. So I'm getting some help from the community, and we're trying to find a way to make it like non-exploitative. So, if we get any money out of Steam, we'll find a way to sort of try to, I think, get some pay, for some animations and things. It's not like it's a paid gig or job. It's more like, yo, can someone make this kickflip? I got $50, that kind of thing. So we'll see what happens, but that's that. The biggest core need is that. I'm going to need a bit of engineering support, which I might ask a friend if he has opportunity to join. But that he wasn't involved in Neversoft. But it would be neat, like Henry G. He's on our Discord. He was an environment artist, so he's there, and he got excited about the idea. But he's been just busy with other stuff. So I'm hoping once I get the the whole mod tools things finished and released and stuff, that he can start experimenting with making levels and arting levels. Because he's a skater. He's been a skater his whole life, so he can design levels also, not just art them. And then, Andy, I was bugging Andy. I was like, yo, you should check this out. I'd love it, if you like played around and tried to make a level or something, He's curious. He's got his own thing going, and we made Epic Skater together and stuff like that. He still has Epic Skater going. And we had talked long ago about maybe trying to make Epic Skater 3, but there wasn't any clear, idea of like the reality of trying to make it happen. And at the time, I didn't think I really could pull it off. But this time, for some reason, I just felt I could do it. I was just like, you know what? I feel like learning a new engine. Or I was just like, I don't know what it was. I think I went to go and install Unity. I was like, new laptop. I was like, I'm going to put Unity on here and start making a skateboarding game. Fuck it. And I go to Unity to go to download an immediate. They're like, you have to sign into your account. And I couldn't remember my account. And I was just getting angry. And then I just remembered Godot. And I was like, maybe this is the opportunity to go to Godot. And I download this thing and it's 126 megs, the whole application. And there was no install. It's just an exe. You just run it because that's software. You don't need any of this shit. You know what I mean? And ran, and what happened is a game editor popped up. And I was like, where's the create an account? Where's the login? Where's the enshittification? It's like, there is none, I was like, I just so happy, it's just so, it's been fun working on it, and I've been excited about that. So that's what I was hoping, and Ralph gets it, I was like, maybe other people would get it, that it's fun to have a side project that's a passion project that we all love. Yeah. Because it's not just me, who can feel this way, that I had the most fun ever working on skateboarding games. So yeah, so who knows? It still might happen. Like I said, the Henry's, interested in, experimenting a bit. Was it Roush? I don't want to call anything out, but Roush Team Chicken, Ralph's, bugging him yo, the fans would love it if you could get it. So maybe once we get some of these mod tools working and stuff, he can help start making, because the mod tools are the level tools. You know what I mean? It's just the export, essentially. So that's right. Yeah. So I hope you guys keep encouraging me and keep asking, are we there yet? And keep nudging and bothering me about that, because that'll help motivate me to actually do it. because it'll help make everything happen. It's like then people can start modding, then people can start making their own stuff, and then people who are even professional could experiment with trying. Like not that there's a huge difference, but I'm just saying, it'd be cool to see, like what Roush could do. I'm curious. So that's kind of
chicken level.
Yeah, no kidding. It's got to be in there. TC Gap, we got to have like a goal.
For sure.
And then so anyway, that's that. Who knows? We'll see what happens with that. I might, if I get some cash. I'm pretty happy. I'm surprised with the sounds, and that was just Ralph. He was like, "Yo, just take your cell phone. You got a skateboard. Go record it." And I did it, and it kind of worked. And then was it Brendan on your forums? He's on our Discord now sometimes. He volunteered, and he just said, "Yo, I just cleaned up the sounds a little bit, and it really helped because there was some wind noise in there."
Yeah.
Nice.
Regardless, if I replaced those, there was the audio guy Nassim, who had been at Neversoft, who we used for Epic Skater also, and he rocks. He's so good. So I would love to get him to just redo all the sound effects, because he knows how to do skateboard sound effects. He could just give me, here's big pack. Yeah. So I know who knows about that as far as the band. Gun sequel we talked
Never
about.
say never.
Never say never.
Yeah.
Never say never. Soft.
That'd be a good studio. No gun sequel. Yeah, we talked about that. Did Neversoft get robbed?
What?
Red Dead Redemption felt more like Gun than Red Dead Revolver or GTA. That is kind of true.
Yeah.
Classic mode and competitions. What's this?
So whose idea was it to omit skate comps from classic mode? Especially since it was...
When did that happen then?
Thug 2, I guess?
So in Thug, could you play the levels classic mode?
In Thug, you could just play them in free skate after you unlocked them. Thug
Right.
2 is
But they did still have competition, but maybe they're just talking about the omission of competition in Thug 2. Was there really any comps? I really just never nailed the trick.
As a goal type, right? That was kind of a goal type, the competition, right? In the old games, it was a level, more a level with competition, right?
I think the only example of this being omitted was on THAW in the collector's edition in Marseille.
Mm-hmm.
It just had skate letters and...
That was just the traditional classic formula.
Yeah, I get it. I think it sort of never worked great in the sense that people were like, should we keep this? Is it even any good? It had this weird rubber banding logic in the background for fake scores for other people you're competing against, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, we've looked into it.
Yeah, I think I remember something. So yeah, I think it was just if anyone was it just wasn't great, and so other things took precedence, and then no one ever found a good way to redo it or make it better. But I thought maybe improving around we had done some contests, but it was different by that point. I get it what they're talking about.
Even THAW has the Vans contest, and it doesn't work
They do have Vans.
It doesn't work in the old games. You have actual skaters skating around it.
Yeah, more so works like a limit skate.
Yeah, so in Proving Ground, you got skaters skating around and actually doing tricks.
And that was basically, the evolution of that, So it came back eventually when there was a good enough idea and tech to pull it off, kind of. But that's I agree, fair. It was part of the original trilogy, and it just kind of disappeared with no fanfare. Yeah. What do I think? Tony Hawk was a good game. The community split a project 8. I thought it was neat for I thought the gameplay style, the way the controlled and played was different, so that was just sort of and it different isn't necessarily, it's different, that's all. But I thought I liked the idea of the one small little town, the small town feel, and the levels, the way they were combined. I kind of enjoyed it, and I like when I think about it, it gives me a good vibe because it was so bright and colorful.
Oh yeah,
I just had happy people. And it felt simple because it was, a little town. There was something about it, almost felt like we were pulling it back to a simple core, even though we weren't, which was kind of neat. And then, that was the debut of the ambient challenges, right? The chalk challenges. So I liked that.
And I gotta glass you for him, the goal format and project. It is probably might be the sweet spot of the series. It has a little bit of everything. And it's condensed enough.
Agree.
And it's like if you take THPS4 and streamline it and combine it with all these new things and combine it, just makes a really neat package. And then it's a shame.
I agree.
It's a shame that didn't get revisited later.
Yes.
again with this last remake, they could have done it. They could have done something like that, and I feel like it would have worked really great. But again,
Yeah, there was no effort or time or resources you had to pull it off. But I agree. No, I agree. It was a cool one. I thought it was neat. It gave you like a lot of flexibility. It's just like, here's a lot of different stuff you can do. Everything's always unlocking. And I feel like, again, it was just sort of that, take that and then try to throw the kitchen sink at it for proving as a program, like split that into 3 tracks and all that other stuff. And it's just, which is cool in its own way. But I agree. I think Project 8 was just pure fun. And that was like a lot of the vibe that like the 10 or whatever, you know what I mean, was hoping to shoot for.
Yeah.
Where it's just like systems, a whole bunch of cool ass systems that you can engage in, at your own kind of pace and have fun.
it also
Mod chip consoles using. I heard about that. I wasn't ever aware of that. It makes sense probably for way back when, just to make anything happen. That was a question they were asking about mod chips.
Yeah.
But I do know, I wasn't there. Like I know Steve Ganem was the programmer who got the multiplayer working on the PlayStation 3, and so Tony 3 was, or PlayStation 2. So Tony 3 was essentially the first multiplayer game, period. And there was no support, so they had like a plug on the back but no dongle. So he like went and bought one like from Best Buy or something and just started hacking at it, trying to get signal and things and figure out what's what, and got it working and made it work. And that was like kind of neat, how.
If I remember correctly, that was like classic Neversoft guerrilla style, where like Sony wasn't quite there yet. Neversoft didn't want to wait, and Neversoft like shopped around, and I think they even had it posted on their website, like a list of different network adapters that would be like plausible to use with THC before the official support came out.
Right, yeah. Which is really neat. It's like no one does that kind of thing anymore. They only do it if like there's giant market penetration for this piece of hardware, and that kind of thing. And it's like they were leading, they were making something happen. They weren't super rad. But yeah, that question about mod chip consoles for testing reminds me of that, because it's the same kind of vibe, really, right?
Right.
Yeah, gotta make it happen.
Yeah. And there's a question about Thug 2. It was different from Thug 1 because of the Jackass influence of the time. But why? Oh, why wasn't it more Viva La Bam? It really wasn't just a spin-off of Jackass. Like I said, it was Thrasher's King of the Road 100%. Because it was like, we saw that and it was like, oh, that's a video game. You know what I mean? Like it has the entire structure of a video game. You have a bunch of challenges. So it was just perfect, and it fit the Jackass theme, like everything about that. Well, Thrasher has always been a little more Jackassy than professional and clean cut anyway, but it fit the vibe anyway, because Thrasher Jackass was popular at the time, so that's why King of the Road was the way it was. It had a lot of Jackassy things in it. Because Jackass was popular, that was influencing everything, across the board. Yeah. Makes sense. It's a relevant conversation. Was Thug 2 why was Thug 2 so tonally different? Was it tonally different?
Yeah. I mean, Thug 1 was serious and like you're the skateboarder and you're
Oh yeah, totally. Oh no, totally. Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. Yeah. So Thug 1 was 0 to hero and it was a skateboard story and that, and then Thug 2 was Jackass and that, like, I mean, totally different. It was like, because it was Jackass and Jackass is Jackass, so it was just like throw everything out the window and just do like Jackassy things. It's like, which I'm not into. I'm not a fan of any of that. And to be totally honest, I was never like a fan of Bam skate. Nothing against Bam, but I'm just saying when I list my favorite skateboarders, he's never even comes in anywhere near in my mind. So I wasn't a fan. So everything to do with Thug 2 wasn't super exciting or interesting to me. Period. Theme wise.
Fair.
But yeah, so it was totally different because like that was the direction. So the tone was gonna go in. You can't half-ass Jackass, right? So,
yeah, would have been weird.
Yeah. Well, here's a good question. Why did I leave Infinity Ward? Like I swear for a while I probably had trouble getting jobs because everyone assumed I must have gotten fired. Like, why on earth would you leave Infinity Ward? Like I know, like I even noticed awkward moments in interviews where they were trying to figure out how to ask that question.
No.
So weird, because people just assume that well, if you left, you must have got fired or something, that kind of thing. Why would you leave? And it's like, I left because it was like peak and shitification. It was like right at the moment that like it was totally being taken over by Activision, being forced to be 3 studios, like I said. And then the other really big thing was like I was the the person who was pushing to get so here's how it worked. The engine was multiple engines actually, so it was a totally different executable for a multiplayer and for single player. That's why when you first started the game, there was a menu, right, for single player and multiplayer, and it would launch one or the other application, like executable. Yeah. That's how they made and kept it so tight and streamlined, because it was just a super stripped down, kind of version of it. Everything in Infinity Ward was just super like kind of hack in that sense. Like Occam's razor, kind of not hack, but like just like very hard line on the most minimal possible thing all the time. So there wasn't any kind of AI. Everything that was in single player and whatever it is, Spec Ops didn't even exist. So I was pushing for get some sort of lightweight functional port of some sort of basic AI that we can start using in multiplayer and do things with. So I worked to try to help come up with spec, worked the programs, Simon and I don't know, forget his name now. He was super talented. He may still be there. He might have gone to Ubisoft, or he might have come from Ubisoft. I don't know, but he got it going, got it working, and stuff like that. And I got some bots to start working with, basically bots. I could just call them bots. And I started immediately with like, a horde mode, kind of thing. Like, of course, we're going to start there with something like zombies, but you could play with up to 10 people, right? That was my point. I was like, let's get to some fun shit that we can do, in like zombies or whatever, or Spec Ops, in single player, but get it going in multiplayer with a whole bunch of people. And so I was trying one, I called it like DEF CON or something, I forget. And it was like, you're at the top of a hill in a bunker and there was just baddies coming up at you. And the waves just kept getting worse until eventually it was like, kill streaks coming at you and juggernauts and things like that. Just typical. And it was scaling up as if like we were at DEF CON 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, kind of thing like that.
Yeah.
And that was like the difficulty. And it was kind of cool, but at the end of the day, I just felt defense sucks. So, like, that's not a fun fantasy. It just sucks. So I was like, fuck this shit. So I was like, cool, we got this thing, we got it working, that's cool. So I'm like, I want to flip it. I want to make a mode where it's us against hordes of enemies that are defending, and we're attacking, and I'm going to call it Siege. And so what it was is I took a bunch of assets, designed a level, and it was like, you're in a old war-torn city, obviously, kind of thing, and you're going down like a pathway, kind of. You can't go down the side blocks or anything like that. They're blocked ultimately. You're going down like a smallish kind of maze, not really, of going through streets. And there's alleys, the buildings on the side you can get into. You can go up on the balconies, the roofs, things like that. But it was all kind of very controlled. There, you're going down this path, down this road, and then there's enemies, set up, spawning like all the way up along it. And then you have like spawn points. So as you move forward with your team, once you get past like a spawn point, now when you die or anyone dies, you're going to spawn there instead of all the way back at the beginning. So it's like football, you're pushing forward kind of thing. And yeah, like I said, it's called Siege. And then the enemies just kept escalating all the way to the very end. And at the very end, there was an LZ and there was a chopper that was coming in, and you had to get into the LZ. Like one person from your team had to cross the line and land on the LZ kind of thing. And the escalation was tremendous, and it was a lot of fun to play. And everyone, like when we got it going, like everyone's yelling and screaming on the headsets, like just going, I'm over here, come back here, I'm pushing forward, I gotta go up here, blah, blah, blah. Like it was crazy. It was so much fun, and it was just really awesome. So we were working on that, and then there was a brand new vice president or CEO or someone, I don't know, Bobby Kotick installed like a young face that looked like a gamer, right? That dude, who was a typical, like always, executive who's obviously never played this game before in their life. He plays it, this is the biggest, most important thing in the world, and I'm in charge of it all. Woo! He plays it, he sucks, gets owned face by a bunch of 14-year-olds, I'm sure, and he's like, we have to make combat training. And it became this edict, and then that's what AI was going to be used for. There was going to be some combat training shit and all this stuff, and not going to do any of the stuff that I had already like laid out and all this shit. And like I said, I had all my own reasons to be leaving already, and I was just like, fuck this shit, I don't even want to be here anymore. So that was the tipping point, was that we have to have combat training. It's like, whatever, go get good, dick.
We did a tutorial mode.
Yeah. But Siege was so much fun, and I'm telling you, that's combat training. You know what I mean? You have It was 10 versus a whole bunch. You hop in, and no humans are trying to kill you. It never feels bad when a bot kills you. It only feels bad when it's a person on the other end, and they feel they're better than you. You know what I mean? And you got time to learn. You got the other people. You can figure out kill streaks. You had everything. You had kill streaks. You had perks. Everything. It was so cool. Yeah. Anyway. So I think that could have been like as big as zombies. You know what I mean? It was Siege. It was rad. It was really fun, and it could have like had legs. Like imagine all the different level design and things like that. So anyway, yeah. So that's part of why I guess I left Limp anyway. Sorry.
Yeah, I must suck.
Yeah. But you get used to that making games. You know what I mean? It's just like someone comes along and with a giant steak and just sticks it right in your baby and goes, "All right, okay, see ya."
Damn.
So. There's a question here. This is a good one. What was the process behind evolving the story mode from game to game? Yeah, exactly. And I think Thug really started that whole idea of a story. And then, like I said, Thug 2, I don't think anyone was even thinking of making a sequel. Like, they just looked at Thug as a one. Like, that was done. And then what's next? Kind of, like I said. And then it was when the King of the Road thing happened, it was like, it's that, kind of thing. And then Tony always, wanted Bam to be front and center, and Bam was, super popular at the time, so that all just happened. And then I think same thing, like once you'd done that, then Proving Ground or Project 8, it was like all you could do, or Thaw, I guess, was back to zero to hero, kind of thing. You're no one, you show up in, and which I thought was great. I liked the punk rock vibe and the whole idea and the story and the feel of and it was that feeling of and again, I think maybe there was a movie or something that had come out recently that had that kind of vibe. So it was like buying off like that, biting on that kind of like thing that was sort of pop culture. But it was cool. It's kind of like Thug without the antagonist. It was like taking it a little different. And it was more RPG feeling. I felt like you could relate to like this person. Like you're no one, you're hopping on a bus, you're showing up in a new town, which was kind of neat. So I kind of dug a lot of aspects of the Thaw from that respect. I know a lot of people who are hardcore, as far as the Tony Hawk games, just all about the control and stuff, like very angry about a lot of stuff that happened in Thaw, that like fucks up with the way you play the game. I can understand.
The biggest complaints I've heard are like the collision in the air and walking is different, so you clip through stuff. The other thing is the vert speed. I don't know if you added this or whoever was working on the physics, but I thought it's introduced that when you land on vert, you get extra maximum speed for a few seconds. I think it's a full second. Your speed limit goes up, and you can basically get more speed out of a revert landing. And there's also, of course, backdrops and all that. It just adds onto it, and I think it's the fastest game in the series. Ignoring the aggro kicks and Proving Ground that take basically the speed limit off, but it's pretty fast.
Yeah.
And there's also
story-wise, like I feel like they all it was always the same thing, it was just sort of like we're moving into a new game. It was always like, what's the new manual? What are the locations? What are the cities? And then it was like, well, what's the theme? What's the story? And it wasn't ever, we were making a toy, so it wasn't like really deep thought going into any of that, because it was always going to be one or the other. It's like you're a pro or you're zero, you're a hero. And that's where like exactly Project 8 was sort of following that again, where it was like Tony Hawk's putting together his team, you're nobody, start doing all these challenges, get up into the top 8, and then Proving Ground, same thing, really. So yeah, I feel like no one would. I think Thug 1 was like the deepest like story attempt of an actual story, like even more than Thaw, really, because Thaw is not so much a story as a sequence of events, to tie together and then that was a story because there was a character and a protagonist and an antagonist, and that. And I thought that was cool. And there isn't many other skate stories you can do. It's like they did it. They did the stereotypical skate story. Yeah. And it's cool. It kind of fits kind of like, mid-90s movie. Like it's sort of like is its own era.
People still love to hate that Mr. Sparrow to this day.
Yeah, that's smart. Yeah, make an antagonist and you can get people riled up because they're gonna care. As soon as they hate someone, they care, right? So now they're invested.
Now they're invested. Yep.
Before they didn't even care.
Anyone down to the name? It's an antithesis to Tony Hawk, Eric Sparrow.
Yeah, it's so good too. What was some other questions here? Oh, what was Neversoft like? Well, I think we talked about that. It was awesome.
TLDR, awesome.
Like, again, I got there after, the core. Like, I think the real core days obviously would have been 1, 2, 3. Like, you see the videos and all that stuff, right? Where it was like 15 people, they're having a kickflip contest or whatever. But that was the attitude there. It was crazy. Like, I remember one time we were, we're just at work, and then suddenly there's a message, and it's like, oh, there's 6 crates of Red Bull in the kitchen. Help yourself. And it was just like some thing. Activision had done something with Red Bull, so they have some extra, and so some got delivered over to us and just dunked on us or something. Who knows? It's random, you know what I mean? But it was like, oh, Red Bull. So a whole bunch of people walking over to the kitchen to go grab a free Red Bull or whatever. Meanwhile, we have an entire kitchen stocked with drinks and stuff. So no one, it's not like it matters. And they were all free. But like what promptly ensues after that is a contest that who can drink a Red Bull standing on their head the fastest. And there's $100 bills being thrown down on the ground and things like that, right? So like that was Neversoft. Like the most random thing could happen,
So that's
like,
where the Red Bull wall originated from?
I don't know.
Because in the Project 8 behind the scenes, there's Rashad Joe is just walking down one of the halls, and he goes into an office and says, "Here's the wall Red Bull," and just like 1,000 cans of Red Bull stacked.
Oh, maybe. That could be. Maybe all the empties from all those Red Bulls. I have no idea. Yeah. That's funny. But yeah, it was just like I said, it was just stupid random stuff that would happen. So like that kickflip contest that you see in the video and one thing like that, I'm just like, that makes total sense to me, kind of thing. Like that wasn't planned. I'm sure that just spontaneously occurred, kind of thing, out of nowhere. Yeah, and just like anything would happen, which is crazy. It was funny. Yeah, a bunch of people were into like racing cars. Also, it was like their hobby, so they would get like tires delivered to the office, and there'd just suddenly be a stack of tires, and it reeked so bad. Like, anyway, just just interesting but random stuff that was always going on. And then yeah, I don't know. It was just a good vibe. It was cool. That was Neversoft. We know that already. How are the devs of THPS at THPS? I don't get it.
How good were the devs at THPS?
Oh, yeah. That was kind of interesting. So I mean, no one's as good as like the elite level players outside of a studio ever. Period. Like at in Infinity Ward, there were some incredibly good multiplayer Call of Duty players, but they're still nowhere near as good as everyone out there because you're playing the game a lot when you're making it, but you're not as much as people who just play the game, right? Because you're also making it, and you got to spend time making it. But generally, people were pretty good. And I remember that was a question that came up a lot. Like when I first started there, it sort of felt like everyone I met, after a couple questions, it would be, "So what's your biggest combo?" Which was kind of funny, so it was kind of a thing. Everyone played the game, and everyone was kind of competitive anyway. So everyone was kind of about like trying to be pretty good, at least being able to get a few million or something like that. Like if you can't do that, come on. But what I really loved, which was super neat, was the way everything worked there. Is like you had, at least when I got there, you had a PlayStation next to your desk, right, and it's connected to your computer. You're working on the code base on your computer, but the way the PlayStation worked is like it ran the code off your computer on its hardware. I don't know how that all worked, but there wasn't a copy stage like there was on the Xbox. So like I could be working and then I would just hit a button and then I'm playing the game. I have a TV next to my monitor and like the PlayStation and a computer. And yeah, I just like hit a button, suddenly it's running on the PlayStation and on my monitor next to my TV next to my computer. And so you could iterate really quickly. You were just always writing, hit play, play, do. Everyone has a control in their hands, and they're just constantly back and forth, like everybody in the office all the time. So what happens is if you walk over to someone's desk to ask a question, like, "Oh, I don't know what's going on here. It's this animation system. So-and-so worked on this. I'm going to go ask them." I'd walk over and be like, "Yo, Zach, how's it going? Blah, blah. You did something with foot plants, blah, blah. I need this thing. I can't connect. I'm trying to figure out where this thing comes. Blah, blah. Do you know anything about it?" And as soon as you come up and start chatting with someone, they would look up, right? Put down the mouse and keyboard, reach over, grab the controller, and start mindlessly doing like a big combo while like half looking at you, half looking at the screen kind of thing, and listen to your question and mulling it over and giving you thoughts and ideas, maybe picking up the phone to call someone else in the office because that's how we did it instead because there wasn't messengers, and just go, "Did you work on this? Do you know anything? So-and-so, Sahas is over here. He's wondering about this thing, blah, blah, blah." And it was so cool. Like that was just generally the culture. Like anytime you were chatting with someone, they would just pick up the controller mindlessly and start busting like 10, 20 million combo things. So that was neat, I think that was like in a way that like people were good at the game was that, it was like people could just, use it like twiddling their thumbs to think about something while you're asking them a question, which is cool. Anyway, probably not the answer anyone expected, but that's kind of, that's the deal there. I thought that was always fun.
They were good. They were decent.
Yeah, decent. Yeah, good enough. people cared, how hectic was the development of P8 and whatever. Yeah. Anytime you're jumping generations, it sucks. And we weren't done, you know what I mean? We only got as much as we could for P8, and then we were still doing a lot of stuff to try to like take advantage of the new generation for Proving Ground. Yeah. Compared to other years where you're just like the game wraps and now you just dive right into a few months of pre-production, and like I said, until like January, and then boom, just dive right into production where you're not like redoing the entire engine. That's like just hard. Do I recall beta thaw mechanics, like stuff that made it? Oh, right. Yeah. And you guys returned some, right? Like you got the bank pop?
Yeah.
That was neat because I really remember Zach working on that. And I sort of remember him just commenting it out when it looked like it wasn't going to be used. Because we never got rid of anything. Because you never know.
Just wait the velocity.
I'm not sure if I remember any other things that were experimented with.
Listed a few there. Got some screenshots of them from the E3 presentation.
Caballerials?
Yeah.
Power slide. One-wheeled manuals make sense. Like that would have been probably just a double tap, right? Like you're already in a manual and you do like some kind of tapping and you switch to a different manual, like pogos.
Yeah.
That I don't know if everyone try it. Was there a screenshot of any of that one?
Yeah, there's a screenshot of the trickster glitch.
Oh yeah, one-wheel manual. Yeah, wow. So it went in. Yeah, I mean it would have just been an animation and like a double tap to get to it that hasn't been used by something else or that you would assign. Yeah. I don't remember that, but it sounds like something that would have been an easy experiment, right? And if they didn't do it, then it would have just been like, what's the return? Like, how much animation space is this going to put on the disc? And what do we really get out of it? It would have been why it didn't happen. Power slide out. I wonder how that would have worked.
From the footage, kind of looks like you land sideways and do a revert. And like,
okay.
Land sideways.
It's like a 90-degree angle save, yeah.
Yeah, if you hit the button or something, you have a little window. And Caballerials. They didn't exist at all. They never made it in.
They were in THAW 2, and in that footage, they are in THAW, but they got removed in Final Game for some reason. Like, we opened up the game's executable in IDA, and since we got remaining debug symbols from THAW 2 and one of the Xbox builds, we could see like the function names like kind of there. Like it's all machine code. We could kind of see what's going on. And the stuff for the Caballerial strings is still there, but it's just not enabled. It's just kind of weird that it got omitted. And then it got added back in Project Data, so I was like, what's going on? Why? What happened? Just seems kind of weird. And then in Project Data, I don't know who, but they added a G twist. Gay twist to it.
Yeah, which we had to call G twist because someone would get mad for sure. I remember that, but that again would have just been an animation.
Well, no, just spinning on Vert is what it's doing really. Just like Caballero and THAW 2, it's just like you do a fake yell, you spin. It's called Caballero. And in Project 8, the gate twist would replace the Caballeros when you did it on Vert. That was
on Vert, yeah.
So that was one of the only things that got removed from THAW. That was like, what? What?
Yeah.
You made my skater.
There's always a reason for something. Yeah, and sometimes it might even have to do with, like I said, like just space. Like they wanted some other tricks, and they were like, we only have so much budget. I don't even know. Yeah. Or they just weren't cool enough, like someone thought it was a cool idea and then everyone's like, I have other work to do, like, cause they can't do it all themselves. They need other departments to pitch in to make it, happen.
Fair.
They're not as enthused about it. Yeah. I find, at least as a game designer, most of your job is trying to get people excited about an idea so that they join in.
Yeah.
That's what you're spending most of your time doing, which I'm sure same with mods. Like, you know what it's like. It's just sort of rallying people around ideas.
Yeah,
for sure.
Hollywood movie lot. Oh, sorry. What was that question? In the original Zoneless Hollywood design, it was planned to have a movie studio lot as a section zone. Yeah, it sort of makes sense. And that it could be cut, because it probably would have had like a lot of props and stuff. It was that idea. If you're going on a movie studio, then there should be like, you know, that you go into one place and it's like, because then it would be tricky and an asset thing, like a theme park, right? Everyone always wants to do a theme park, but it's like it's going to be a ton of geometry, a ton of different art, and stuff like that. And this would have been probably the same situation where it'd be like, one room is a sci-fi thing, like you'd go through different themes and it'd be funny. Was there any of that?
It's odd to so in Hollywood you can see remnants of it. It's I guess supposed to be like what the Paramount lot is or whatever. But so I seen concept arts on I'm drawing a blank on whose website it was. It was on one of the Neversofters like personal portfolios, and he lists in there, he mentions that it was led by Alan Flores for design, and he just briefly mentioned that they originally had a movie lot studio in the level, but they cut it.
Yeah.
And they said they cut it super early.
Yeah. Because it makes sense, right? Like if you were like whiteboard stages, right? What are we going to do? We're doing Hollywood. Oh, we got to do a movie lot. You know what I mean? You would just so, perfect. And then you'd start getting ideas. Yeah, like I was saying, and then there's different things being shot there. There's a monster movie and there's this and there's that.
And then
when you go to start scoping things, you're like, that's going to be a lot of work. How about we just get rid of the whole movie lot? Kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's a cool idea, but yeah, one of those like scope black holes.
Yeah, a lot of the that was merely a shot in the dark because everybody I really talked to, like, they don't really recall anything about it. So again, like, I think it was just cut really early. It probably never made it off paper.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Like I said, like scope, it makes sense why the idea would be there to begin with, and why it might be the first one to get chopped.
Too big for
like theme park. Like literally, like everybody. Like I've never worked on a game where there isn't someone, going, let's make an amusement park. Let's add an amusement park. Let's add. I really want to make an amusement park. And like everyone else who's already been there and had to have that in a game is like, no, please, let's not do that. Because it's just like, it always blows your whole budget because you put like one roller coaster in there, you have no more budget left for your entire level. It's like, and then you want it to be moving, and you have to have all these other technical problems, and then everything looks different. There's no shared textures anywhere. You know what I mean? Like it's just like very, it's funny. I see it over and over and over.
That project dates amusement park.
Yeah,
I mean, heck, even that one got spliced into 2 separate zones, Fun Park and Cartoon.
Yeah.
Zone.
And then for levels, that was an on Dream Teach. Well, that's an interesting thing. I don't know that I ever had them because I wasn't a level designer. I always really loved Marseille because I just loved the color palette. And it was just, way back at the time, it was just had such a nice flow, just the air. I know there were cool grind lines and things like that, but just flowing around, getting air in those bowls just was so nice. So for me, I don't know that I ever had like I wish we could do a Tony Hawk level like this, or I don't think I ever had an idea in my mind for a Tony Hawk level that I always wished or something, or a location, or something like that. I don't know that I ever really did. I was always just really excited about the levels and the locations that were being made.
Most certainly as a skater slash, just as a skater, and with the relation of Tony Hawk in there as well. Is there like an obstacle you at least like cross by every so often? You're like, damn, that would have been so fun to skate like in real life or in game if we could have translated it.
I mean, little things, like a spiral, but I know that it's just not good design, but it just feels cool, and it's something that's happening. Yeah. And it was even in was it Thug in the intro movie, that cool sort of spiral staircase ledge, handrail ledge that someone does. That's just it. But for me, it's really what I'm doing with Cheapskate in the sense that I always wanted to be able to skate realistic scale geometry with the Tony Hawk controls. With the physics just toned down a little bit, so you don't when you try to grind a ledge, don't land 50 feet past the ledge. That kind of thing. If there's a middle ground to try to still feel cool and fun and stuff, but feel like you're skating realistic stuff in realistic dimensions, but with the sweet ass super intuitive, super responsive, Tony Hawk control. To me, I always thought that would be like sweet. And I know there's the tech mode or whatever it's called, in THAW and stuff like that, which came close, but it's sort of like, yeah, that's different, that's just like adding a little aside. I was more like, there could be a game that was just like, that's how the game worked, and that to me was kind of like it was Cheapskate. And like, I'm adding things like, oh, you can wall ride the side of a skyscraper for as long as you want, because that's fun, and that's okay. I don't think it changes things, and you can you can grind power lines and stuff like that because it's fun. It doesn't change it, but at the same time, like trying to find a world where that could still exist you could session a fun box and it feels kind of cool, and it's just a little grindy fun box. So we'll see. I feel like there's a middle ground there somewhere, and so that's more like what I like as far as like my dream kind of Tony Hawk thing for me. I was like, it already delivers on everything. It delivers on the fantasy of like, to me, Tony Hawk, I don't know if you guys ever talk about this, but as a kid, and I think everybody has this in their mind, they fantasize it in a different way. You're sitting in the backseat of the car and you're driving, right? Your parents are driving you somewhere. And me, I was looking out the window and I was just daydreaming about like, I grew up where there was snow, so it was like I'd be on a snowboard or something, hitting all the snowbanks next to me that we were driving by, right? Just going boo, 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 just fantasizing it. Or skateboarding, right? I'd be skateboarding next to the car, jumping off this, jumping off that, grinding the top of that house, before Tony Hawk existed. Or I'd be running, you know what I mean? It's just this fantasy of like superhero-like ability by the side of the car, like to the terrain, passing through the terrain. And skateboarding, was one of those. I might be on a bike or skateboard or flying or who knows, just random daydreaming, as a kid bored. And to me, Tony Hawk is that. Like, it delivers that feel. It's just like you're literally that. You're just flying around and you can do whatever you want. And it's totally dreamlike. And so, yeah, to me, it already delivers all that. And all the levels that have already been like made are just like fun, cool cities all over the world. They're all like cool little caricatures of locations existing, and made up. And so it already has done all the dream stuff. I feel like cruise ship, you know what I mean? Like, how many high schools can you do? So like, there's nothing left. But like I said, it was more about just the whole style. Like, what if you could have that control in like a more sort of just realistic geometry, and you just get creative by moving around in it. But anyway, yeah, that's my rant. Sorry.
That's a great way to put it. Like, what it's like, what do you give somebody when they already have something like all they could ask for? Maybe just fine tune some things.
Yeah. Or try to just package it in a different way. It's just a smaller snack of the same kind of thing. It's more of a subset. I think. Subset of what Tony Hawk is like. And that's what I think was neat with Rethawed, is that it is becoming the compendium. I suppose that's obviously your goal, of everything that's always existed, is the sort of preservation also in that sense, which is super cool. And especially I love that like people are passionate about getting like multiple versions of the same level that were on different consoles and things like that, right? And in different backports and things like that. Like, that's just really cool.
Yeah, I feel like it's been long overdue for a definitive like Tony Hawk experience where everything's kind of under one umbrella and you could just open it up and go to TH1 levels through THPG levels and just experience the game. That's like the options. That's one thing we like definitely pride ourselves on, is like we want you to play the game how you want to play it.
Yeah, and that's really inspiring to me, and that's like something I've been thinking about a lot with Cheapskate. How like I began with like, I have this sort of outline shader going and this like really low like semi-low poly and like low res texture kind of thing going on, and that was really just to try to get like sort of a look, because it's an indie game, so you got to come up with a cop out, right? Because I'm not going to do photoreal, I'm not going to do, I don't have an art director, I'm not going to do something high art either, or high concept, and so it's like, how can I do some kind of like an indie thing that's a bit of a cop out but has a bit of a look, and it works kind of well enough as a starting point right now. But I do feel that'd be neat if it's like to try to make that optional and even try to find a way to parameterize the shaders and stuff so people could screw with things like get rid of the outline, do something different, make it more hyperreal, make it more cinematic, like even have, but that point is like just allow people to customize things, make it more of like this is a toolbox that you can experiment with and not me forcing a curated experience on you,
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, and even with physics, because that's a big thing. It's like with skateboarding, everyone has an opinion about how fast you go, how high you jump, and all this stuff. And I'm like, what? And I could also just let people tweak it. And especially if people are modding levels, that it could probably be like part of that. You know, you load into this level and the physics parameters change. And then
Right.
the level designer has set those parameters, and you can change it. You know, you can tweak it still, but there's like a suggested, you know, set, you know, by the level designer.
Yeah,
I don't know, random
tailor
thoughts,
that
but it was
experience.
inspired by what's going on in Rethought, which is cool.
That's cool. That's definitely cool. And I don't think you've necessarily like properly threw it out there. I know you said the name a lot, but Cheapskate, that's currently a passion project by you guys, and yeah, you want to explain a little bit about Cheapskate and what your long-term goal is essentially with it? And
Yeah, Cheapskate, I mean, it's a passion project. Love making skateboarding games. Always been the most happy when I'm making them, and just sort of decided it was time to get one going. And it was more about just what we've been talking about, just like not so much about trying to make like a product that wins the market or makes $1 million, but more like there's something that I wish existed, and so I'd like it to exist. And then yeah, and I feel like Ralph got excited about the concept. Ralph was an original producer at Neversoft, and someone I've worked with again after Neversoft, and he's just really positive person and just really someone you want on your team. You know what I mean? It's just going to help keep you motivated and on track and inspired and things like that. So, and I felt like I didn't want to work on this totally by myself from the start because that's really lonely and it's hard. And so I was like, I'm going to team up with someone. And I was like, well, I could try to find a level designer, an artist, or someone, you know, from Neversoft. And I just sort of realized at a certain point, I was like, you know, who you need is a producer, you know, kind of, because I'm kind of an all-in-one developer. I can do most everything. And I'm like, having a producer would really be the greatest asset. And that's where, you know, like I'd recently been working with Ralph and I knew he'd be excited about the ideas. So that's where it was just like win-win and the timing was right. And the goal is that, you know, I've described it trying to find a way to distill it. And our goal is that, you know, we really just want to make something that like hits what people want and that we feel needs to exist. And it comes back to the conversations we've been having with like the enshittification and hyper corporatization of video games, you know, across the board. It's like, I think there's value in making just stuff that people would appreciate having, you know, and not like always beginning from like, how can we fleece people and make the most money possible? But instead just begin from the other side. Is just like, what's real value? And for me, and it's like a hole in the market, you know, sort of thing. There's Skate that's coming, you know, for sure. That's cool. And it's huge. And it's going to be the most biggest thing in the world for most people. And there's that whole franchise. Like, so there's been stuff since Tony Hawk, you know, there's been Skate and there's been Session and there's been Skater XL, but they all fit in this family of sort of physicsy stuff. Right. Some realistic, some arcadey. You know, Skate sort of started pretending to be realistic, but it's like beyond arcadey now. And then Session and Skater XL kind of, you know, skirt their lines between hyper sim and like whatever you mod it into. And I love them, and that was kind of part of the inspiration. I was like, I love the real life scale of Session specifically. You know what I mean? I'm like, I wish I could play Session with Tony Hawk controls. It's kind of, I fired up and I want to love that game, but the controls just aren't for me. Like I said, I just physicsy stuff I don't enjoy. So yeah, and I was just like, I wish I could skate that sort of dimensions of, you know, levels, but with the Tony Hawk control, but with sort of obviously like somewhat, you know, sort of scaled down speed and jump to work in that place without having to scale everything up really big. And that was really like part of the inspiration was that, you know, to make something simple and core like that, and then really have all the core controls and mechanics that people are familiar with and like that are already just work, but putting it in that sort of different environment. And then really, like I said, the real value is like looking at what pisses people off and what people wish there just existed. And I couldn't agree more. Like I want offline single player that should just be table stakes. You know, forcing you to be online is just, you know, obvious, blatant corporatization and enshittification. And forcing you to like have an account to play multiplayer, all that stuff is just trying to draw you into their ecosystem. You know what I mean? Suck, you know, all your data out of you and punch, you know, like fill you with like advertisements and upsells and things like that. So none of that's necessary. So it's all about just trying to, like I said, just make a product like that, like the good old days when you like bought something and it was a product. So yeah, offline single player, account free multiplayer, and then mod support. You know, it was just the thing for me because I was looking at it, I was like, I think I can pull this off. You know, I was like, I don't necessarily think I'm going to be the guy to make a whole bunch of great levels for this. I want to make some that are just more of an example as like, here's what you can do in this game kind of thing. You can make this stuff, or you can just import whatever the fuck you want. And then if I could figure that out, that it would be like awesome, you know, and I could start with levels and then get into like characters and then get into tricks and things like that. And so I felt there was a lot of value there. And honestly, my biggest hope, I was like, probably won't happen, but like would be super cool would be like if the Tony Hawk modding community noticed and they were like, oh, that's kind of neat. We mod skateboarding games and you're making a skateboarding game that's moddable. And so that's what I was like, that was my kind of like ambition. Like it went about as far as that. I was like, wow, wouldn't it be so cool if like they'd notice me? You know, it's kind of like that's as far as that side went. Like went as far as like the whole modding, because I couldn't even think with any higher ambition than that, because I just didn't know what to think about it all. And then the last thing was just the one low price forever, and I was like, just make the thing cheap, because it comes back to like. There's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of people right now that play video games compared to how many people played video games when Tony Hawk 1 came out, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's way more people playing video games right now. And there's way more avenues. And even just something like Steam, there's tons of people on Steam kind of thing. And so, again, I'm not trying to make a bill. We're not trying to make a ton of money or something. We're just trying to we want this thing to exist. And it's not going to exist without an audience, right? So what you need is an audience. So you need to price something so it can get into lots of people's hands.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm like, I just want to make it impulse price, make it cheap. And again, on purpose do the opposite. So the thing is that it's just sort of like, we're making a skateboarding game. What? In the same year that Activision is putting out Tony Hawk 3 and 4? What? In the same year that EA is putting out EA Skate? So why on earth would you do that? Who's going to want a worse, because I'm not going to be able to make better, right? Who's going to want a worse skateboarding game? That's the stupidest thing. So the way I looked at it was like, well, what can I do that they can't, right? And it's like, well, I can't make it more AAA. I can't do all that kind of stuff, but I can do stuff that they can't do. I can make it $5. They can't do that. I can make it offline single player. They can't do that, right? I can make it account-free multiplayer. I can make mod support. They can't. This is against their business interests. Everything that I can do, they can't. So that's why I was like, that's our power. So I just started latching onto that, and then that whole idea of the name of Cheapskate came about. So it was like, let's just lean right the fuck into it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's in the name, So
Cheapskate
game.
game.
That's the story. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah. I mean, when
that's my rant.
When it gets more advanced, it could probably end up being like a pretty complex sandbox.
I hope so. I really do, and I mean, I'll get there. I guess it's worth bringing up. I'd really like to do the Steam workshop, because the point is then people could make money off their passion. So if there's people who enjoy making, not just porting levels, but making actual levels, they could sell them on Steam through the game, kind of thing, and make money, just like hats and whatever it is, Team Fortress Classic. So that, I think there's a lot of potential there, which is cool. So I want to chat with people at some point about that, because I'm like, the way that could work, I would imagine, would be that people who kind of are into modding or want to make levels or stuff like that might want to join in to make core content that comes with a core game to help make the game more attractive, so that more people will be interested in checking it out, so that those same people could now go and try to make commercial, content for the game that they would sell through Steam Workshop, because now there is a larger audience of people who found the game because they put cool stuff in the default, kind of thing. So I feel like that's a non-exploitative way for everyone to benefit. So I've been thinking about stuff like that. We'll see what happens, but I feel like the next big thing after mod support is Steam Workshop, and that could open a lot of possibilities.
I mean, it's free-range. There's no
Sounds like a good idea.
no legal department saying no, you can't do that.
Yeah. And what's neat, anyway, I just think it's so cool. The whole, the user-generated content was this buzzword for a while, right? And again, that was all just sort of the more corporate side of things. They were just sort of looking for ways to, make dollars without spending dollars, right? They're like, free money! Our users make the game for us, It was never approached in any sort of sustainable, good, non-inshitified way, I think. You know what I mean? Except Roblox, whatever, that's a whole other story. But it's terrible, you know what I mean? But point is, they created a system, where people could make money off of the game.
Yeah.
But it's horrible. Yeah, it's kids just sort of shilling other kids. It's crazy what they spend money on, and parents don't know because they just buy them the cards. They're just like, oh, you're happy if I give you the a $50 Roblox card for your birthday. See you later. Bye.
Yeah, and other kids' platforms, it's
who the money goes
and
to.
it's also full of weird shit as well. So it's
Yeah. Oh man, it's predictive. So in any case, I feel like I said, I feel like enabling people's creativity, there's a lot of power there. And Steam Workshop, there's potentially some cool possibilities there, which is cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So if you're a fan of skateboarding or modding skateboarding games, or if you just want to show some love and support, I mean, I highly recommend checking out cheapskategame.com or cheapskatediscord.com. Find out some more information about Cheapskate and the project. And yeah, even going to the website and taking a look, that's showing support, right? So even just
Sure.
spreading the word and whatnot, throwing it out there like, hey, there is this little project going on, and it is an alternative, and it is fun. And it's only going to grow. Obviously, it's in its infancy. It's only up from here. So
Thanks. Still needs work. Vert skating isn't even in yet. Soon. But
here's the
and
thing.
then goals. I'm really looking for goals
Eventually.
and multiplayer modes. Yeah, multiplayer mode. Oh, and multiplayer, yes, works, but we need multiplayer modes. Yeah.
And here's the thing, I'm gonna this is another project, but you're working on Cheapskate for like combined work, like some months, like it's not been a full year of work yet. And well,
For
there's
Cheapskate, me?
yeah, like it's been like then
Well,
there's
that's about January, February. I want to say end of January. Maybe I started.
that's crazy. That's around the time I heard of it.
here
I was
comes
doing a little discussions, and I remember hearing about Cheapskate, and I was like, interesting.
and here comes this session's been out for like 6 or 7 years. And actually no, yeah. It still doesn't have Vert, so there's that
Oh,
thing.
good.
So
Thanks. Thanks. Oh, that makes me feel way better.
It probably doesn't have Nada
No.
spins either, does it?
no.
No one does. You're not a big deal about that. We're the only skateboarding game apparently with Nada spins right now.
So
Yeah.
the progress already made in Cheapskate in just like it's been maybe half a year or so. It's
Yeah.
already much more progress than in the other indie skateboarding game that's out there. So just be patient. It's
Yeah,
actually
I've seen a couple people say something about like the quality of it or the undercooking of it, but we have to stop them right there and say, now wait a minute, this is just a couple months of progress right here. This is
Yeah.
bigger picture. You got to see the bigger picture here. This is laying the foundation.
I appreciate it. It's early access, and that was the goal. Like we just decided, is like we're just going to do everything early. We're not going to keep anything precious, and just like don't get insecure about anything. Just put it out there, and keep iterating. Get feedback, early. So
for sure.
it's fun. It's hard, but it's fun, especially since we have no animations. You know what I mean? That's the worst because everybody looks at that. It's the first thing
Yeah.
I see them. So are you going to add animations? And I'm like, that's a kind
No.
of question. You think I'm not going to? Like, so yeah.
Are you gonna be skaters? Oh, pricks.
So yeah, soon. But yeah, I think coming soon is going to be multiplayer modes, quick, like at least just one or something, just so there's more to do multiplayer. And then get the mod tools out ASAP. And then yeah, vert skating, and then just the whole goal system and just getting that stuff working.
Quick nerd question.
That's just the initial pipeline.
Quick nerd question. Do you plan to do Vert like THPS with tracking, or do you plan to do it in other ways?
Haven't decided, honestly. What I'm thinking is to sort of use the grind system that I got. So anything that you're going to vert out of is going to have a grind rail on top, right? So there's a spline. So what I can do is lock you along that spline, and that's how it's solved going around corners and bowls, So
Well, that's what
you're in the air, right? You're in the air moving with gravity up and down, and your sideways motion is just the speed moving along the rail ultimately, down at the bottom. Anyway, that's something I thought I had in my head. I'm not sure. I know. Did anyone ever do on any of the early games? Did they actually put collision in there?
Yeah, on THPS1 and
Yeah.
THPS2, I'm pretty sure that it's just you get a ramp and it's just a flat plane going to the sky. That's it.
Even for like basic ramp geo, they used it a lot. They didn't use like the outstretch on the actual vert face itself after a certain point. I want to say like maybe after TH3. But like they definitely still use those like vert helpers for like gap transfers and such.
Yeah, THPS.
But then it all became more just like intelligent feelers and stuff.
Yeah, it's just in THPS.
I don't know how they did the bowls like later. Yeah, that's what I said. The only thing
that's a trick. I know how it works. Basically, since you have your surfaces marked as vert, when you air out of one, it starts launching a raycast straight down vertically. And
So
and
it
just
follows that.
yeah. And in the air, you still move completely. You still have gravity, you still have all that. But what the raycast is doing is making sure that you are tracking the position, and that it kind of like locks the skater onto that
plane of the vert.
onto that normal sort of. It just like you can still move around, but it's tracking it that normal. So that way, when you go around the corner, it's gonna go. Oh, you're going way too far. It's gonna pull you back. So you're just like, it's kind of like doing that plane thing that was done in THPS2, but with a raycast instead.
Yep, and down. Yeah, exactly. And I was thinking something similar, like I said, but instead just using the rail that was there. Just keep moving along that rail. Use that for your lateral position.
Yeah, that spline could actually work pretty well. If you just
up and down is just your current gravity. You up and down. So we'll see. But yeah, I've been tumbling that idea around. It's going to be a system, but it's like I've got confidence because doing the grind system was huge. Like that was huge. And I was really happy. Like when I got it all working, I was like, okay, I think I'm going to be able to pull this off, So
the grind seemed like a terrible amount of work to get working.
It's just a whole system to figure out, just one little bit at a time, just chipped away at it. So it was cool. Because, I'd done a lot of this stuff with Epic Skater. So I was involved a little bit with the first Epic Skater, but then I pointed Andy and those guys at a friend of mine, Ted, who's on our forums, our Discord, and he ended up being like the programmer for them for that one. And then I helped Andy with Epic Skater too, and we rewrote everything from scratch. But that was side scrolling, right? But it still was a lot. Like I literally recreated the whole Tiny Hawk thing, and it had to work on touchscreen too. That was insane. And everything was there, like grinds, all the tricks and everything, and even Vert. But it was neat because it was 2D, right? So it was kind of easy 2D Vert, like because it was all on the same sort of plane. And I had spine transfers and all that stuff, bank drops. So it's like I had some of this stuff in my memory from having done it, not that long ago, or having done it, myself, not just been on a team, part of other people doing it. But I was spooked about moving into 3D, and I really wasn't sure. So this whole thing's been like kind of an experiment, and that's why Vert's kind of this last thing, because it's this whole system, and I'm like, am I good enough to figure this out? But I think I have an idea. I think I can figure it out. We'll see. But it's fun. It's been fun. Like I said, I just like making skateboarding games, so it's a fun thing to like pull out and like try to pull off. So, and then once it gets big enough, featured enough, like kind of where it is now, I can work on different features. I can like work on skating for a bit. I can work on the menus for a bit. I can work on multiplayer for a bit. Just go back and forth.
Going back to your roots, that's some.
Yep. I've done a lot of menus. It's funny. Cool, but yeah, I appreciate the support. Like I said, it was really cool. I've been like just amazed. Ralph and I have been amazed that the whole 10K crew like found us randomly because we didn't advertise as far as we knew. And yeah, it's just been awesome just to get any kind of support from people. Is cool because it's hard to work on something by yourself. It's easy to get demotivated. So yeah, it's exciting. And I'm between jobs again, so I'm going to put more time into it right now. Very soon. I'm hoping like what is it, Thursday? Crap, today might have been the day, but tomorrow maybe we'll see if I can get those mod tools out. I'm going to move over to Get Good tomorrow. That'll be my morning job, and then we'll see if I can try to make those mod tools happen. So yeah.
It's a bright future we have.
Cool.
I love it. I love it.
Cool. Yeah, and I super appreciate you like saying, hey, we should chat. That'd be fun. This is cool. And I've enjoyed chatting. It's been fun walking down memory lane and thinking about all this stuff. So.
Oh yeah, it's man, I think the pleasure's been all ours, honestly. Like just anybody to listen to their story, obviously from their start to where they are now, and everything in between is always obviously always so interesting, and definitely feeds us knowledge in certain gap areas maybe of like certain projects, and gives us maybe better insight of like the thought process behind those projects and stuff. It's always super cool. And then obviously hearing about the future plans with things like Cheapskate, just super cool stuff.
Cool. Agree. It's neat. I appreciate it. This is really neat. I hope you get a chance to catch other people, and if I can help, if you want to get in touch with other Neversoft people ever, I'm still in touch with a lot of people on Instagram. So I mean on LinkedIn. So I never know.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that would be awesome. There's a couple people we have on the. I've had them on the hook for a while, but it's just all about the time and place type deal, you know.
Exactly.
A lot of them are busy. Like Dana, every time I get at him, he's always working on COD. He's just a part of that COD machine. So
Yeah. Makes sense.
yeah, he's a busy man.
Sure. Cool.
But yeah, we definitely appreciate you taking the time out of your day. And
pretty cool.
Thanks. Yeah, no, it was fun. I appreciate it. I enjoyed it. So, been a blast. I look forward to listening to it and checking out some of your other episodes. I should.
oh, awesome. Yeah, it's awesome that we have a fan in you, and it's so cool to hear that like Rethawed has helped inspire some ideas of your own for Cheapskate and such. So super awesome because you guys obviously inspired us like to the fullest.
No, I think it's the coolest thing in the world. I was aware of Thug Pro back when it was, kind of, very, lots of people were talking about it and stuff. I don't remember how I came across it. And then, instantly I was like, I think I saw a preview or something, one of the YouTube things for Rethought. And I didn't even understand what I was looking at. It was just so featured and all that. I was like, is this an official? Is this like, I was trying to figure it out. It was just like, and that's what was cool. I think this is the coolest thing ever. Like, when it's that level that like you can't even tell, like, wait, is it what? Huh? Wait. It's cool.
It's so awesome to hear.
Yeah,
appreciate the kind words, man.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's rad. I think it's super cool. Cool. So yeah, thanks for being on the Discord. Everyone's welcome to come join, but we're like kind of on the down low on our Discord. It's pretty quiet, and we, but we'll be ramping things up as we get more, something more stuff to share, kind of thing. Try to get more done on the game, on the product, kind of thing.
For sure.
Get people enjoying.
Yeah, that's the number one thing. Is it is a passion project, and John still has to eat, so John still has to take contracts.
Yeah, exactly. So it's in and out, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's why I feel like it's close. I want to, like I said, I want to get a couple more sort of keystone features in that will really help people then do more with it on their own. I think that'll help.
For sure.
Yeah. Cool. All right, I gotta head out. I gotta go grab dinner here. I gotta go help make dinner. I'm getting.
Yeah, you definitely gotta eat.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Last question though. Oh, it was critical removed from THAW. I forgot. Someone asked.
Why was what?
Critical removed from THAW. Forgot.
Oh, right. I think someone asked that already. That was probably my fault when I remade the goal system. That it just didn't fit in the scope of stuff to be able to actually also, keep. I wouldn't have been able to keep the support as is. I would have had to recreate it, and there wasn't scope to do it, which is too bad that it didn't get put into the next project. Then you know what I mean? Like it should have gone into Proving Ground or something, or Project 8 or Proving Ground. Yeah, I think that was probably it. It was probably tech, legacy tech that didn't fit into a refactor that would have had to be recreated, and there wasn't scope for it. And yeah, there was a big question because there wasn't as much feedback then as terms of like, because you're not like filling things with, analytics. So you don't really know how many people are using a thing. So I think internally there was a general idea that maybe it was kind of low hanging fruit that not many people loved or used. And it was like maybe didn't need to be continued.
It fell in there with Creative Park, and Creative Park was pretty much omitted in Project 8. I mean, there was like those
yeah.
Oh, I'm Proving Ground.
That
was neat.
Basically, turning some little projects.
Yeah.
That and the video editor, that was really cool.
They were super cool ideas. I liked them.
Yeah, a lot of work went into that. Gavin did that. That was cool. And Brian Bright was really directing it. I think Brian Bright was really directing it and working with Gavin. Yeah, it was cool.
Sick stuff.
Cool.
All right.
You better eat your dinner while it's warm.
Yeah. Thanks. I gotta go make it. Cool. Thanks, guys. Great chatting.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah, great chatting.
All right, take care. Catch up later.
Care.
Yep.
Have a good one.
Thank you too.
Always fucking hard.